right. All right. So, what's going on, everybody? It's your host, B.M.T, coming at you again. This is going to definitely be a good one. I want to give a special shout out to Sexy Red TV as well as DJ Kuda for sparking up this interesting dialogue of a conversation um, that, and I even put his name in the title, so it's not going to be no shots. It's going to just be, we're going to just be looking at it. Women should be seen, men should be heard. For coming on in the chat, there's going to be a good conversation. I don't want to hear none of that. It's not so much of that of attacking. It's not attacking, but we are going to be looking at that of the conversation of men, of the woman should be seen, the men should be heard, and how far in the depth does that go, and how does that play out and working for that of the diaspora? How does that go out working in that of society as well as the word, the world? Excuse me, not the word. I mean, you guess you got it in the Bible too, if you want to look at it like that. But it's definitely something, and I'm gonna give you the backdrop. DJ Kuda is he's a DJ. He affiliates that of him being in the Manosphere. He's traveled abroad. He's traveling abroad right now. What's going on? Like I said, what's going on? What's going on? Shout out to Khan. Much respect, much love to you guys. They have an amazing tournament coming up in Capping No Tapping. With also Straw Hat Jufy. Super Mike, what's going on? In a lot of situations, I can see this. And I want everybody, I can send out the link. I can drop the link. It don't matter. All you got to do is say link, and I will send it out. But I definitely want that of men and women to put in their input on this. Because this is very important. This is very important. I honestly want to know, is this something of a fundamental standpoint that we should start stepping on? The person who opposed it, Sexy Red TV, she does commentary. She does commentary on that of YouTube channels and different shorts and all that stuff. And so she's a woman saying that, hey, black men blame black women for everything, and they have different talking points that they put on us. I've seen it. It hasn't been always pretty. I try not to go too much on talking about that particular men's space, because it's a rabbit hole. It's a conducive rabbit hole. It's a ball of yarn. But we're definitely having that in the conversation. Set the foundation, then drop the link. I got you. I'm also joined here by that of my co-host, as well as very good me and her echo back and forth content on these conversations and these dialogues. She's not one that she's not an echo chamber. She just voices her reason of what she believes. Therapist Sheena, I know she's busy, so she'll be in and out of the conversation. But I definitely wanted to get at that. I want to understand this conversation on this right here. Women should be seen, men should be heard. Now, me and Therapist Sheena, as we were talking about it, we thought it was just when I first started out talking about this, and Sheena brought up a good talking point from it. Because when you look at a bottle, you can only see this side. You can't see from this angle, what that person see, or that angle, or what I'm seeing on this angle, or what's being seen under here or over here. You can only see the angle in front of you. And so when we look at and actually discuss these talking points, we have to start taking into that of a consideration the angles that people are addressing it from, and we're going to do that. We're going to try to do that the best we can within that of 1.5 hour. That's my mark time. Um, as far as it goes for that, the woman should be seen and the men should be heard. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I holistically do not believe in that doctrine to an extent. I do not. In a relationship wise, in societal wise, in society, as well as that of just just men and women dealing with each other. I don't think it should be just one sided where only one person is seen and the other one is the only one heard. That makes no sense to me because that's not how healthy human men and women should operate. I know some people want to go off of certain doctrines as well as philosophies or beliefs. That's fine. You have the right to that. However, I'm looking at it from that again as first of all as a man. Most men, they'll use, well, I saw a woman, but she talked too much, or this and that. But me, I'm an observer. I like to listen to the talking points of the person that I am actually engaged with. Uh, that's how you learn them. That's how you learn them. You listen to them at work. You listen to them at local places, and you actually gauge and have a back and forth. If it's just something where I'm talking, but she's just sitting there, you can't tell me you're building that of a viable relationship pattern. This is where you start hearing people say, well, I didn't know. So you're just a stalker then. I mean, we can hit on that, Jay. You already know, girl. All you gotta say is hit the link. Listen, I'm opening this up. Not just this is women could come, men could come. Y'all know I don't play the gender sphere. This is actually B.M.T. There is no dictatorship. This right here is a 50-50 partnership on this panel. So we have logical conversations. Mhm. That's what I'm saying. Like the conversation on the woman should be seen. Yeah, I've noticed. I'm not gonna lie. Majority of people who have found interest in a woman, majority, and that's why I say I call it out. If you're talking about that from a relationship, like men and women in a relationship, most men notice women from that of how they carry themselves and how they talk and articulate themselves, their vocal pattern, their talking points, their beliefs. You start gauging these um these core units. That's why I kind of challenge that, Kuda, when you say that, hey, the women should be quiet and the man should be seen. No, but if we out and about with people, why am I the only one talking and she's quiet? It ain't gonna look. It don't look. It doesn't look like. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. In going out with people, let's say we go out, right? And I've seen couples that go out where there'll be sometimes the man or the woman will tell the other person, "Don't talk," because you might say something stupid. Now, if that's the case, then I can't. I don't know. You chose that type of death. You chose that poison. You get what I'm saying, Sheena? Like, and we know people where one person they either loud, belligerent, they don't know how to carry on. Well, maybe y'all should probably learn how to have listening and cognitive skills. But in the same sense, right? That's why you would talk to the person before you bring them around other people. You would talk to them before you bring them around other people. So that way you could have a certain gauge of the depth of what they can and can't comprehend. This is why, rather than just worry about what goes on, between people's legs. I don't think a lot of people on social media have holistic cognitive conversations. I hear the conversation I hear on these panels. What happens if a person is going to try to break in the house? We call the police. Why are you trying to go downstairs and play caveman? We call the police. They jump or take you out. Now I'm defenseless with the kids. You didn't think to stay upstairs where we got the lights on? There's only one way upstairs. I mean, unless they like ninjas and come to the window. But see, this is what happens when you start allowing people to speak. Sometimes you gotta let people talk, and they reveal just how stupid they are. They do. Y'all don't understand, fellas. Some women allow you just to talk, and they gauge what kind of man you are because how much you're talking. Are you the type of person that can listen and regurgitate it right back to that of the female, the woman? Same way as the woman, is she the type of person that will actually be, adherent to that of what you're saying and say, that's interesting. How was your day? I remember you told me yesterday about, you were going for that, certification for the forklift. How did that work out? Wait, you was paying attention? Yeah, of course I was listening to you. So both sides are both being heard, not just one side being seen, the other one being heard, because then that doesn't make too much sense. I mean, y'all, that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes some of these conversations, they kind of reveal some of y'all do not have holistic or never been in an actual relationship. I'm gonna be honest. These conversations of some of the talk points y'all are using are revealing that some of y'all are not in conducive relationships. It just doesn't sound too healthy. And I mean, if you're not gonna come, you don't have to come. But I gotta be for real with a lot of y'all. Like, this is why you can't take a lot of these spaces seriously. There you go. I'm gonna go grab some. I know what else I'm gonna go grab. I'm gonna go grab the old gang gang. Hang on, let me go grab the gang gang. I know she better pick up the phone for me. Hang on. Well, let me get back to it. This is why I'm saying a lot of people, y'all need to start paying attention to what a lot of these men are telling you. Then you can honestly start gauging holistically where their mindset is at. You y'all gotta start hearing these conversations just the same way as I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna show you how you can tell when people's relationship and their mindset. When I see people get triggered when a woman says, "Hey, if I ask you for money and you don't give me money, then you're not real." Okay, and I'm gonna be like, well, first of all, what is the extent of our relationship? Because I mean, nobody in reality of real life just walks up to random people and just says, "Hey, like on our first day, hey Jay, like I've been checking you out and you have nice toe jam feet."
I keep telling you that these relationships are cultivated. These scenarios are cultivated in people's minds. Like you said, like, oh, what if somebody breaks into your house And come on, man. Like the chances of stuff like that happening is literally no. So the same thing. Like they keep saying all these women are asking them for money. Are they though, or are you just hitting up prostitutes?
That's what I'm finding very awkward because here's the thing about it. First of all, this is why I'm saying the women should be seen. I heard majority of conversation. This is how we know they're not logically grounded in one in that because one, you now got men going around saying I'm the prize, I'm the prize. Women should chase after me, and I'm like, bro, like
But
where
in the next breath, they want them to submit. So how that makes sense?
right? So it's like, wait, where is this going? Because now the women are seeing y'all and listening to y'all, and I'm just like, ooh, I don't think y'all should have said that out loud. You probably should have kept that to yourself. Like, no. Well, she's too masculine because now she stepped to me. Well, I'm like, well, bro, you just told them that you want them to chase you. Like you should have. Why do you say that out loud? Why? See, this is why I said like some of these things don't make no cognitive sense on what y'all going from that because they're not playing out low. Like, I'm gonna be honest, and we have women up here. Most women do not like to holistically take money from guys like that anymore. You know why? Because when you take money from a man, right? They think there's going to be an entitlement to pussy leading after that.
Absolutely.
I gave you money.
Let's be real, Joe. We the niggas with the money now. Why do we need to ask them?
Hey,
I'm waiting for an answer.
y'all have needs too.
Go ahead, Mike. Welcome to the show, through Mike. Welcome to the show.
I'm trying to figure out
I was thrown out when Jay is like, we the niggas with the money now.
I know. I was like, oh shit. Hey, we gotta get us some. I'm starting to no, but seriously, it's kind of funny about that. Have you been noticing that there are a lot of heterosexual relationships, but the guy is actually you would like if you seen him by himself, you think like this is a gay man, but he's actually like married or in a relationship with a female because the guys not a lot of these guys are real, they're just different. So maybe they are getting stepped to because I seen one video where real fine lady. And, I mean, this guy was gay. I think the women are starting to get really attracted to these gay guys because the guy was gay. She didn't know that. She stepped to him.
I mean, have you seen a lot of these guys in these spaces? I could kind of see why women would be attracted to someone that might be gay because a lot of y'all out here look like y'all don't bathe. Y'all don't take
these guys in these spaces are gay.
That too, but I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what's happening. These guys, we've been talking about that. B.M.T was talking about how these guys, the women have the power, so we're going to become a woman.
Because I'm looking at these new age passport bros, since that's like new now, which is not really new. We've been talking about it for years, but these new age passport bros, and I can see why they're not getting no women. But carry on.
Now we're joined here by my good host of Capping No Tapping. Also, Jay, you will be so pleased to know we are going to be sending off one of our old channels and giving it to them. I think they'll do an amazing job with it. No, we got too many channels for real. Like we've been in need to start getting rid of channels. But I think that it's for the best that they take over the B.M.T 2, which is now going to be getting turned over to them. So special shout out to you guys. Special shout out to y'all. Con, you have the floor. Women should be seen. Men should be heard. What's your take on this one, bro?
So I kind of wanted to touch on. I want to say, victory was wonderful. I have to read that. I'm at work right now, y'all. So if I chime in, chime out, don't mind me. I just wanted to help out, chime in a little bit. I think her name is Jean B. Yeah. So and then kind of like what BMT said as well when he said that, oh, if somebody breaks into your house, oh, what are you gonna do? You're gonna call the cops. Me and BMT are both veterans. and I'm from Oakland, California. So I will say from personal experience and from uh, vicariously through other people, the cops during a break-in, it's not going to react in the same time frame that you need them to when it comes to protection. So
I think you might have
it's
missed the
not that.
point. I think you might have missed the point a little
What,
bit. Well, I
what
live
was
with
the
a
point?
veteran. I live with a veteran too, so okay. But the point is that they talk about scenarios that don't really happen. Statistically speaking, most people's houses aren't going to get broken into. And the people's houses that do get broken into, it's going to be when you're not home. So statistically speaking, you're not going to be the victim of an actual break-in where you're going to go and have to get a gun and shoot them. Not saying it won't
But
happen,
see,
but
that's
there's
what I'm
a
saying. I
very
don't.
small chance of it happening. The point that we were making is that people spend a lot of time on subjects that shit like that. That's not really, it's not really a thing.
Mhm.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not a thing, but it's not as much of a thing as people try to make it sound like it is.
I understand. So the reason why I brought that up as a point is because if we go on the same point as far as I was always told, right? So just speaking from a proclaimed good man, right? That it's, we are not protecting women, specifically black women. You know what I mean? That y'all always at threat, rather if y'all just walk, try to either assault y'all verbally or physically. You get what I'm saying? So it's not just so much to the minor fact of, and I ain't saying it's minor, but when you say, I say minor because you're saying based on some statistics, on a statistical level, rather if you're saying if the man is only there in case of something random may happen of that factor, it's still important to have that security there that women say that men need to provide. Women want security from men.
Women also have guns now because we can't rely on y'all. So continue.
Well, that's statistically speaking, most people don't own guns. People have to go through a whole process to own a gun. I would know. So you have to register, you have to, be able to qualify. Most people don't actually own guns. So I don't think that just saying that because a woman owns a gun, that still takes away her security. I'm pretty sure most women who are interested in men who want that security don't want to have to rely on a gun. They want to be able to rely on a man. So, on that perspective of saying, okay, what do men provide in that aspect? Yeah, those are options. But given the options, what would you rather? Would you be wanting to be forced to have to shoot somebody or rely on the police to hurry up and respond when more than likely those two scenarios are iffy, or have a man that you are secure in to actually protect you?
Now I would want to ask this question, and because you're bringing up and shout out to y'all for having this discussion. Now, in that is the thing. Would it be easier? Let's say you have your sidearm or your gun. Would it be easier if you both went together, or you just go alone and she stayed back? I'm just asking
I
both.
missed the question, BMT. You kind of
Okay,
like
so
going in and out.
okay, so in a scenario like that, let's say you at your house, you're at your house with you and your girl, right? And something happens.
Mhm.
Would it be easier if you tackle it by yourself, or she's like, nah, Con, like, I got you. I'm going out there with you. Like, we're gonna go take care of this together. Or you're like, nah, stay back. Or you just fall back.
Mhm.
Do you do
So
you
for me, So for me, I've been in that situation before personally. So when people say statistics, maybe I'm just a part of that minority that goes through bullshit. But I've had my house broken into when I was living with my mom's, and when I was living, well, my girl was living with me, but when we was living together. Uh, and yeah, I was available. The only thing we did, we knew our roles. Hey, you call this person, I'm finna go, you feel me, handle it. I was able to apprehend the person, you
Who
feel
was the
me?
person that you
And
called? So you called the police?
who was the person that
You
I
said
called
she
or she
went and
called?
called. You said she went and called the person. Who was the person? The
Yeah,
police.
she called. So we in the
Okay, but you
bedroom.
just
We in
said
the
that there was
bedroom,
no.
right?
You just said like the police would be useless though. So You kind of contradicting
I
what you're
can't, I
saying. If
can't,
you
I
called
can't
the
hear you,
police,
Sweet.
I'm sorry, I'm cooking.
Yeah,
I said you said the
she called
police.
the police, but I still had to take care of the threat, regardless of
You
whether or
missed what I
not you
said,
call the
but go
police
ahead.
or not. More so, I will repeat it before I respond. Go ahead.
You said earlier that the police aren't useful, but then you turned around and said she called the police. Or am I? Did I not hear what you said correctly?
Yeah, so maybe it's my phone because I'm using my Android and I'm in my office area. But you and BMT, when y'all say things, is kind of like robotic. But what I heard was is that basically prior to I said that police were not useful, but we still called the police. Now in this scenario, I'm not saying that. Even prior to, I never said that police was never useful. What I said was is that their response time is not
Okay.
going to be useful in that scenario. So, like, yeah, you may be able to call the police, but it's still at the same time, their response is not going to get there. Rather, you having your partner there, right there, available. So, same scenario I'm talking about with me and my girl. She called the police, but not because I need protection. I called the police. So when
I
I
got you.
do something, I don't have a record of, oh, you hurt so and so and you used this weapon and
Fight
now
Club.
I'm going to jail and you feel me? So it's more so on a
But do
let
you
me
think
cover my
if
ass.
she was home by herself, she wouldn't have been able to handle that? That's where I'm kind of feeling you're going
Not
with
at
this.
all. Not at all. Because
Why?
a door is not going to stop somebody from breaking into your crib.
She don't know how to use a
So
gun.
regardless of the fact that
She don't know how to use a gun.
she
Is
doesn't
that?
own a gun.
But if there's
She
more than
doesn't
one gun
own
in
a
the
gun.
household,
Well, I'm the only person who owns a gun.
but is it in the house? So she can't touch it?
It is in the house, but when I leave, it's on me.
But why?
Why would I go out in the streets where there's more danger without my gun on me?
Fair point, but why wouldn't you? So you would just leave her in the house? If you saying your house got broken into twice, is that you did say that right? Twice. So why wouldn't you
Yeah,
have
I
a
mean, yeah,
firearm
we
in your
would have
house?
to. It's smarter to have her have a gun as well and get her registered, but you have to understand other people also are not comfortable with that scenario either. She doesn't want to own a gun. She doesn't like guns. She doesn't like shooting guns. She doesn't like being around guns. She
I
only
don't
likes
either,
being
but
around me, and she likes to.
sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. So, but go ahead.
I under- I understand that, but again, like I said, are those things optional? Yes, but what is the preference? The preference is even though those two things are optional, she still would prefer me to handle it. So,
Right,
luckily,
but you're not gonna be up under her 24 hours a day. I don't. I would hope not.
okay, yeah, I mean, I understand that, but pretty much we are not anymore. We not together, but we glued to the hip. You know what I mean? I go to work, I go home. That's it. And most of the time, people only attack at nighttime. You feel me? So when that situation happened, I was available. I was home where I was
Most
supposed to
break-in
be.
from insurance statistically, most break-ins happen during the day. But yeah, go ahead.
Now, let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this. And let me put it in this perspective. Let me ask y'all this. Do y'all feel that the women should be like we going out in a venue that the women should hold the position of silence but be smile, curtsy, plie, be the
Joe, I got bad knees. I ain't cursing. Go ahead.
you're gonna do something, goddamn it. I don't know what y'all do, but you can do something. But then
I'm gonna say it like that. Oh,
but no, I'm just asking, like, should we go? Would that be a better method? Because we're hearing now that, and I want to ask the men, and then we're going to ask the ladies. The men feel like the women, when they speak, they're taking the masculine role, and that the men just sitting there, they're acting more feminine. Or is that not so much the case? What's y'all thoughts on that? One at a time, please. Go ahead, Sir Mike.
yeah. I mean, the bottom line, I would say, this is all depending on these individuals. If these two people have went through the process and they know they like each other and they formed a actual relationship, it's all in the open. They are relating to each other. So there you go. Some men are quiet brothers. They don't talk a lot. And their women talk more. Ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. And then the opposite is true. There's a lot of women they like to be quiet and stuff, but you know, the dude like, hey, don't mess with her because I don't want to have to deal with it later because that woman will. let him know later or something of what her idea is. So just like, people were saying, there's a lot of millions of situations out there. People are comfortable with, various things, and those choices are up to them people. But I would say one principle that I'm going to say, if you're out there and y'all talking and there's situations happening, y'all out together or something like that, a woman, I don't want my woman embarrassing me or setting me up to where I have to fight or defend her honor for no real good reason just because she's slick at the mouth. Because the thing is, my muscle is supposed to back up her word. And if she's not careful, she's not considerate about the ramifications of her slick talk, then she's putting the whole family in danger. She's putting our money in danger. She's putting herself and me in danger, and she's putting our plans in danger just because slick talk. And especially if we're already relating, she already should know. So that's one thing I would say.
Oh, okay. Anybody else after that? I got my thoughts on that. Um, I got my thought. First off, in all my time going out with people, especially if it is that of a relationship, um, people look at it kind of awkward when only one person in your pairs talking, and the other one can't hold a conversation. Like, they'll ask, "Is something wrong? Are they offended?" Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, people start wondering, like, why is that person not engaging? And then I said, well, she don't talk, or he's not a talker. So they kind of start judging y'all like that. Like, why do you not interact with the group? Or maybe we don't want to offend that person. Or if it's a woman and she doesn't interact with the other females, that doesn't look good. But then it also looks kind of awkward where your woman is more engaged with the fellas than you are, and then you are like, I try to hang back, and I've seen that kind of stuff. For myself, I don't give a damn to be going out hanging out too much. I like my peace and quiet. That's me. I can't speak for nobody else, but I can speak that I know women that they like to go out and the man likes to hang back. He'll just go along at the tag along. Do I always think it's going to be some kind of we pulling out swords and shit and all that stuff? I don't really see. I gotta be honest, y'all. I don't really see that where people are going around throwing their mates into like goddamn Street Fighter matches.
I think people watch too many movies. I'm gonna be honest, like a lot, and I'm not even talking about just in these spaces, just general conversations. Like, I'm like, where is that happening on a level that's like they make it sound like this is just shit that happens when you leave your house every single day.
I'm just
Miss Jean B, where do you live? Like area.
I live in Florida, so I live in Florida in a permanent list carry
What part of Florida though?
Why does that matter? I live in Florida. I live in a city. I live on the Gulf Coast.
Because what I've been told, there's different parts of Florida that's where the crime is high and other parts where it's not.
Crime is high here. I'll just say that. But I live outside of Tampa.
So did you say crime is high?
Crime is high in Florida in general, yes. In red states, crime is high as shit, yes. Anything else?
So you aware? Because you said statistics twice,
yes,
right?
I did.
You brought up statistics twice.
I work in insurance, so yes, I did.
So statistically speaking, if you're saying that crime is high, then why are you saying that people watch too many movies when it comes to
because
this?
Y'all do. Because if you a lot of times when you look at the crime, if you really look into the crime that's happening, a lot of if you're not selling it or doling it or whatever it is that you may be into. And I'm not even talking about black men and police interactions. I'm talking about regular interaction, day to day, just walking down the street. If you are nobody's just randomly coming up to you. I'm not going to say nobody ever, but generally speaking, the chances of just a random person rolling up on you is low. Not saying it's going to happen. That's just like, I think, was it 2 days ago? The highest when pregnant women get killed, 98% of the time, it's the baby daddy. Most of the time when people get killed, it's somebody they know. That is statistics. You can look it up. It's not just a random stranger. Again, I didn't say that these things don't happen. Maybe you're just a 3-time loser with that aspect of it, but I'm not saying they don't happen. But most crime happens with someone you know.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, I just feel as though
I
if
mean,
you're
if you
saying
want to
that
get
these
something
things
and prove me
exist.
otherwise, they do exist. I'm not saying crime doesn't. I'm not saying break-ins don't happen, crime
No,
doesn't happen. And just
I'm
like
just
even
going off
that,
of what you're
like
saying. If you
for example, there's a lot of high car thefts here, and then the police they posted something that said that out of like 1,000 car break-ins or something like that, 900 of them their doors were unlocked.
Yeah, that is
I'm just saying, like it's like. Again, my car has been broken into, and actually, not here. Actually, when I lived in Connecticut, my car got broken into twice, and both times it's because one time I had a short in my car and my locks keep coming up, and another time I forgot to lock my door. Both times my car got broken into, and my door was unlocked. I'm just saying.
okay? Yeah, I was just trying to
But
understand
maybe I
because
also
I
don't
mean,
put myself in situations like I'm not gonna go to a club where I know niggas gonna be shooting at either. So I wouldn't necessarily surround myself in that type of situation either.
Do y'all feel
understandable.
comfortable with that approach of the man? I want to ask y'all for societal wise, for as Black people, has that been our approach where the women are just the trophies and the men are out there loud, marching and stomping and making the ruckus, or is it
No,
has been, what's y'all take on that? What's y'all take on that?
it's not Black people stuff. Black people don't do that. Not in America. If you're talking about maybe some African countries or not even in the Caribbean, black the Black world really hasn't. I mean, I guess I've seen what do you call those people? Ethiopian people when they have their stuff, they women be real quiet and just look at you. Indian women, men, they kind of just look at you. The men will talk to you.
Those are women
Uh,
that cut you in the middle of the night, though.
Yeah, they
well,
do.
yeah, but I'm just saying that's not Black Americans even. That's not even our thing. So
But I thought
when people
that's
say,
who all the passport bros want to go see because they quiet
well,
and
that's the
quiet.
reason why that statement. But that's the reason why they say that because they like, oh, Black America, we obviously are we're wrong. So we need to look at other people. Oh, look at those Indians. Them women don't say nothing. The men talk. That's how we should be. So that's that passport stuff. That's the talking point that's coming from that. I mean, and I don't think it would really work for us though. I don't think it would take probably 200-300 years for us to shut our women up like that.
Like I said, but women are out earning men now, so I mean it's gonna be kind of hard. Like I said earlier, we the niggas with the money. So
What's your thoughts? What's your thoughts on that one, Alcon? Like, what do you think? Is that thing that's been the approach for Black
I mean,
society?
I just think that I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I think that one. I think that when it comes to the conversation of shutting our women up, I'm definitely not pro that. I think that every person needs to know when to speak, when not to speak. Like a man, when it comes to certain women issues, needs to know when to shut the fuck up. And I think that when it comes to a woman who is acting in a space where a man should be active, needs to learn how to let him take that role. So I feel like, as far as telling our women to shut up, no. If anything, our generation, us as a collective of Black people would not be where we are today if it wasn't for the voices of Black women. You feel me? So we definitely can't take away the voice of Black women. That's needed. We have to have that. But um, that voice can be powerful in best of ways and can be powerful in negative ways as well. For the example of what she said just now, as far as like women earning more than men, so then that means that I guess men don't deserve the respect of, I guess, not knowing like how to be submissive. I'm assuming, is that where the conversation's going?
no,
Oh, okay, so where did that come from? The
I've
point of
in this day and age, first of all, rent is too damn high for anybody to be submitting to anybody. Rent, the way
fact.
there. So with that being said, no, you have a partnership. I hate that fucking word submission. No, you have a partnership. I have a partnership. I don't submit to nobody. He doesn't submit to me. I don't submit
That's
to
that
him.
Gabrielle Union, Florida stuff. She was like,
God
then she
damn
said
it! God, stop that
she
bullshit.
said she felt the right to cheat because she earned more money.
Well, I'm not out here cheating
Yeah,
because
he
y'all
did say
motherfuckers
that.
is yeah, but y'all niggas is dirty, so I don't. But anyway,
That's
um,
crazy.
I mean, I'm just saying, black men don't go to the doctor like
Shit.
they should, but that's another conversation for another day.
That's interesting because when I brought that up about black men protecting black women, you said, "Well, we don't need y'all because we got guns and we got the police."
That is a good point. I want to because that is a fair
But
that is a fair point. That is a fair point. I want to ask this question, Con. I'm gonna ask this. Let me just throw a card at y'all,
Gas on the flame.
and you already know it because now,
Here you
right
go.
right now, you got you. Now, with the Scorpion Gang thing that just happened, we just had the Scorpion Gang. Y'all remember? Y'all know?
Damn, man.
No. Is this something where the black women should step back and let the men do
Black
that?
women been protesting for y'all for a long time.
He told us out there for y'all.
Okay.
The black woman told those black men to kill people or beat them up.
God damn,
No,
man.
we did it.
How the hell did you get all that? Now you on some shit like that, Steve. There you
I'm
go.
trying to practice the manosphere.
There you go.
Well,
you know,
did you do it? You did. You know they had that guy that say it was single mother's fault. So I mean, you know.
Yeah, that.
Jason Whitlock.
I
Jason
gotta be real, man.
Whitlock.
Listen, black men, y'all gotta stay away from that single mother shit, man. Like, y'all gotta stay away from that talk about single mothers. Like, I don't think that's conducive anymore holistically because a vast
Hey, don't forget your point, B.M.T. I'm sorry. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Well, the
Remember?
thing about it, okay, so I want to put it out like that because if that's
He
the
getting
case,
there. He getting there.
the thing about it is this: one, and I'm gonna show you that I listen to a lot. One, if that's the case, you had a woman who allowed the Scorpion Gang to go reign free and wanted to go crack some heads. They weren't crack. They were going around cracking heads. Now,
But
would
you
it
know, she was actually the police chief in Atlanta, and she had a similar. What was it called? Red Dog or something like that. She had a similar gang unit, right?
She did. So I guess that's how she got things done. Now the thing about it is this: would it be fair that the women said, "Okay, let's say we take this approach"? Because Khan brought up a good point. I would have to say, well, black men, the women should just fall back and let y'all handle that shit. Would that be fair? Would it get done? Would that be fair if you know what I'm saying? Would that be fair if the ladies fell back, take the submissive or whatever quiet, be humble role and say, okay, y'all fellas, y'all go out and march. Y'all go out and protest and fight this fight. You know what I'm saying? Y'all feel wrong. I gotta be honest. White people don't go out and march and shit when they get killed by cops and shit. They really don't. They like, hey, well, that's
Did you see in Atlanta like 2 weeks ago? They was burning up police cars. Cop City.
There's a difference between marching. Hold on,
That was white people.
That's a difference between marching and rioting. We be doing gospel hymns, Negro spiritual,
not gospel hymns. I can't.
And fried fish plates.
We be wanting to pray it away.
We do. White people like, we're not going to take it. Like they
no.
Like that's why I was saying, like y'all listen, bro. I get nervous when we start to march and a bunch of white kids get off the bus. I'm like, oh shit, let's hurry up and get out our demand.
Stop.
No. When the white kids get off the bus, I don't know what kind of marching system they on, but they following their parents from goddamn England. They still
Kyle Rittenhouse.
they still in the dark age, man. They still doing for honor shit. We just trying to get goddamn, I don't know, like taxes dropped. Motherfuckers is trying to burn down the banks. Hold up, bro. Wait, my money's still there. Wait, hold on, bro. I gotta go to work tomorrow. Don't burn that bank yet.
We're gonna lay down in the middle of 95 freeway. That's what we gonna do.
hey, bro, they on a whole different marching system than we.
What the fuck is a marching system? Is there like a rule book somewhere that I
think there is. There is a rule book.
He said marching system.
There's a rule book. They burn. Like I'm just saying, but that's what I'm saying. Like I don't like this. I would tell black women, y'all need to fall the fuck back. Black men, this is our fight now. It's gonna be black men on black men now. You got goddamn the men with the uniform and badges now versus goddamn the
B.M.T. They don't want that, B.M.T.
Well, hold on now.
No, they don't want that.
So what do you want? But if the
Yeah,
women
I mean, when I say they, I'm not talking
They
about the
want women
women.
to submit.
I'm not
That's
talking
all.
about the women.
They want women to
What
submit.
Sheena got
That's
to say?
all.
We blasted Sheena out. What she? I didn't hear her.
You know what you got to say? Come on, get on in this because that's what it's being. That's honestly gonna come down to it. I gotta be honest. A lot more shit gets done when the women be out there marching and organizing. Not saying that the brothers don't be contributing, but a lot of shit of our most pinnacle marches lately, there have been the women that have been pushing them. I don't know why the men aren't pushing them, but it's been more the women that have been pushing the marches and shit. I want to know your brothers' takes on that. Do we need to let the brothers take
I
y'all?
was trying to let. I want to hear Sheena, but I
Sheena,
guess she's trying to.
I'm sorry, y'all. I was trying. I was trying to do something or whatever, but
Oh, if you're doing something, you're busy.
no, no, no,
I,
no, 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 no.
she was being quiet and submissive.
I don't know.
yeah, you see how uncomfortable that is? That's not comfortable for American black men because we think y'all trying to kill us or something. I want to hear what you saying. You should.
I don't trust no
I'm
women.
boiling. I'm boiling a pot of hot
Black
grits.
men don't say nothing because they don't have nothing to say.
Oh.
Oh,
They don't fight for what they don't fight for what they should be fighting for because they don't have nothing to say. And that's just how it is. Now, I'm not down on all black men because I love my black men to death. But when it's time for y'all to speak up, y'all quiet and y'all looking at us. Because y'all know we, as females, we going to set it off. And that shouldn't be that way. It should be equal. That is how I feel.
Interesting.
They're scared because of what society has to put.
Oh, you saying the black men are scared?
I think that they are.
Okay.
I think that a lot of black men are afraid to stand up and speak for themselves because they are afraid that if I open my mouth, then this is gonna happen. Nah, that trend is going to continue to happen if they don't speak up. Because see, that's what the white people expect them to do. The white man expect them to do. Be quiet.
Well, that's interesting there. Well,
But to
yeah,
each
go
his
ahead.
own. But to each his own. I'm not saying all black men, but you think of a black man in a corporate position. He got the power, but he gonna always let that white man overpower him.
I
He
got
don't know what to say. But you put a black woman up there. Oh, we got plenty to say. But at the end of the day, we get the downfall because we won.
which one? Who gonna take this woman down? Hold on.
No, you take it. You take it.
Yeah,
Come
right.
with it.
I got my.
No, let me say something. yeah, put the tip foil.
I got my jacket
You
on
want to
now.
put some aluminum foil onto that.
People talk to me. I'm saying like that.
you got
Hey,
your court.
no.
You got your court jacket on now.
You're right. I got my.
yeah.
I got
The
my
Judge
child
Joe.
on, nigga. What the hell you talking about? I got my child support jacket on. You're right. I got my child support jacket on.
Well, just to let you know, just to let you gentlemen know, I'm in the kitchen cooking. I'm in the kitchen cooking and minding my business.
Oh my God.
And just like a good woman should.
But
Hey, but you know what? No. Just on the side note, nah, that's seriously. Like, look. I have to force my girls to learn how to cook. I have one girl that she jumps in the kitchen like a fish. But and I got my boy. He cook out of necessity because ain't nobody cooking nothing for him. He just go in there and make some toast. Warm up something. And this other one, I got to make her learn how to cook because I mean, really and truly, even though The woman can talk a lot of stuff, but if she can cook, her brother will take extra. He can be like, okay,
Yeah,
let's make some food for
but
me.
in this day and age, you need to learn how to cook on your own. Like you shouldn't be. There's a lot of
Well,
men
you
out
know,
here that's,
however you learn, you just need to learn. So you need to rattle
and
some food up in there.
I think Joe, you had a show about that a while ago, like just saying like the basic stuff that you can cook. And now that we have the internet, ain't no reason why a grown ass man can't cook for himself.
It's
Yo,
just nice to have that
yeah, I
lady to
got
do it for
something to
you
say.
too.
I got something to
Go
say to
ahead.
piggyback on what I just said
Yeah,
on that statement
yeah.
I just
I got
made.
some stuff to say too.
But do
Okay.
y'all see? Do you see the issue when I said what I said? What did y'all do? Y'all got quiet. Nah,
I didn't get no.
anything
I
to be
didn't get quiet.
quiet.
Hold on.
Yeah,
No.
No, we got
y'all got
respectful.
quiet.
We got respectful.
Wait. So
We
Well,
let
now
you
it's
talk.
respect. Now it's respect. Oh wow, y'all got y'all stuff fixed out. Yeah, y'all got stuff. Now it's
So we
respect.
gotta
But
cuss
the
her
black
out.
man don't never respect the black woman. But now it's respect.
Really? Well,
wait.
that's what it is.
Hold on. Wait. You had three educated black.
Yeah, we let you. We want to hear
He
what you
literally
saying.
asked
I
her
called you
quietly.
out. I asked you to talk.
God's eyebrow went up real quick. Like Mike and we just saying quietly. I put on my suit. I done drink my beer. I put on my. And I said, let me wait my turn like a normal human being.
Now
And
you
allow
want.
you to talk.
Okay,
Phew.
interesting.
Did you want me to
We
be?
Interesting.
unleashed the fire.
Did you
So
want me to
y'all
be?
thought.
Hold
So
on now.
y'all thought about it. Y'all, you had to think about it. No, you should
No,
have been
I
like,
didn't.
boo, bow,
Hold on.
bow, bow,
Wait.
bow.
Hold, Sheena. In a logical conversation between two consenting adults,
Mm-hmm.
one speaks, the other one listens. One
Okay.
not responding back while the other one's talking is giving the other one respect to finish their train of thought. Rather
Mm-hmm.
than me cutting you off is rude. The
Mm-hmm.
man gave you, a black woman, some self-respect and us being quiet and listening to what you had to say. We didn't say, oh man, we ain't doing enough. Ain't none of us said shit. We just, okay, we're gonna let her finish her thought, and then we're gonna speak on us.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't
Well,
mean
you know
that,
what?
oh, we quiet. That just
I'm
means, hey,
listening. I'm listening now. Y'all go ahead.
okay, but I'm
I
just saying,
want to say something about what you said, though. No, really
you
and truly,
asked.
though. B.M.T, you said it earlier. This is my take on that thing. The thing is, they don't. When I say they, I'm talking about white power, and that's what's running the country. You know. Anyway, they don't want black men to do the protesting because we don't really. We're done with all the old 1960s stuff. We're like, okay, we're moving on things, and we're our radical today is different from radical back then. It's not integration radical. So the thing is, they'd rather have the women because they've already, they went through that little process to, because in the 60s, the men and women were on the same page, black men and black women. And that's a fact. You can go look at videos and read books. Black men and black women didn't see each other as like one. We were like on the same page for the most part of everything. Uh, and the thing is, now they got us the same way they were, which is this women's liberation. I don't know what our women was being liberated because we didn't hold them into slavery. We was both in slavery. So anyway, the thing is, now we fighting each other, men and women. So the women think differently than as the men, like they don't need the men. When every group of women in the whole planet needs a man, every group of men need a woman. So that's insane what we're doing here. So as far as protesting, the men is like, okay, the problem is we see the problem. We got to have our own stuff, our own everything, and then we get to dictate. If you don't have your own house, you're trying to protest in another man's house. He's just gonna keep punishing you. So we got to build our own house, and that's what the men are on now. It's not about laying in, and it's about business building. It's about whatever. That's pretty much what it's about. So that's my take on it.
I want to say this as far as
So are men out here? Men are out here building houses.
Yes, ma'am.
Shit.
now the thing now, Listen, so
That's funny as hell.
I got on my suit, so I'm
Uh,
built for. I
I'm
got
gonna chime in after you, BMT. I'm gonna
got
chime,
you.
or whenever you want me to chime in, because
I
I
got
got
you.
something to
I
say
got
as
you.
well.
I got you. So I'm gonna
That's
say some
funny.
things that are triggering, but nevertheless,
Oh, shit.
it's gonna be what it is. When y'all say, "Are the black men out there protecting?" I would have to ask you, what form of protection do you want? Because all people don't want the same type of protection. You can want the soft hand, or you can want the hard hand. You can want the soft spoken voice, or you can want the scorpion game. Yeah, I said it just like that. Some people want goddamn the Pookie gangbanger protection, while some people want that of the guy who knows how to maneuver paper. So we all can't afford the same type of protection insurance. It ain't a universal protection plan. Same way for me as a man to think that I deserve the same access to all vagina. One woman said, "Oh no, nigga, I don't owe you shit. Not a glass of water, not a meal." While another woman said, "No, like, hey, I got you. Come on in, King." And the other woman said, "What the hell are you doing?" Now, when it comes to being
But how you
seen,
know she ain't spitting your water though?
well, see, hold on, see, that's the same. That's a fair point. The same
I'm
way.
kind of being I'm like half joking.
I know, no, no, no,
But yeah.
no. I like that. I like that because that's the same way as a lot of men provide a false bravado of
Oh,
security,
absolutely. And so do women. Like
provided
I
for false
think
bravado. To,
I think women will, they look at you with a big, Velvet DeVoe said it 30 years ago, never trust a big butt and a smile. But somewhere along the lines, y'all trusted that big butt and a smile. Little booties matter too, okay? But anyway.
that's fair. That's
but
that's fair.
but
Now,
but not for real. Like that woman done sucked you in. She had a fat ass. She taught the right game, and that goes for men talking to women too. She told you what you wanted to hear, and now she poisoning you at night.
I won't refute that because some men so badly will go silent just to have that of the affection of a woman that they'll take that the mark abuse. Just while some women, because they have certain trauma issues or insecurities, will fall for the trap of a man saying, "I love you, I'll take you in, I won't
Well,
harm you."
Joe, we know you like those type of women.
I do, I do. Listen. BMT. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. Listen. BMT is not afraid of Shira the
Can I
barbarian.
tell? I will tell my story. I'm here. I'm not afraid to say that when I was in the throes of my depression, in the throes of my trauma, it was BMT that somehow slid into my DMs.
Fuck
But
you.
anyway,
It was what it was.
love you.
Love you too. But the thing about it was this. I told her this. I said, listen, sulking in that shit ain't gonna change shit. Now, either A, you're gonna get up off your ass and we're gonna start making shit work. And we how long like Jay, how long, like what, almost like
Like
five,
about 6 years.
6 years now.
Yeah.
Now the thing about it is, I gotta be honest, a lot of women, a lot of men latch on to other people off of trauma rather than off of actual compatibility. They'll see a brother like Khan or Mike. They don't actually love you. They just need you because they're too afraid to stand 10 toes down. A lot of men will say Sheena's too aggressive because she actually has a standard. So if you're a real woman, you will take me for what I am. Hold up, nigga. So you tell black women to have a standard. I tell you that, listen, I'm not dropping my drawers on the first date. Well, you too damn stuck up. Well, guess what? If that means to throw the wayward niggas by the wayside, then yeah, keep the shield up. But see, that's the thing about it. Why I said women should be seen. No, now we listen, in the black community, we've never been afforded that type of lifestyle where we can afford to be quiet. Now the shit about it is we got a lot of lax motherfuckers. Civil rights took a goddamn hit. The men got sent overseas. And the women goddamn had to pick up the forefront with the kids. Now, along with that, when they came back, the men, they goddamn shit happened. And guess what? When the man feel like he getting starved out, sad to say, he gonna take it out on that of close proximity.
And
That
that's
was
the thing I wanted to say too is personally, I've never been attacked or anything like that by a random person. I have been attacked many times, and it was by somebody I cared about. So it goes back to my other point about how, all these crazy things that happen, that's by somebody they know or love or care about.
right. And that's the thing about it. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I used to be latched on to an abusive woman because I believed that was normal. I used to love me some nigga bitches. I love that shit. I
Oh
love
my
I love
god,
Hey,
that nigga bitches,
I
that
love
nigga bitches.
I love these. I listen. If you was a girl,
hey, yo.
you could smoke a black and mild and drink a goddamn 40 and goddamn
Ooh,
roll a
bro.
goddamn cigar weed and goddamn fuck me to sleep with a damn bowl of ramen noodles and bologna. Oh yeah, you got me. You can have all my goddamn McDonald's check. I didn't give a fuck. But see,
Uh,
after a
I'll at
while,
least I'll at least bring you Shoney's. I mean, come on.
well, I mean, yeah, if you're gonna get some Shoney baby, then we did good for the night. But now here's the thing about it. Now you have it where what happened was some people, we gotta be for real. Some people grew up. A lot of us are children of latchkey parents or we're latchkey kids. So we had to grow up in
Crack.
so it was a good time epidemic. Now, some motherfuckers had their shit together. Some people did what they had to do. I'm not going to say that men and women weren't out there. Yes, a mom out there saying, "Hey, my son got shot. Y'all boys need to put down the guns. We're not
Wait,
going
and
to
who
pull."
did they? So again, circling back around to my original point, who did they get shot by? Was it a stranger
No, they would get shot by the nigga right across the street the next hour.
that they grew up with from
Right.
from diapers? Yep, I know.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, no. Oh, listen, I could attest to that. The same nigga I was playing 21 basketball with, we were throwing goddamn blows in the bathrooms and shit over some Smallville shit that
Right.
literally wasn't even that big of a deal.
Which was the point I was trying to iterate to Khan, was that it's not just random motherfuckers rolling up on you.
No, like I said, that's why I said like this, the shit that we got going. I'm gonna be for real. I don't see black men gonna be stepping to that of the Scorpion Gang type of group.
Right.
I mean, to be honest, ain't like black men stepping up to the gangbangers like that holistically. You ain't gonna see no, like, come on now. Like, ain't like we gonna see some goddamn Meteor Man shit where niggas gonna be stepping up to the Golden Lords and fighting niggas in the street. Like, I mean, we start doing that shit, I would be amazed. But we live in an era where if you can get your motherfucking family, get your girl, you gotta pull a goddamn Boys in the Hood. Get your bitch and go. Get the fuck out. Like, I don't got time to save all you niggas. I gotta die best from Egypt. Most blacks these days move to the goddamn suburb or an affordable neighborhood. And they're like, hey, I'm out. Well, what about the rest of us? Nigga, get your credit up. We getting taxes in like a few more days. Nigga, you got no excuse. Some people like the shit. So that's why I said the be seen, not heard shit. We in America now, baby. And if that shit ain't playing out, I be watching Mei Ling and Ryu argue at the Chinese restaurant right there in the back. Them niggas don't be quiet.
You know, I was listening to this Michelle Obama. Someone sent me this thing with Michelle Obama, and she said there's no such thing as a man always being over a woman. She says sometimes Obama is a 30 and she's a 70, and some days she's a 30 and
Yeah.
Obama is a 70. And that goes back on, women should be heard, not seen, or whatever. But sometimes that's not the case. Long as that couple have that balance within their relationship,
It's a
I think that's
partnership.
all that matters.
It's a partnership, and that's what I was saying
Right.
before. It's
I
a
think that's
partnership.
so. If we're looking at it in that aspect, I'm for it. I'm for it. I don't believe that, because Joe, some days you might be 30 and you feeling down. And here's Sheena right here. All right, Joe, let's perk it up.
Fuck that. Let me lay down.
Oh my god.
Go ahead, Con. Because I don't give a fuck. I'm got my child support.
I didn't heard some like disturbing shit during out this podcast. One being the fact that y'all saying that black men haven't been rallying, black men haven't been being in the support in the fight. I'm confused because when you talk, stop. don't do that, bro.
Oh,
I'm
we got
confused.
chat. Not gonna lie, hang on, Con. We got not gonna lie. Public police killings are traumatizing, and the hip hop music is basically woman hating. All that stuff is silencing TV raid a lot. Ooh, Con boy, they throw a lot at your footsteps already.
He's not wrong.
Go ahead, Con.
I mean, did you? I had a lot of people that said they didn't watch that video of Tyree Nichols. So
Quit gaslighting, James. Quit gaslighting. Go ahead, Con. I know you done heard some stuff. Turn up, bro.
So the reason why I'm confused, right? The reason why I'm confused is because when we talk about black men, like if you talk about most civil rights movement, most Black Panthers, most people who are at the forefront, it's black men. Let's just keep it a whole being. When we talk about the Trayvon Martins and the individuals who get killed, those are black lawyers. Those are black investigators, black men who are leading those fronts. Those are
protesting. It's women that are protesting though to get that.
Okay, but so you're saying that it's not, but it's men as well. You're saying that as if the black men are not there.
I didn't say that, but I'm saying it's women. It's women that are leading protests and stuff like that. There's still more men.
I'm confused. So if a woman leads a protest, I'm very confused by this because if everybody's saying that now that things are different, where women are leading, women have more money, why is it that when the woman takes the forefront and men follow, then all of a sudden men aren't they're not there, or we're being brought into the conversation as if we're missing? A woman can lead the forefront and be the face of a movement and be the face of a protest. That doesn't mean that we're absent. That means we can accept that leadership role. Yeah, a woman has a strong voice. Yes, a woman, most of these cases are women who have lost sons. So these are mothers. So the black woman's voice is important. Why is it that if a black woman is leading the cause, means that all of a sudden now the black men are absent just because we're not the main voice?
That's right.
I don't think
you got it.
I don't
You
think that.
got it.
I don't
No,
think that
no.
y'all are put on the back porch. I don't think that is everything.
That's what's happening.
Everything is situationship. That's how I look at it. It's more as if a woman is leading and she's on the spotlight or whatever, and we need that man to step up, so that he can be on the forefront with everyone or whatever. That's where the issue coming at. Like you said, most of these cases are done by a black man, right?
I said defended by a black man.
Defended by a black man, or whatever, and there's nothing wrong with that. And let me clarify this. I'm not down to any black men. I'm just talking personal wise when I said that. Because I think there are awesome black men out there who should be on that front, who should be respected more. But because they don't say much, people don't respect them.
Chris has a question for Sheena and I.
I don't want to be in the front, just like
Chris is in the comments, and he said, is it a 50-50 life? I'm not sure what you're saying. Is it a 50-50 life detected in the life of black women and black men even? Are you saying that 50, like, do we do 50-50? I'm not quite clear what you're saying. But I mean, I mentioned
life detected in the life of black women.
I mean, if I'm answering your question correctly, and I said this earlier, it's a partnership. And like we were saying earlier, sometimes I might give 70, he gives 30. Sometimes he gives 70 and I give 30. It's not really 50-50, it's a partnership. I hate that 50-50 shit.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, so when it comes to that of a movement, I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a shit the gender or who started it, so long as it gets started. If you got it going, then and you're the best person for the job, then shit, you probably know how to articulate yourself. I'm gonna just tell you a quick story. Moses was supposed to lead the people out of Egypt, but Moses wasn't the person talking to Pharaoh. It was actually it was his brother. His brother was more, but Moses had a speech problem. He couldn't articulate himself as well. Sometimes the person who's at the head of the company is not actually the one actually always making the decision. He has a team that listen. Let me handle this. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me handle. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now. Before I even opened and did this show, me and Sheena had sat down for 45 minutes. Was going over this stuff. A lot of the content that I do, I used to sit down with Jay. I sat down with either a woman or a guy. Even me and Khan have done sat downs. Mike have done sat down. We articulate and who's the best one to handle that show. We give it to that person. Now the thing about it is, I don't know. See, here's the thing about it, and I'm gonna show you how other groups do it. The white man, just showing you, has no problem throwing a Karen in the forefront to get done the woes of what he's going to get done, because he knows that she's going to play the empathy role. Okay, he's not caring about, well, I got to prove my goddamn masculinity. Nigga, who gives a shit? Long as we get the goddamn money in the win. Listen, bro. I'm playing the long game. I don't feel no type of way if goddamn Jay got the good credit to get the house, then goddamn it, baby, go up there and get the goddamn motherfucking house. What me put myself on the paper only causes more goddamn paperwork.
If I got the credit and you got the VA loan, what difference do it make?
There you go. Like shit. Like y'all gotta understand, man. At this point, at this point, y'all. This is what I'm saying, man. Like some of these things that we're trying to do, it's a team-based effort. Thinking that she need to play her lane. Like listen, man, and I said it before. Listen. You're never gonna see me B.M.T. pull out no goddamn chest and breastfeed a goddamn baby. I would more like I look to a
remember the Fockers. Remember the Fockers?
Yeah. Yep.
The mammary gland.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, see that's a rare. That's a rare thing, and I listen. See, that's a small percentage. I gotta be for real. Nobody was freaking out when Big Mama was feeding a bunch of goddamn kids in the goddamn house. That damn sure wasn't her kids. And the men that came around were like, well, damn, that ain't my kid. But guess what? He still put the food on the table and shit still got handled. And listen, I'm not talking that come by with nigga power shit, but we all ain't on that. So I'm not going to put that on.
Hey, Joe.
Yes, ma'am.
I got an iPhone, so I can only use my headphones and the charger at once.
Go ahead.
I'm going to go. My battery is going to die, and I'm going to say this and be done with it. Like I said at the beginning, we the niggas with the money. Good night.
That's fine. Listen. That's fine. Listen, here's the thing about it.
And she rides out on the stick. Come on, Jay. She just laughed like she rode out. Like this was like
but her saying that I gotta be real. Now this is something I gotta be for real. To all the black men that are successful, why is it that the women are putting more of their money into that of the housing and property and shit, and we buying the chains and all the redundant shit?
Because black women allow that.
What?
Because black women allow that. That's not me. I'm not allowing that.
You can't control no grown ass man, Tina.
You can't control men. You can think you can control men. You only control them when they're babies. You control men when they're little boys, when they're babies, and you can control boyish adults.
Listen, he said the woman is taking care of the household, the black man is out there buying chains. That's because that woman.
No, you got more women that are purchasing the long game like property. Like,
okay.
Okay, like put it like this.
Okay.
Most men, being fair, and I got other men that can challenge it. Most men don't think about buying a house unless there is a family involved.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's kind of true.
Yeah, I agree on that part too.
Or a business.
I'm gonna tell you right now, most men do not think about. I'm telling y'all, most men do not think about buying no damn house. Men are predominantly minimalists. They don't give a shit. If we could just goddamn have a goddamn table, a chair, an air mattress, and some shit, why people do that shit? Give a fuck how y'all feel. Women
take all our money.
Beyond when a man gets other people involved, like a woman. That's when he starts to modularly start to change and evolve. Oh, right. Shit, gotta get curtains. Men don't just say we gotta go get no fucking curtains.
You said a mouthful, but we don't get that. We don't get that credit for that. You
What are you
just
talking
said a
about? We do give you credit.
mouthful.
We do give y'all credit.
Hey, let me say something though. I want to touch back on that point because Khan brought up that serious point. He just highlighted a double standard in some of what was actually said on this panel, and maybe Sheena could speak to some of it. But the point is this. He said, I believe he was saying how first of all, you're saying you want a 50-50, you want a partnership. So now when there's women in leadership roles in movements to get accountability from this, social structure or whatever, that's being internalized by some women or some people as the men ain't shit. Because look at them. They're not stepping up to the plate. Because why? Because you got a few women that's, being highlighted. I don't understand that logic. So basically, you're saying, "Oh, we the niggas with the money, so now we get to treat y'all kind of." What does that mean?
I mean, I can't speak for.
I
I
don't
can't
understand. I mean,
speak
I'm
for
just
them.
saying. I'm just saying. I'm saying these were some of the ideas that was spoken. But I mean, you can't speak to all of it. But I'm just saying how it comes across, and it looks like it's like basically you saying that you want equal pay and all this kind of stuff, and equal opportunity as men. So you want to be able to compete with the men in the workforce and all these different areas of life that men usually compete with each other on. So now you want the women to be competing with the men. And so now when y'all doing that, it's like, oh, if you let's say you do a good job at something, so now you want to treat the men like what? That's it's just coming across like, okay, is this what it's supposed to be, or are we supposed to have better, uh, you know, thoughts or better behavior when we get to the top spot?
I think
So
that women more look for stability. Men look for power,
I'm
and
sorry.
what
I'm
and
sorry.
men look for power.
That's
You
so
know,
crazy. Can I stop you right there? Can I stop you
sure.
right there?
Well,
Because I
let
think
me
that
rephrase that. I look for more stability
okay,
than
that's
power.
better. Okay,
I look for more stability, and that's where that balance come in at. You know, with me,
right. Okay.
I can't
So
speak
you
for other women.
right. That's not fair. Right. I got you. So the reason why I left, right, is because the whole conversation we just had, right? The whole conversation surrounded by we're better, like we're leading, we have more money, right? But every woman swears up and down that all they want is just stability. All they want is, oh, they just want somebody that's going to be there and support them. But then when every dude on this panel said, yo, we support y'all here, we are at the rallies, we are in the forefront, we let y'all be the voice, then it's like we non-existent. It's like we don't matter. It's like, oh, well, y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't got nothing to say because we allow y'all to have a voice. Now all of a sudden the black man voice is gone because we allow y'all to have that forefront. Black men, when we
Y'all
make money,
allow.
allow, of course. I
Okay.
say, and when I say allow, meaning that if I follow you, I'm allowing you to lead.
Hmm.
If I'm not there at all, then I'm not
exactly.
allowing you to lead me.
Hmm.
So
What do
I'm
you
Okay.
not
think,
saying
Sheena? Because I want to hear why she said, "Hmm." Because you don't
Hmm.
think that men allow you to lead them?
No, I only said that because that word allowed triggered a conversation I was having with someone else or whatever, and he used that word allow to his advantage. Like as a men, we allow y'all. No, y'all don't allow us to do nothing. We do it because we want to do it. That's why I said,
Really? You really? I mean,
facts,
that need to be talked about.
facts.
You
yeah.
actually believe that?
So
We
can
do.
I just finish? Can I finish my point real quick before we get into that? My point
Yeah.
is that women swear up and down that all they want from men is stability, but the moment that money and leadership comes into conversation, if we are not occupying those spaces, if we allow women and say, if oh wait, we're women, we can have a voice, we have a backbone, we would okay, baby, go ahead and talk. Oh, I'm a woman. I can go out and work. I can do it. Okay, baby, go ahead and work. Now all of a sudden, niggas ain't shit because we like, oh no, go baby, go work. Go, baby, you can talk. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Now all of a sudden, now we're belittled. Now all of a sudden, we don't have the same value. Now all of a sudden, we ain't shit. But same would it be said about a black woman? That's a privilege y'all have. As a woman, you can sit here, not work, not be in leadership, and follow me, and you get all the praises in the world because you're a strong black woman. But the strong black man that supports his woman in the same fashion doesn't get the same credence. And I think that's bullshit. Y'all got to stop hiding behind that mask of, oh, all y'all value in a man is, oh, he gives stability, but the stability that y'all want ain't that.
I think one of the things about it is this. One of the things about it is this. And this
Hold
is
on one second. I got a tenant coming in. 1 second.
I got you, bro. I got you. I'll put you on mute. So
Yes,
one of the things about it is this. The equality is a dangerous game being played out because equality is it's a mirage system. It only will take you but so far. You can cut your own grass, you can drywall, you can do certain things. Yeah, and there are women that can do that. And I feel me, I'm speaking for myself, that we're at this person, we're in this space now in 2023 after Obama. And guess what? I let you eat your cake and have it too. But don't be dialing back and asking for that of that's why I don't say I want a traditional woman. Well, we're the traditional man. No, 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 no. We are modern now. We're not traditional. We are modern. Okay? We're after crack era. Okay? So miss me with that shit. There's no metal cars being made. We're all plastic here. It don't take much to
AC.
so so exactly after crack. Yeah, we want to start going by that acronym, Mike. Some other people might not know what it is, but we're going after crack, AC. So in that era, guess what? There were young boys having to step in as mom when they were the oldest and they had to raise the kids. Had to make sure their sister's hair was done, had to make sure that there would be some pork and beans and rice, peanut butter jelly sandwiches. So guess what? When a woman said, well, you know what? You listen, I can cook and clean and goddamn iron clothes. Shit, I had to do it before without you. Same way as for a woman saying, well, shit, I had to get tough and callous because ain't no man was gonna goddamn pump my gas or change my tire. And if I had to go ask a man, I knew there gonna be me some kind of sexual shit might involve to that. Like, let's be real. We terraformed and evolved. That's why I said that statement: a woman should be seen, men should be heard. That shit ain't gonna play out now in 2023 anymore. You got.
Hey, let me say something when you get
Go
to
ahead.
finish. Go ahead.
Oh,
See,
because I'm
and Chris, I'm looking at Chris top. I don't understand exactly what Chris is saying. He's saying some stuff. Okay, I'm just looking at some of his train of his stuff. I mean, isn't it the StreamYard little link is way up there if Chris wanted to come up, right?
I
I
could
don't
put it
know.
down. I could put it down there.
Yeah,
Like I just
but
kind of see how people, doing sexual shit, and we ain't trying to fuck up our flow.
oh,
Go.
okay. Now let me say something about the allow thing. See, sometimes we right now in 2023 in modern American Western world society, we live in a bunch of la la land confusion, myth making, you know, constructs of race, colorism, gender, and all that weird stuff. Some of it's true, but some of it is just not functional. Okay, the reason why nature gives men bigger bodies, there's a reason for that. Okay, it mattered. Now the thing is, in our society, we can say, okay, we decide to do 50-50. But the fact is, men have to establish and protect an environment that they can make rules up in. And predominantly, that is done by the male. Now the female helps in it, but as far as the facts is, through thousands, probably billions of years of history or whatever it is, however long people been around. That's the reason why this male thing is a little bigger than this female thing. That's just a simple fact. And now, if we can sit up here and argue and debate just because we live in the internet age, and we can, go back and forth on that, but the fact is, it's true for a reason. And so that's what men do. That's the purpose of men having the powers that men have. Now, women have the powers. Without them, we couldn't survive either. So they're equal. And they're equal only in the fact that they both are necessary for life, but they're not exactly alike.
Um,
Okay, so we need to
I
deal
think
with
we
that.
know that.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't see that because we think when we say allow, your man has to make sure the environment is safe enough for you to run and be slick talking and you be protected in whatever you want to say and do what you want to do. Otherwise, some other group of men or somebody else is going to come and slap you, take you away, and do all sorts of stuff. That's why when they have wars, a lot of times they kill the men. They don't care. They kill those men. And then they keep you alive, though, because you're going to submit and do what you got to do to survive and keep your children safe, which means allow that booty. That's what it's called, booty. Botty. It's wealth and sex, and they're going to train those kids to act like them. And so that's the reality of human population. So when we say the word allow, that's how it is. We're being allowed to talk and have all these little philosophical discussions, and we just need to understand that.
yeah,
And this is why I like to separate myself from things. I like to always speak for myself because I'm not that other woman. I'm not them. But when, I hate when, and I might do it sometime too, like compare all black men or compare all white men or whatever the case is. It doesn't make it right. The world we live in now, everybody on their own, you know?
yeah, that's true. I,
Everybody is on their own. Everything is a situationship. So just
no,
because your situation ain't like mine, we different,
you,
you know?
you you know what a perfect example about that, Sheena. You remember when we first met? You know what I'm saying? Sheena is like, I said, Sheena, you want me to walk you to the car? Yes, 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 yes. It's dark. There's no visibility. She's leaving from that of the venue. I'm doing my security and I protect people. She wanted to be walked. Mind you, Sheena has full clothes on. She's not dressed indecent. I've seen some girls come in there with this. That's it. And I'm like,
And they better not touch me.
and you
They
know what?
better not even look.
And you know what? And Sheena will tell you, ma'am, ma'am, there's like a group of 14 dudes out there drunk. It's okay.
But
I got it.
they need to stop being crazy because it ain't my fault that they can't control themselves.
Now, if that woman, I don't know what martial arts shit she learned, said that, hey, I don't need you to walk me to my car. Mind your damn business. Oh, yes, ma'am.
But it was your approach for me. If you approach me like a woman, then I'm gonna use that word allow. Then I'm going to allow you to
There
walk
you
me to
go.
my car.
There
Right.
you go.
Right.
Right.
So
But see, you maneuvered yourself. I visually watched you, and oh God, it's dark out. Ma'am, can I walk you to your car, please? Yes, you may. You understand? You maneuvered in that of your nature.
but you see
And
what you did? That was respect because you asked me.
yes, ma'am.
Instead of just come on, let me walk you to your car. Let me stop saying we. I don't like stuff like that. You know, by you asking, that's so okay, okay. Well, He a gentleman. He got respect because he asked me the simple stuff like that. Versus me being a female that was there and I had half naked clothes. I'm not gonna nah.
Angelica liked the child support suit.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. Thank you. I bought it from Goodwill. Cost me about $5. Thank you, man. Thank you. I won every debate in the suit. I would definitely say this. Listen, like the thing about it is this: every woman does not want to be protected.
Woo! And that's
Every
facts.
every man,
Oh, B.M.T. That's
every
interesting, but keep going.
every man does not want to lead. Believe it or not,
Facts.
a lot of men are very comfortable with just following because it removes the burden of responsibility of having to take liability of the situation. Understand it, especially amongst black men being fair. I have been in many groups at work, whether in the military, where they look at, all right, who gonna go out there and do this and that? All the black boys start looking at each other like in unison. Now you might get one or two that might actually step up and break the subconscious psyche and say, I'll go do it. Whoa, are you serious? Bro, nigga, you ain't gonna go them shit. Nah, bro, fuck it, I'm going. While others will subconsciously will tell you, don't do it. Don't do it. Now, I'm gonna tackle that since it is Black History Month. Why it is a lot of black men actually talk other black men out of stepping up. Oh, that's gonna be a real good conversation. That's gonna be a real good conversation. Versus others even that of play back, sit in the back of the bus. See, y'all, I encourage all men, don't get shy when I send out the link for that one. Con, Mike, out to other men.
Okay.
What'd you say?
Okay. Okay.
I'm going to have a conversation on why a lot of black men voluntarily don't mind sitting in the back of the bus rather than actually drive the bus. We're going to have that conversation. That's going to be a real good one. That's going
Okay.
to be.
I'm cool with that.
I know you got that. I know you got that, bro.
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick. I want to have a convo. Oh, it sounds like somebody need to turn down the damn music. Hold on real quick. Hold on. Let me tell her to turn that shit off. No, I'm just saying.
All right.
Hold on.
Regulate.
Y'all continue. I'm gonna chime in. Y'all continue.
So one of the things about it is this. So I get what you're saying, Sheena, about black men leading the leaders. It's a pressure psyche that, ladies, I'm gonna tell you this out of respect, but I understand that's your baby, that's your boy. So you're afraid of what the world might do to your child if he falls or he fails. But you gotta let the boy go out and get his ass kicked in life sometimes. It's okay. It's okay,
I
man.
thought
I want
that
y'all.
was like that.
I know y'all watch a lot of your uncles, brothers, and cousins. A lot of them men get their ass dragged by that of systematic society. But those men chose their battlefield, and I respect them men. I don't care what other men might say. Oh, they lost, they failed. I don't respect no man or woman that talk down on no men because them pussies didn't have the courage to go out there and do it. Takes a lot of courage to know you're gonna go out there dressed in your goddamn suit and get your ass stomped in for something that you didn't even do. And a lot of people nowadays want to take the goddamn credit for what other motherfuckers didn't want to do. But then everybody else, oh yeah, I was out there with me and Mike. Mike goddamn came and walked with one leg. He walking with a limp because he was out there. Your ass walking and doing the shuffle, but your ass was at the bar getting high on goddamn dope. Now my daddy does everybody. There'll be a lot of people at the goddamn church meeting, but it won't look. If you saw them guy with them Billy Bob sticks, niggas started breaking rank. Negroes broke rank really quick. Oh, fuck this. Shit about to get real. And that's the same thing with life. You approach a woman, say, I got you, I'm going to love you, I'm going to hold you down. Shit start actually hitting the fan. Nah, baby. why you always asking me for that? Well, you said you want to be the lead. You said you want to be the patriarchy. I don't got no problem with me and her both going to work. I don't got no problem with me and her both trying to get this shit together. Life is going to be a 50-50. I don't know why niggas keep saying no. Like, understand, most men take on the bulk of the bills, and a lot of them are money and pocketing some of the money. So most women will pocket money. Most women will pocket money, so that way they can save it for a rainy day in case something happens to the man or the churn in themselves. That's what most women think about. Let me pocket it, put it aside. Something happens to us. Versus
Hey,
the
check this out, Jimmy.
Go ahead, you got it, bro.
Hey, now one of these days you might need to write this down. You know how we need to. I think it's a. If we could do this in a fair manner, a
Mm-hmm.
little bit better than what's been talked about in a lot of these internet spots. But we do need to like get a profile of what's a generally a good man, good, what's good, and then what's the qualities of like a good woman. Because a lot of times we love to generalize the worst acting, behaving person and say that's what y'all do. Y'all men or y'all women, y'all do this, and then you'll pick out the trashiest person behavior, and then that's everybody got to you know suffer from that,
You think
and
that's
that
gonna
ain't
work?
well. It does work
You think
because
so?
you know what? If it, I know. So let me say why I believe it works.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
if the negative talk works, then good talk will work.
Mm,
Hmm.
mm.
If the negative talk works, then if you change up your mentality, if you change up your conversation, then things can't stay the same. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's just the law of nature. It's
Right.
cause and effect.
Right. And I understand. And I understand that. And I totally agree. But however, you're speaking from your aspect and your perspective. Every man don't think the same. Every woman don't think the same. So what you might say is a good woman or a good
Mm.
man, that next person might not think that. That's why I asked you
Well,
if you think that's going to work, because your definition of a good man might not be his definition of a good man.
That is true.
well, the thing is this is we got to start learning to take authority. That's another aspect of what I think that's important. Black people, we have a right to say what we want it things to be, what they should be, because we are us. Now, there's people out there talking about us, saying what we are, and we didn't agree with that. So they don't have to agree with what we say. We say it because we wanted to say it. That's it.
Right. And that's
That's
my
it.
point. And that's my point. To each his own. Every situation is not the same. And I keep on saying that throughout this. Let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
What do you consider is a good man?
Number one, a good man is the one who knows what his goal and what he is, respects himself, respects those around him. Does not undermine his himself, his family, and his community. A good man has knowledge of himself and the value of what his life is about. So that's good. That's a general. That's some the aspects of general. There's all sorts of other stuff that could be added to that, but I'm just saying generally, if you got a guy who disrespects himself, disrespect his where he comes from, who doesn't knows has no knowledge, has no vision about what he wants and what his goals and what will make him happy. How can you get what you want if you don't know what you want? You see what I'm saying? So this guy, that's going to be an aimless person. That's a dangerous person. He's haphazard. He's
But they
weary. He's
don't
going to.
know that. But they don't know that.
Well,
And
that's my point.
I
There you
only
go.
asked you that. I only asked you that for a reason. Because if that's your perspective of what a good man is, yours. Keyword,
General.
yours.
That's general. No,
No,
no.
no,
It's
no.
mine
Listen.
and it's everybody.
Listen.
Because I
Listen.
said so.
But you can't. It's not because
Yeah,
you
I
can't
can
speak
say
for
so.
everybody.
There's
Because
other people out here.
if you
There's
go
other
like
people out here just saying stuff. That's my point, Sheena.
but
Sheena,
I
I know what you're saying.
understand.
I know what you're saying. You're being logical, and you are factually correct. Of course, my opinion is not everybody's opinion, but what I'm saying is there's people out there saying the negative stuff. They're not worried about, oh, I got to be careful. There's other people that might not think the way I think. They just say what they say, and they say these weird talking points that's out here making a lot of people look bad, giving people negative, what they call incels and
You cannot
femcells and
say
all
that.
this stuff.
You
I
cannot
can
say
say
that because your mind frame is not the same as Pee Wee that's on the corner. If you ask Pee Wee what's the definition of a man, I guarantee you Pee Wee gonna say something totally different. But you gotta
I'm
respect
not
that
gonna
man.
ask him. I'm gonna tell him what it is. That's
Okay,
how that
okay.
goes.
What you
But
think?
I
But do you
understand what
understand that?
you're
See, you
saying.
don't understand. See, let me tell you something. We've been programmed. There's a thing that's called programming. You've been told what to think. I know we think we come up with these ideas on our own, but from cradle till now, there's stuff that you've seen, there's experience that you've had that helps you come up to decisions that you now have. And a lot of times you've been told, you've been given a stereotype about when you hear black men, you've been given a stereotype of black women, and you may fall down on whatever category you fall down. But
Right.
that's called programming. And you're not asked what you believe, you're told what to believe. You're told that black men are thugs. You're told that white people run the world. You're told certain stuff. Nobody's asking you. Okay, so that's where, if you want to be in a position where you're dictating and when you're telling other people, you got to take authority on your narrative. You tell people what something is, and that's it.
In this world, you can't tell anyone. You can show. It's best for you to show them because the environment that you grew up in is not the environment that they grew up in, and people are the environment that they are. So if you could tell me 1,000 times the same thing,
I get
but
you.
I'm gonna believe. I'm gonna believe because I'm gonna believe what I believe because this is what I was taught. And you're right.
Right.
Everyone is programmed. You're absolutely correct. But you're right.
Who programmed
Don't
you?
matter.
Do you know?
Your right doesn't have to be their wrong because they might think they're right. You know, and that's where the
Well,
issue comes in. That's where the conflict comes in at.
well, yeah, let it be conflict. We need that. We need to stop running away from conflict because there is a right, there's a wrong. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna say just to chime in on what Super Mike was saying. I agree, and I was really—I don't know if you saw my hand raised up earlier because I was exactly going to touch on that exact point because that's what I was hearing the stereotypes. Because the things that we're expressing, as far as like what we feel is lacking, or where men are not adequate in the black community, are all based on stereotypes. These are not factual things because me being a man that come from places that a lot of black men, like my uncle passed away, rest in peace. You know what I'm saying? He was a leader in the community. You know what I'm saying? He went to jail multiple times for doing all types of stuff. But there's this place in Oakland, this program called the Boss Program, which is forget what the acronym was for, but it's like better opportunity for something. You know what I'm saying? But basically, for all the young thugs in Oakland, California, like he led them and told me, look, I went down this route. You feel me? He went to the schools, and because he came from that same background, he was able to lead those people from going on to that same path. You get what I'm saying? I know in LA, you know what I'm saying, they got, because people get shot up, and in Chicago too. There are programs that are put together for people to learn how to do first aid, and they hire their own buses. I mean, not buses, but they own ambulance, and make sure that they become EMTs because we're not giving that in the black community from the place. You know, the people that actually serve the community, they don't serve us. You know what I'm saying? So like. I know a lot of black men in leadership that do amazing things. Shit, in Nipsey Hussle, all types of people that, you know what I'm saying, that get killed or have led the forefront, but it's like as soon as our leaders get killed and assassinated, then it's like we all of a sudden, that because this was the face for black men, all of a sudden all the black men that don't have that same popularity don't get that same shine. So therefore the public view is like, oh, we're not that anymore, we're not serving anymore, we're not, you feel me? It would be the same way to generalize all black men based off of the sum, the way I was hearing earlier in the conversation would be the same way that we can stereotype y'all based off we see on social media, based off we see on TV, and be like, oh, all black women are ratchet, all black women is ghetto. Oh, I've been with a black woman, she wasn't shit, and then apply that to the masses. And then, of course, every black woman ain't gonna feel that. Like, oh, that don't make sense. Then why does it make sense vice versa? Why is it okay to hear, oh, black men ain't shit, black men ain't doing this, and then everybody feels like it's validated? You're perpetuating the same racism and systemic racism that's been put on all of us. So at the end of the day, we both losing because we not working together. We want to see the worst in each other. We beating each other down.
Bam. What's up? What's Perfect Blackness? What's up, brother?
What's going on, Perfect Black? It's been a while. What's going on, Battle?
Yeah, what's going on, B.M.T, man? It's been a minute since I've been on your channel,
Man,
man.
some time.
It's been a minute. Actually, I have been listening in and out, man, because I've been in and out. So I know I've probably missed a good deal of the context of the at least of the question that's going on there. So I did hear some things and some things that I didn't hear. But I did hear what the therapist, what therapist Sheena said, asked about what is a good man. Now I'm not sure what her context is, because that's a pretty broad question, and it's quite subjective. And we throw that term around, quote unquote, good man. We throw that around quite a bit, actually more so than what we throw around good woman. We never define that, and because when we start defining that, no, there's going to be some barbs that's going to come out on that, and because when black men start, defining what a good woman is, I have a sneaking suspicion that black men's definition of what a black woman is, or what a good black woman is, would be more in line than what it would be for what is a good black man. That's just my sneaking suspicion, and I'm saying it because, again, I don't know the full context of what her question was. But for me, what a good man is, and coming from now, I must say this so I don't, just so I can warn people. I am an unabashed, proud, um, toxic masculine man. So, I make no bones about that. I make no apologies about that, because for me, a good man first, it starts at home. And if you are not the king of your castle, if you are, and I mean this I say this in jest, but I mean it. But I say it in jest too. But if you are not the king of your castle, if you are not Lord and Master of your home, then I'm sorry. If you are a 50-50 man and all this other bullshit, the good man discussion, to me, in my opinion, cannot be broached in your arena. That's just my opinion. That doesn't mean I'm saying that you're not a good man if you're not that, but that's just me, because I'm not a 50-50 guy. My wife was retired at 24, and and she's still a late retired. She don't have to worry about a goddamn thing. So that's me. Also, I consider myself a pillar of my community. I got, not only a mentor and counsel young men, and a lot of grown men, especially men that I've counseled over the more than a decade and a half of my time here in Chicago on the South Side. So I'm not in the suburbs. I choose not to live in the suburbs, to be honest with you. But a good man, in my eyes, it starts at home. So if you can't say that you're a good man, and you got a whole bunch of straggling kids out there that you're not paying for, that you're not taking care of, and all that other good stuff. And so, I mean, that's what I feel. So when just to answer the good therapist question about what is a good man, that's me. That is a good misogynist, because it is a straight misogyny in my home, and I am proud to say that, and I don't apologize for it.
And
And
you should never apologize for that.
Right.
absolutely, because my wife doesn't need or want for anything.
I know that's right. And I hope that she can say the same thing about you.
Now
I
I will say this, Machina, that uh, uh, that there aren't enough. There isn't a good match of good black, quote unquote, good black men to with what good black men would consider good black women. I will say that. See, because there's two sides of that coin. See, both sides of that coin hurts
Right.
because look, my wife is she's South African, and she is and like I said, we have a family. We got two kids, and as you can see, BMT, as you can see, I got senior behind us. So what does it tell you? We've had a son, you know, and
congratulations.
exactly, and I've
Congratulations, bro.
oh, absolutely, man,
Congratulations.
absolutely, yeah, and I've just celebrated my 48th birthday, and
Happy
my wife
birthday.
is, huh?
I said happy birthday. When's your birthday?
It was the 21st.
Blessings.
Okay, mine's the 14th.
Yeah, oh, good. And
Hmm.
my wife, she is 20 years my junior,
Okay.
and I make no bones about it because I wanted a family. I still wanted a family. So, uh, so what makes a good black man? What is a good black man in my eyes? You need to be a family man who has a lineage to pass on to your to your offspring. You are somewhat of a pillar of your community. You are something that your community can look up to. But again, it starts at home. But again, that falls both ways because we also we're in a community in which you have a lot of good black men, but not enough black women to mate with them, and definitely not enough black people in the community that's going to want to follow them. So we have to look at that too.
Hey, it's
So
so funny though. Look at this. It's some people that's offended by the good man, black man, and good black woman talk. See, that's what I'm saying, BMT. This is what we got to hit on. And the only reason why I said that, and that was the context of perfect blackness. Even though you say you didn't hear the context, that was actually what we kind of had started. I was just saying we need to have a series of those conversations here on this channel because sometimes people have conversations and then they let it go into stupid land, and then the conversation is worthless now because y'all let silliness happen. So my thing is, we're as black people, we've been black all our life. We are experts, and we have authority to have a series of conversations about what is good, what does our community consider good on both sides of this gender coin. And based on the trend of those conversations, then we will have established a basic line, a norm. Like people are going to begin to say some of the same things after a while, and
So
then we will know what good is.
so no,
My thing is that anyone asking that question, what is a good black man and what is a good a woman? I think you want to scrutinize the people who are asking the question because it's always going to be different based upon who's asking the question. If the person asking the question is a staunch down intersectionalist, I think we know where they're coming from when they ask that question. If a person is asking that and they are a staunch down feminist, I think we know where they coming from for that with that question. If a black man is asking that who is what we would call blue pill, I kind of think I think where we get gotta have a good idea where they come from when they asking that question.
I want
Now I can say people like me, I don't really throw that question around much because I don't think I need to. So I personally think people who are asking that question, uh, uh, not necessarily present company included, but I just think, at least in my experience, people who are asking that question are asking it in a very insincere way because they're trying to get to a point that is probably going to be anti-male in the first place. That's just my opinion.
let me say this, and if anybody wants a link, they're welcome to ask. We do have some respectful men on the panel, very very well grounded, educated men. So you already know from Desky, Kenneth, any of you men, as well as the women in the chat, y'all do know I run a respectable panel. So you guys know it's the arena here. This is the family made arena where we talk the conversations, but just people can view it. Um, and I'm gonna say this. I do hear I'm a good black man a lot, but I don't see the qualities and the lifestyle. Anybody can say they're a good black man, but it's the qualities of how you carry yourself and actually conduct yourself. That's what defines you. That's like somebody saying, I'm a Christian, but they don't actually walk that lifestyle of
Oh
being a
boy.
Christian. Or they can say, I'm a father, but god damn it ain't worth their weight in shit. Versus the man who's a teacher and that's not or a janitor, and they're more father to that child than the actual biological father. See, after some point, titles lose their namesake or their power because they're just people could throw them. I'm the pastor, but you don't move like a pastor. You move like a goddamn thug. Well, I'm a mother, or I'm this and that. I don't see that by the way your kids carry on and how you attune yourself. Like I get it why because we've had so many men run the gauntlet saying I'm a good black man.
Fellas, sorry to interrupt. I'm about to slide. I'm
Go
in
ahead.
this store trying to get my baby some bread for tomorrow. Um, it was so nice speaking to y'all. Like I love it. I love it. Much respect to my men. Y'all have a nice, blessed one, and good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
Good
Have a
night.
Good
blessed
Welcome,
night.
one.
sister.
Good
Thank
night.
you. It was nice speaking to you. See, that's a
Thank
good
you.
black woman right there. I could tell.
I am. Don't let me toot my own horn, but I am. I'm tough now. I'm a tough cookie, but I'm a sweetheart too.
But but that's that.
All
Here's the
right.
thing. Here's the thing about, it, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be honest. And the reason why I say a good black man is subjective because what's viewed as good here might be looked at as a villain tomorrow. Understand this. I'm the type of person I don't mind telling my son if somebody strikes you, strike back. My message of what I perceive as valiant might be different than how other men perceive or maneuver. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. Like that's why I said like it. How I carry my household might be looked at as probably like, hold on, like B.M.T. Listen, man, it ain't easy to get. It ain't easy to rule a household. It was so beautifully said. What? How? I know Khan's eating right now, but just like the king of Wakanda told T'Challa,
Oh
listen,
shit.
no. That was listen. That was the most
Oh
realest shit I heard a black man say on goddamn film. It's not the lines of being the head of the household, holding that crown on your head, and all you men should know, you're not gonna always be light. What did he say, Khan, to T'Challa? What did he tell him?
wait, which scene? Which scene we
Like,
talking about?
he told him hold their head up. He said, "Well, Dad, is that a good king? Like, what's a good?" He's like, "Hold on
Yeah,
now."
and he said it's hard. It is hard for a good man to be king.
Now listen to that.
That's that is interesting. I didn't pick that one out. That's interesting.
Go listen to the dialogue that the new king had with the old king. Because see, if you start looking at the past resume of what your dad did to hold down the household, you might find some chinks and cracks in the armor or what granddaddy did. But he said, nigga, I did what I had to do to put them long johns on your ass, or make sure you have some shoes, or make sure that we had gas and stuff. I respect you men for keeping your kingdom. But a good king is a subjective king because you might be a good king to your subjects. You might be a good king to those who know so much about you. But when it's time for me to be a tyrant and I take off this suit and I tie my dreads up, see, that's why when I speak the way I speak, and y'all see how I speak to a lot of black men, damn, B.M.T, you hard on black men. You get on them. Well, nigga, how you think I am on myself? Perfect Black right now. Mike, you should know me.
Mm-hmm.
So when they shoot owls and call me jawline is a term for a man who keeps women. But understand, as a lion, it's my job to protect the pride. So I don't let weak men come around that of my pride, because understand that if I allow the weak inside of the pride rather than the lions, guess what happens to the pride? It gets weak. It gets diluted. We start making weak cubs. We start having sickness and disease. And see, that's why I said, when you start swinging the stick and saying, yo, I don't tolerate this, or I don't do this, just like I said, a woman can only show her true effectiveness if you provide that an environment for her to flourish.
Indeed.
Facts. Now, hold on, Bill. Hey, so that was a perfect spot right there. You were just in that last little few words. If you provide the environment for the woman to be a woman, that's a good man. That's basically, you're providing an environment for those under your protection to thrive. In a nutshell, we could stop there. But it's good, like I said before, that's what I'm saying. Like, we done rearranged that. There must be a good topic. Like I said, you should probably do a whole show on that. But you got to get on the women. Yeah, you got to get on the women too, because that's also the perfect spot to say, now, what is that woman's job? What if she messed that up? Once you did your job and she got an environment where she has the resources and whatever to be a good woman, where do they mess up at that point in time? And that's what a lot of folks don't want to talk about in this environment of time. People are scared to be not liked. People are scared to be criticized. That's why, I didn't want to come down hard on Sheena, because I understood what she was going at. And I understand it's a subjective talk, but it's like, come on, man, we need to go ahead and say what we think. It's okay.
I would say this for Sheena. I'm gonna say this for Sheena, and I'm gonna give it to Khan. I understand why a lot of the women have the swords and the shields up. And there's a lot of pussy ass men that want access to quality women. And they have been getting their goddamn access and good share of quality women, except for that of the brothers who actually deserve that of the best. And so what happens is, after a while, you got to think the women start to grow callous. Let you survive hell on earth or hell week, or survive the sands. You're not going to think the same way of when you see another man or woman or anybody like yourself or anybody in turn come around you. If a group of boys jump me, right, and I'm walking down the street around that time of night, and I see another group of boys, hey, bro, you need help with your groceries? I'm going to cross the street. Fuck that. Whether they mean well or not, the mentality shock is already put up there. I understand, Black. I understand, my brother Khan. I understand you, Mike. A lot of us have a lot of deep-rooted stuff in common. That's why I roll deep with the pride, with the lion pride, the way I do. That's why I understand why a lot of motherfuckers don't want to fuck with me. Why they get intimidated when a young brother like Khan speak, when Perfect Blackness speak the way he speaks about patriarchy, when Mike starts speaking about stability. I understand why the arrows get thrown at black men like us. There is no love for us around us. Sadly, it ain't. So you understand, your most battle that you're going to fight is going to be internally with your own people rather than your outsiders. The outsiders are going to want to observe, like, damn, the fuck is this? Can we get them on our side? Versus your own internal people, nah, man, you doing too much shit. So understand that the women are going to be like, I don't know, my nigga. You conquer those lines over there before you come step to me. That's why they say, hey, how can you tell us what to do and you can't get those men over there to listen to you? Men are going to follow pussy. They're going to do that regardless because they want access.
That's right.
That's just a thing. Men are going to follow pussy. So everybody says, "Oh man, these men, they're going to naturally do that." Men instinctively are going to naturally go there with men don't go to a club full of dicks. Men go to a club where there's a bunch of fucking women. We're looking for goddamn progression of mating process. Men go build society for babies and women. Listen what James Brown said. It's a man's world.
World don't mean nothing for
I
whether
mean,
it's
come
a
on,
woman
man.
or a
That's the
girl.
fucking thing. I'm not building no goddamn environment. Well, I just want an environment for just a bunch of... No, I want an environment so I can see my legacies of Black, Con, and Mike and mine walk around. When we get old, we will get old someday and look back and say, damn, we did that. We built that store. We set up that church. We set up that grocery store. We set up that school. Not for us, for them. But then that's where it gets challenged that, well, we're y'all good men. But at some point, we're going to have to break some rules. Y'all think every other goddamn kingdom, they play by the rules to build their shit? You're a fucking fool as a Black man. Nobody plays by the rules. It's just we're told to play by the rules, to stay in line. I don't believe that shit. I break motherfucking rules, bro. If it means me and mine gotta survive, I'm gonna do what the fuck I gotta do. Judge me in my grave. I ain't gonna give a fuck. I got my rewards. Go ahead, take a con. You got it, bro.
Man, bro. First of all, I want to thank every man that's on this panel and the women who's on here briefly. Uh, I was at work doing this. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? But because the conversation was so intimate to me, I was like, bro, I gotta chime in. There's so much stuff that I agree with, and there's other things that I would like to challenge. I agree. So like, there's a lot of mental notes. I gotta try to see if I can hit every one. B.M.T just recently said, you know, we provide women the space to be women. You know what I'm saying? I think that's true. We do. But from the opposite alternative perspective, because he said he can understand why women got the shields and the swords up because of what they've been through hell, right? The reason why I challenge that is because although I do also understand that perspective, I was raised by a single mom for a certain time and then moved with my grandparents and raised by my grandmother. But I've seen her abused, I've seen the woes of, poor, all that shit. You feel me? But at the same time, respect to my mom. I've also seen the toxicity from my mom. You know what I'm saying? I've seen these same women that claim victim all the time be the same the same type of perpetrator that they describe. And so the reason why I feel some type of way about that statement is because why is it so much responsibility on the Black man's shoulders to provide this space for women to be women, but there's no space to provide for a Black man to be a Black man? Like, we scoring too. There's men that been hit on, spit on, thrown in jail. We get it from both sides. Same way she talking about, a Black woman goes to work and she's able to roar and do all this shit. A Black man feel like he gotta be silent at work and at home because every time we speak it's toxicity. Every time we speak it's intimidating. So it's hard for us to speak for ourselves because when we do, people want us out. They don't just want us out the picture. Not only is a jeopardy to our livelihood and our family, but it's also a jeopardy to our life. So a lot of times, a lot of Black men get taught, shh, don't say nothing. Because when you do say something, our words and who we are is powerful, and people want to kill that. People are intimidated by that. They allow the Black woman to take that space because it's a little bit more safer. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, I feel like that's a conflicting ideal with that, what B.M.T said, but I also understand it. I want to also challenge something that Perfect Blackness said. He said something I also agree with. He said that he's a good man and that his woman doesn't have to worry about nothing. I think she's like East or South African. They have 2 kids. He's 48. One of the things that I feel that because even Super Mike has said a good Black man is a good Black man start banging on shit. A good Black man is a man that provides that space for women, right? But my thing about it is, who are we outside of our women? Are we not still Black men? Are we still not good Black men? Because although I honor my queens and I think that we need to support them and do as we do. Me personally, I'm 30. I don't have a woman. I'm single. Feel what I'm saying? But I still provide for my moms. I still provide for my sister. When she needs something, I got it because she didn't have her dad in her life.
You shouldn't be.
You said I should be?
No, you shouldn't be. You should not be providing for your sisters and your moms. No.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. But see, that's what I'm saying, though.
That.
That's the expectation of a black man.
And I think that is a terrible expectation. That has been a ball and chain. That is a terrible expectation. You should not have to be providing, first of all, for two grown-ass women who are related to you. Tell them to go get their own man. You're not their man. You're not their man.
Right. But
you shouldn't be having to take care of either one. Tell your mother to go get into a better relationship with your father, and tell your sister to go get her own damn man. That's just me.
See now, perfect. Right.
I can't necessarily agree with that, man, because
no, I understand, but this young brother here, this young brother's in his 30s, right? He said he's 30. He is still within the age where his career and everything else is ascending, and he has two leeches who are holding him down. No,
let's not go crazy.
Let's
not go crazy. You gotta call it leech. You feel me? That's still my mom and my sister, my God.
No.
Well, you see, perfect though. This let me try to. I want to balance this. Now I know perfect is perfect, so the brothers go say his thing. So we men up here, so we should be taking. We gonna talk. Yeah, we gonna talk like men. So let's not. No, I'm just saying.
But Mike, I just want
okay.
That's still that man's mother. Whether
I know. But listen to what Perfect is saying. I know.
That man's mother can go get a man can take care of her.
Okay, but what?
30-year-old man.
Let me.
Bro, how old is your mother? I don't mean to get to pride, but how old is your mother?
My mom had me at 16, so what? She's 40.
46.
His mother is younger than me. His mother is my little sister. You mean to tell me that grown ass woman can't take care of her goddamn self?
Bro, that's still
let me
mother,
say
though,
something.
bro.
No, I would not
hold on. See, we getting sidetracked. See, perfect, bro. Perfect. Can I allow me to say something, Perfect? Because
I'm sorry,
Perfect.
No, I'm sorry.
But bro, Perfect. This is what I want to do, because Perfect is saying some wisdom, but the way he's saying it is going to cause people to reject the wisdom of what he's saying. What I want to do is the way he's saying it. Now I know he's not a sugarcoater type of brother, but I understand that. But see, this is what we as men we talking right now. It's just men on the panel, so we gotta I know this is Perfect is the same age, around the same age as Khan's mom. So in his mind, he's talking to his sister. So now you're not privy to hear that kind of conversation, but you're hearing it now. Well, the only thing I'm saying is this, but Perfect. If we want to say what we want to say and we want it to be accepted, I mean, it is kind of good to kind of ease that thing on in. And the only thing I'm saying is
we've been doing that.
I was doing the same thing. I was doing the same thing as Khan's doing, and that is part of it. You're right. He should not. And should is a condition. So if the conditions were right and perfect, then he would not. But the conditions in his life must not have been right.
No, that's
because what shouldn't happen is not always what does happen.
He's got two succubus in his life sucking
out. Look,
he should be.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me talk.
Laying the foundation for his own damn family.
Let me talk. Hold on. All I'm saying is I accept what you're saying, right? But the labels, as far as like succubus, leech, shit like that, you ain't gotta label them. Feel me? If you want to say they taking advantage, you were describing the action. Okay, cool. I understand that.
Right.
But you also gotta understand, you looking at it from an outside perspective. You don't know the life and the shit that my family and my mom has gone through. It's not just relationships. It's not just, oh, she chose the right man, she did the wrong thing. No, my family has been through bullshit. My
I'm not
grandmother
going
just
there
got
about
found out.
choosing
Hold
the
on,
wrong
give
man.
me a
Wait,
second to
bro.
give
Let him
you.
finish.
Hold
Let
on,
him
hold on. Let me give him a second.
let him finish as a man. Come
My,
on, go ahead.
my mother, right, at a young age, her mom, right, got fucking killed. You know what I'm saying? Her father wasn't around. He had a mental disability. You know what I'm saying? Where we come from is Oakland, California, where mass incarceration, niggas get killed every day. You know what I'm saying? My dad was very abusive. My dad was abusive towards me. You know what I'm saying? So as a single woman who did her thing to make sure that she's still fucking even sane at this point, because my grandmother's body just got found out last year. My grandmother. So when you talk about, oh, she's a leash, you don't have no idea what my mom has been through just to provide for us, just to have clothes on our back, just to have a roof over our head. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not that she's a leash. Every person needs help. She had me at 16. And just the same way, oh, go get you a nigga and do that. Not a lot of these niggas is willing to, one, fuck with a woman who has kids, and then two, have the finances or the heart to be in that role in the right way that they should be. So let's not say, oh, you at least you what to this. You feel me? Because my best time, my best memories with my mom was when she was poor. She's not poor no more. She's in a situation where she's a supervisor for a transit company, for bus companies. You get what I'm saying? But it took her a minute to get there. You feel what I'm saying? While she was on the come up to do that, you feel me? It's other bullshit that happened. Her sister just died from fucking cancer. Feel me? My uncle just passed two years ago. You feel what I'm saying? So while that shit is happening, you feel me? She's now taking on they kids because they're not around. She adopted her sister's daughter. Feel what I'm saying? So it takes a village to take care of each other because I don't have a lot of male role models in my life, and I didn't have no niggas to be like, yo, I got you. Oh, your mom need this. I had to step up at a young age. Is it right? No. But sometimes that's the cards we get dealt. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not that she's necessarily a leash. She's a woman who was put in a situation that it was hard to do it by herself. And me being a young man who had to learn how to hustle, be a young man at an early age, I stepped up to the plate. And that me saying that I supported my mom and I support my sister, I don't say that with a scorned heart. I'm happy to provide that because I would hate, unlike a lot of our black sisters who go out and go for these hustlers and go for the thugs and go for these niggas because they got money, and now I gotta go to jail for life because this nigga put his hands on my sister or my mom. Feel what I'm saying?
Can I? Yeah. Can I respond real quick?
Go ahead, Kenneth. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. First, Khan, I respect you, bro. I have a lot of respect for what you just said and what you're doing with your family, and you keep doing it. Um, Perfect. I get what you're trying to say. I'm with Super Mike. Maybe just the way it was pitched wasn't the best way, but uh, you know, with all due respect, and I know whenever somebody's about to say with all due respect, they finna say something disrespectful. Khan spoke for about 5 minutes. Okay, if that was me, that was 4 minutes and 55 seconds too long. Because personally, as a grown man, I don't gotta dignify myself to anybody else. He made a conscious decision as a man. I'm gonna go ahead and take care of my mother. There's no way my mother. I'm not. I'm taking care of my mother too. I mean, I get it. Even my sister. If they need it, and I have it, then they got it. I get the logic because I think a lot of times, in black families, people, family members tend to take advantage of other family members, but it's not really for us to say, if that's happening. I mean, again, he's a grown man. If, in my opinion, if it's not working to his liking or whatever, I would question him not being able to address it. But as long as I guess if he likes it, I love it, in my opinion. But I'm just saying, as a man, I'm not in that position. I respect what he's doing, with his family, but I just don't think it's fair for us to make that kind of direct as to what's right and what's wrong with his decision as a man and what he's trying to do. If I could say one more thing, and Mr. Perfect, Perfect Blackness. I get what you with the good man thing. I get what you're trying to say but I just think that a lot of times, all too often, I think that's a throwaway for what to me is subjective. There is no quote good man, because what might be good to one woman may not be enough for another woman. And I'm not saying one is right or one is right or wrong, but it's all subjective. I mean, if your wife, talks about how can I say this? I'm married too, right? You know, my wife might might be cool with everything I'm doing as far as my role as a husband, right? And if our wives swap stories, your wife might be like, man, Tanisha, your husband ain't shit. You know what I mean? And based on what you do, Mr. Perfect, and vice versa.
You got a call coming in, Ken. Ken, you got a call
Yeah.
coming. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna call back. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn it over to y'all. Go ahead.
Look, I'm gonna say this. This is why I said the good black man is a subjective repertoire. Now y'all see what I'm saying? Because I have the utmost respect for Khan. You understand that? Khan knows my heart for him. Understand? I have the utmost respect for Perfect Black and Ken and Mike. I just say it's a subjective role because I'm not leaving my mama or any woman in my pride to the wolves. We just agreed, did we not? There's few good
Yeah.
men. There's few good men. But there's a lot of wolves out there that will take advantage of goddamn. There's a lot of wild dogs out there. Y'all ever seen a pack of wild dogs take on some lionesses? Enough of them will start wearing that lioness down after a while. She just gives a fight. And she just submits and she just dies. So after
That's
a while,
right.
so when a lion come around, and there may not be a lion for her pride, the lions usually do kill the cubs. They kill off everything that she loves. So and that's nature. Y'all gotta watch these nature channels. They show interesting. So the fact that there are some men, I know we like calling them simps and lames and cucks and stuff. They're very, very, very protective of their mothers because let's be honest. Where some men just came through the household and just fucked them over when that woman believed that they were going to get help, versus the son saw that. You know what happened? Sadly, a lot of sons grew vitriol for other black men because they remember that black man that made those empty promises did them wrong. This is a reality that definitely happened throughout the 80s, in the 90s. And I get it. Some of these women, yeah, they chose, but then we don't know the full-on extent of both sides. Again, a lot of boys out there were looking for love. And they said, damn, I'm not sure if I can handle it. There were some guys who just shacked up with women who already had a kid and said, fuck it. I want a family. I'll make it work. After a while, them kids, all they knew was goddamn Ken. Or all they knew was Khan. So you can never tell that man, well, you taking on no. Because in that people's eyes, that's his children. That's his family. And he probably might end up having 1 or 2 more children. You know what I'm saying? Versus, like, you got some women, a man, he made some mistakes, but she'll stick it out with that man. That's why I said, man, the good narrative, if that's the case, y'all need to stop following goddamn Malcolm X. Because in Malcolm X, one side, he's the criminal, red. The other side, he turned his life around and did a lot of good. See what I'm saying? You might as well go drop Malcolm, go drop Martin. Look at your leaders that are now in certain positions now. And if you look at them, you would have asked other people that knew them. Daddy wasn't always a good man. Mom didn't always do right. They had took them time. Everybody has a process of the Monday night quarterbacking. And I've heard all of our stories. Y'all already know. I done told y'all. I done fucked up royally plenty of times. That's why I said, like, that's what I'm saying, man. It depends. Like, I know some women, their children, like, you know what? My mama, she wasn't always that good. She had a lot of shit going on. Oh, damn. Well, why are you still doing all that? Why are you giving your mom money? Like, why are you giving her, like, part of your check? It's my mama. Because when I ain't have nobody, that's all I had. It may not be the perfect idea. It may not be what y'all feel. Just like y'all, it's funny. Everybody say, well, damn, Tupac mama did crack. But that's still his mama. But how guess who was trying
Even
to get
as a crack fiend, mama, you always was a black queen, mama. Stop playing.
Yep, and one of the worst songs that did a lot of black men in. But I'm sorry, B.M.T.
No, perfect. You my bro. Me and you done rolled through many battlefields with a lot of these manosphere niggas. Did we not? You know me, you still talk. Come on now.
Absolutely.
Salute.
I
So
wouldn't be here if we
it's
wasn't
never
still
that.
cool.
But I'm always saying, like, just like when you told me your story of how you came up as a youngin' from the foster care, and you know your history, and you did all that stuff, you beat the odds, bro. Everybody has the story. Listen, the black man's story is not going to be pretty. And same thing when the black woman told their story. We don't get no goddamn fairy tale stories. We still trying to fix the floorboards. And I know a lot of niggas don't want to hear that shit, but it is the facts of life. Now, right now, your children got a better start than what you did. Khan's children are going to probably get a better start. So is Mike and mine. But we got to be realistic, man. A lot of shit, just like I said, where we started out, some people understand this. You can't complain because then we all want us to throw our people in the system, throw them in the old folks' home, or do you want us to be pinnacles in the community? Because you are a pinnacle. So you have people that come to you and bring their children to you, and you teach them and raise them. I'm never going to call you a cleanup man. I'm going to call you a pinnacle in the community. But other men, you know how they call us or what they call men like you. That's why I said, man, the good man's narrative, it's God. I got you, Mike.
It's necessary. We got to have it. This is what we're supposed to be talking about. But you know what? I want to hear what Perfect got to say because I got a question for him though. And I know he's gonna repeat what he said, but I want us to be able to hear people say this kind of stuff. Where figure it out, see what's up. He might be right.
Okay, I want to go back to the. It's interesting that people, always go to the lion and the pride examples and all of that. The interesting thing is that, and when adolescent male lions get to a certain age, in a lion pride, he's pushed out. Why? Because he's pushed out to go find and create his own kingdom. And when he creates his own kingdom, during the process of that, he doesn't go back to protect his mother, because the king of that new pride is not going to let him do that. He's just not going to let him do it. And he wouldn't be able to have his own kingdom if he's worried about his mama and his sister that's left behind. So I always thought that was pretty interesting. Now, to go to Brother Khan, look, this is one of the biggest things that's been holding, that's been a big Achilles heel for American black men. It's been a huge Achilles heel, right? Because we have been taught that we must, any form of success, we must come back and we must take care of the family. I ran into that years ago. I did. And it was to my detriment. And the problem is, you won't get to where you need to be, where you want to be, any level of success, if you're carrying around people that you should, grown people. Now, I have to say that, grown people that you have no business carrying around. I'm sorry. It is not my job to take care of my sibling. And I say I'm the oldest of 9 children. And just like B.M.T said, I was in foster care. I'm the oldest of 9 children. I'm not taking care of. I did that. Tried to have certain things when it comes to family, when it comes to immediate family. Didn't work out. But when the fact remains, it is not your job to take care, mother, sister, all. No. Once you reach a certain age, once you get to a certain point in your life, your kingdom can only be can only be handled by yourself, not your mother, not your father, not your sister, because they're going to be just what I said. They're going to be leeches, because they're going to be so long. Their success hinges on your success. And when you start to have children, you're not taking care of them. You're stealing from them. Your children are being stolen from because you're taking care of other grown people who should either be taking care of themselves or should have men to take care of them. Period. And this is one of the biggest reasons. Just your example is one of the biggest reasons. And I hope all the women and some of the guys are listening when I say this. I hope you're clutching your pearls when I say this. Brother Khan's example is an outgrowth of what I say. When I say Black American women have rendered whole generations of themselves as undateable and not marriage material because they are leeching off their successful sons and brothers. And brothers like me who have coached and mentored men like Khan, who still come back to me to this very day about advice about their lives. I tell them, you need to get your stuff together. Use your 20s to get your to get into your career and stack your paper. Period. Because once you're outside of your mama's house, it's all about you and whatever children that you sired. Period. Outside of that, anybody that you so-called help, you can help them on the periphery. It is not your responsibility. Not your responsibility to be taking care of grown people. If those grown people are relying upon you, then they're taking advantage of you. And therefore,
Let me ask you a perfect though. I want to question you.
Hold on. I didn't say nothing else when everybody's speaking. That's the reason why I use the word succubus. Because these people are taking your lifeblood away from you at a very point in your life when you are the most productive. When you get my age or when you get older, when you are not that productive, when you are not as healthy. Now, I will say this, I'm pretty healthy and quite productive, but I did not spend a lot of my 30s and 20s and all that taking care of other people. But be that as it may, when you get to a certain point in your life where you are not productive, will they be taking care of you? Not only no, but fuck no. And your children will have been stolen from. And will they care? Absolutely not. This is one of the biggest reasons I've made it my mission to try to save Black boys. See, at one point it was the community. It's Black boys now. Because the community is ran way, too many Black American women are in they put their sons and their brothers in your position to take care of them, to help them. Oh, my ComEd is about to turn off my goddamn electric. People's Gas is threatening to turn off my gas. I need some heat. Your children don't deserve that. Your children deserve not only you, but they deserve and they have a right to your best. And so long as you're giving your good and all of that to your family members, to your mother and your sister, and even your brothers, so long as you're giving that to them, your kids will not get your best. And they have a right to your best. You can spend it however you want. You can couch it however you want. But your children, when you have children, your children all come first. They come first. And I'm sorry, especially if you're making below a certain amount. Yeah, you don't need to be taking your money and taking care of your mama, your sister, and all that when they should have men to be taking care of them. And if they couldn't keep a man long enough to take care of them, that's not your fault. That's their fault. And I don't apologize for saying that. I don't. It was at a point to my family that they came to me. I had to put that shit on stop, and don't come to me no more. They resent the fact that I married a South African woman. They resent that she's 20 years. They resent it. On my birthday that came over, you know what they was telling my wife? Oh, R. Kelly. That's what they were saying. And these are people at one point that I gave money to. So I'm sorry, but I'm telling you right now, you are still at an age to where you have a lot of energy, you have a lot of productivity, you have a lot left. Don't spend it. I disagree with B.M.T. I disagree with all of them on this point. Don't spend that. Don't spend the rest of your productive years on people who should have somebody else or even themselves producing for themselves. And that's all at least that's what I got to say about that.
I got
Oh,
to question you though. I need to question them.
Yeah, we
Can
had
you
that.
ask a couple questions?
No,
Can you
well,
ask a couple questions? Perfect.
Sure, go right
oh,
ahead.
go ahead, though.
I just gotta. Yeah, I just want to. I mean, because that's why I was waiting till you finished, but I wanted to ask you a couple of questions on that. Now let's. Now I actually don't have no problem with a man taking your position. Now, do you understand though that before welfare, before all of these social programs that our women depend on today, do you understand it was an honor to take care of your mama, you and your the brothers? If the father had died, was his job to make sure that his sisters was, found a good guy and made sure that guy was good. Do you understand that that's actually the role of a real functioning dominant man in the family to dictate? Because I'm sure Khan, the brother, because not only I know he does, because I've done what he did, and there's a productive role in the vein that he's talking about. Now, with your experience, if you're dealing with people who are succubuses, who have not given back to you, who don't care if you get married, and who will not take care of you if you was, who would not do the same for you. That's a totally different story. I don't have no problem with you taking that position. But
Can I say something to
well,
that?
let me. Yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah.
brother.
I just want to finish the full little question, and I'm just going to
All
sit
right, go
back
ahead.
and
I'm sorry.
listen
Go
to
ahead.
what you respond. What I'm saying is, I just want to get it clear. I don't have a problem with your position because of your experience, and to anybody that experience fits. But for you to pretend like every person who's doing this is doing this for a succubus, okay, and then also to ignore the conditions that, of course, Oakland, Chicago, we was attacked because Black Panthers, all that stuff. The government, destabilized and put our woman above us. So, we're gonna have this situation. But even before all of that stuff, that's what we did. We took care of our mama. She didn't have to do nothing. Mama getting a house, bro. She living with us. I'm getting married too, but I'm the authority, and that's the
Oh,
thing.
okay.
So,
I'm gonna let you speak.
okay, yeah, go ahead, response, bro.
Okay. I want to ask Brother Khan this question. The reason why I got to ask this question, because it kind of goes to what you were saying, Brother Super Mike. I don't know the nature of your I don't know the nature of your, how much you take care of your sister and your mother, Brother Khan. But let me ask you this: when you do help them out, do they? Well, first, do you offer, or are they under your rulership after you've given them help? Are they up under your roof? Do they do what you tell them to do and say, hey, this is what you need to be doing so you don't go, so you don't, you know,
so and this is why to that point that you're saying, right? I agree with Super Mike, what he's saying, and I also agree with what you're saying. So the reason why, right, is because there's duality, right, and then there's boundaries, right?
no, no, no,
So
no, 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 no.
hold on, listen,
I understand the
listen.
boundaries.
I'm
I
about to
don't want to.
answer. No,
I
I'm
don't
about
want
to
to get
answer
this
you.
buried in the
I gotta
grave.
answer your question. You gotta hear me finish out the point so I can get to the answer of your question. Because you asked me a question, I'm gonna get to the answer. So the question was, are they under my rulership? Or are they under my house, right? So
Because
I'm
you're giving them
saying,
help,
right, I
right?
understand. Yes,
You're giving you're giving them provisions, correct?
right. I'm trying
Okay,
to get to that. Trying to get to that. So with that being said, right, I've had to have conversations with my mom, and I've had to have conversations with my sister about financial responsibility. That me being the go-to, or certain decisions that they making in life is not it's not gonna encourage me or make me want to help you. You feel what I'm saying? because that comes with, if you asking me for my money, it comes with me saying, okay, well, what is it for? And okay, if it's not for this reason, then I'm not doing it. Or you feel me? Okay, if we gonna do this, then we need to have a respect of, okay, well, I'm gonna do it like this because this is not my money. You feel me? Like, I know, for example, right? Like I said, my mom, her dad was never in her life. He died. He got killed. You know what I'm saying? He got shot down in Oakland. So with that perspective, right? When it came to her graduation, she don't have a pops to come out there and spoil her, whatever. I was in the military at the time, so I flew down for my sister's graduation, and I threw some money at her. You feel me? Because she asked for it. Two, I'm like, okay, this is little sis. I've always been basically pops in a way. You feel me? So we actually get into a strong ass argument, right? Because at the time I was dating a girl. She had a brother who just graduated at the same time. My sister and her brother were the same age, but they went to different schools. Now James, he's also adopted the same way you are. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have a mom. His mom was killed by his dad, and he was adopted. He lived with strangers, and they wasn't going to his graduation. So I spoiled him too. Feel me? Because that's like a little brother to me. Now the difference between my sister and James is that James didn't ask for me to help him out. James didn't ask to be spoiled. James didn't ask for me to give him attention. None of that shit. But I did it because I genuinely love James. You know what I'm saying? Genuinely. That was like family to me. You know what I'm saying? So I bought him this nice ass diamond chain and all this other stuff that he kept still to this day because it meant a lot. You know what I'm saying? And it meant something to him. Now the difference with my sister and him is that when it came to her graduation, I gave her this money. She also, a portion of that money was, oh, I want pictures for my graduation. And I said, okay, bet. So I gave her the pictures for the graduation. But me being the brother that I am, hey, where's my picture? She like, oh, they said something that I didn't make it in time. I didn't get the money in time, so I don't have the pictures. So of course, my first mind is, okay, where's the money that I gave you for the pictures? You feel me? She like, oh, but you already gave it to me, so I was just gonna do something else with it. I was like, that's not how money works. Like, I gave you that money for a specific purpose. Like, money don't grow on trees. I don't have just $400 just to throw at you. You feel me? She like, but you already gave it to me, so why would you ask for it back? And I said, because I need the money for myself. You think I just got money like that? And so it became a big argument between my mom, me, and her because it was like, oh, well, why are you so nice to James and doing him like that? That's not even your blood. That's not even your family. But you going to take money back from your sister? You feel me? But it was the perspective that she had of, oh, this is my brother. This is what he's supposed to do. Versus James is like, oh, he owes me nothing, and this dude is willing to do this for me, so I appreciate him. Feel what I'm saying? So to answer your question, is there things that I do for my sister and my mom that's a necessity? Like, yo, I'm their last option. Yes, I will do that because I'm that person. But there are many no's before I get to my yes because, like you said, I do give provision. But no, they don't live underneath my household. I'm a single man. I live by my house. I'm a property manager, so I have a 3-bedroom to myself.
Okay, so now I'm sorry. Were you finished?
That's it.
Okay, so uh, in your soliloquy, so basically, no, you are providing for them. You are getting nothing in return for your provision. You are providing for them, giving them, and they don't have to do anything to show any type of contrition or responsibility. You're just giving it to them because you feel a sense of responsibility. Period. End of no discussion. And that goes back to what I was saying before, that is one of the biggest reasons why a lot of good black men, and I use that generally, I don't use that specifically, good black men in the black community really don't really get anywhere, or they can't get any type of good mate, because it sounds as if, and no disrespect to you, young brothers, no disrespect to you, but your example, based on what you're telling me, based on what you're telling the panel and all the listeners, is that exactly what I've been saying is to why, number one, why whole generations of black women have rendered themselves. Now, I'm a Gen Xer, right? I'm a Gen Xer. I was born of a baby boomer. Why entire generations of black women have rendered themselves undateable and not match material. because they do one of the things that they do. They take advantage of good young brothers like yourself who are successful, and they shame them and taking advantage of them to subsidizing their own irresponsibility. That's what this sounds like. You have people in your family, female people in your family, who are shaming you to subsidize their own irresponsibility. And because you have a sense of obligation, you continue to do so. And for me, black men like myself, the reason why I coach, the reason why I mentor, is to drop seeds and grapes in young brothers' heads at 9, 10, 11 years old. Don't do that. Love your mother. Be good to your family and your community. Always give back. When you get to a certain point, you don't take care of grown folks. Because everything that you're saying, brother, everything that you're saying, you are, for lack of a better term, and I don't like a whole bunch of bull crap. And I'm an educated man. I can speak a whole lot. Basically, what you're doing, you're subsidizing your sister and your mothers and whoever else bad decisions. And you're making sure that they are not going to be subject to their bad decisions.
Now,
And
let me come in real.
Hold on, wait.
In the process, in so doing, you are stealing away from your own legacy. Now, I know that's a harsh way to put that, but that's the reality.
After a parent dies all the time, that's not. Hey, can you bring that back up? Finish it.
Yeah.
Not the same as couldn't keep the baby daddy around. Agree.
Let me say this. And this is a reality that black people need to understand. Majority of the time when black men get old and start, losing their senses, I don't see black men taking in older black men in. It's usually black women taking in older black men. That we can, and if y'all want to run the statistic gambit, we can. There's just more black men that taking granddaddy, uncle, cousins to the doctors, hospitals, to the clinics, to the dialysis. Men aren't doing that, and that's just being honest on this one. And I can tell you right now, but I've sat there in the VA with a lot of men. And there's a lot more women in there. I don't know that many men that are eager to go wipe another man's ass of shit. But I know a lot of women that would come on and put that food out of your mouth. Now,
respectfully, B.M.T, I don't disagree with that. But when you got examples like this young brother here, that has nothing to do with that. Those are two different dynamics. Those are two different situations.
Hold on, perfect man. Come on, let him finish his. Let him finish his perfect. Perfect. Let him finish. Perfect.
When a black man taking somebody to the, it has a lot to do with that. It has a lot to do with it.
Perfect. Let him finish what he was saying so we can get his point.
So we have a problem. We have a problem, and this is the thing. This is where I hear. This is where it's first of all where the double talk is coming on it. Y'all can't complain about the black women going to the system, the white man, or any type of goddamn man when they say, well, I did try my men, my group of protectors, and I know y'all may not like it. Either you want white man Pookie to go step in and goddamn fill in the gap with the ludicrousy, or you want a con man to step in. Not saying he's conning them, but he's like, yo, these are the terms of my agreement. Granted, it's not a perfect situation. There is no such thing as a perfect situation. But you know one thing my mom and dad told me? Listen, I'm getting older. I don't want to die in no old folks' home. So that 6-bedroom house, nigga, one of those rooms is mine. My mom wasn't asking me. She was telling me. Now, I could honestly say, oh, no, you need to go get you a man. No, that's my mother. I'm not letting her go to no system where some woman that don't give a fuck about her. That I want to be there when her eyes rise and sun close. And that's the thing about that's my testament I got to do. Now, that's not for everybody, but then when we hear these stories about these guys saying, well, fuck the community, then all of a sudden y'all say, well, why don't the women respect the men? Then guess what? We got to start somewhere from the ground on up. And this is why I'm saying, this is why I said when the women should be seen and men should be heard, what type of men are now being heard?
Right.
And what kind of women are now being seen? Because now it's now where after the men done gone to the battlefield or whatever's happening in life, what men are left and what men are being seen, that what women are being left to be seen, which we just had that conversation with Therapist Sheena and Gene, that hey, are the men pursuing education? And in their advice to go get education, mind you, we were locked out of a lot of shit.
Right.
So now you got the brothers trying to play the catch-up game. So now, oh shit, mama who put her time and money into me to go to school, now she's old now. Do I take her in or do I say, well, fuck you, mama, I'm going to go live my life? Right. Some men say, well, nah, I'm going to get my mom. She's coming to stay with me in my apartment. Now, y'all can say that's a fucked up thing, but then again, now it's going to call the question, well, what kind of pillar? But y'all say it starts from home. Well, guess what? Your mama is your home too, just like your daddy. My dad live in Mississippi. You think I like going there to hear that nigga bitch and complain? But that's my daddy. That's my daddy. I'm going to go sit there and tolerate his ass for 28 hours. And then after that, I say, okay, old man, I'm leaving. Like, that's the thing about it. You are old man. ARC just died. I think at 52 years old, 54 or some years old. Now, he left a 3-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 30-year-old woman. Guess what's going to happen? Who do you think is going to have to take care of that woman when she gets older? Her son. Majority of the time, it's going to be her son. When it's time to cut grass, that's going to be her son. Sad to say, y'all can't say the argument that women shouldn't be dating, right, until the children move out the house. So guess what happened in most times in your military and our military? A lot of people know this shit right here, man. Oh, excuse me. Thank you about that. 54 years old. Nah, he was 59. So he was 59. His son was 3 years old, and his wife was half that age, if that. So again, when you do these kind of math algorithms, guess what? When you're looking at these older men and they got kids that are like toddlers, in the back of that mind, you might well understand that kids are going to be like, damn, my daddy's 40 years old already. Shit, I'm going to have to take care of this nigga by the time I get to college. Uh-oh. What happened to a lot of college kids? They drop out of school to go do what? Take care of their parents. A lot of people stop their dreams to go take care of their family. Y'all talk about other cultures taking their elderly into their home. That's a fact. They do that. That's why Indian countries look at us crazy. Like, wait a second. Y'all don't still let y'all parents live with y'all when they're old? Because if you needed your money to get up off the ground, you would be living with your parents.
Right. And I don't know if he know about like his wife's culture, but a lot of Africans, when they get married off, that man that married their daughter is taking care of the daughter's parents. They pay those families to
I got a lot to say to that, but I'll let you.
So it's like, you feel me? It's not just black men. It's a worldwide normalcy. You feel me? But past that, I feel like also, like me personally, I feel like my walk of life and your walk of life has definitely been different because you have been adopted. And when people are adopted, I don't know the circumstances that happen around you being adopted.
I refuse to be adopted. I was not adopted, but I was raised in a foster care system. There's a difference.
I'm confused. What does that mean?
Okay. From 3 to 17, I was in the system, but I did not want to be adopted. I refused to be adopted. I did not want to be. And during the time I came up in the foster care system, it was a lot worse. You could do whatever the fuck you wanted to do to black males. So I made sure that nobody wanted to adopt me. I made sure of that. And when I turned 17, I got out of the system. I didn't necessarily age. I aged out a year before because I got a scholarship to go to college the first time. And I didn't look back.
Right.
So basically,
I didn't get adopted, but there was a family that I'm still emotionally tied to that I still keep in contact with, but that was the only family.
Right. So my point to that being,
but passions of abuse. But go ahead. I got some other stuff, but go ahead.
Oh hell no! Hold on.
Hey, let me chime in real quick. No, seriously, because I wanted to speak right after.
Here's my point. So my point is that because you come from that walk of life, hold on, because you come from that walk of life of, oh, you feel me, you've been in a foster system, you haven't had that direct relationship with your mother or probably parents the same way I have. You feel me? I've literally since my mom was a baby taking care of a baby at 16. You feel me? So I've been the walk of life throughout my mom throughout her whole life, taking buses, all that shit. You feel what I'm saying? So like, you feel what I'm saying? Like
That's where you're wrong,
my
but go ahead.
relationship with my mother is probably way different from your relationship with your mom. But I also personally feel like,
That point is right.
how
You're
can
right. But
you?
your former point, you're wrong. You made a lot of leaps and assumptions, but go ahead.
I said, if you grew up in the foster care system, it's definitely not. I said it's not the same relationship. There's no way that you grow up in a foster care system and you can say that you have the same relationship with your mother the same way I do if I never went to the foster care system. So that's the only thing
No,
I was. I'm not saying that you don't know your mother. I'm saying it's
no,
not the
you
same
made no.
relationship.
I know my mother, but you made two different points. You made two different points. That's the reason why one I said no, you're wrong, and the other one I said yeah, you're right. You made two different points.
What was the other one?
I don't have the same. You made a former point that I disagree with, and the latter point that I did agree with. The latter
So what was
point
the other point? What was the point you disagree with?
that I didn't get the same. That I didn't get the same type of. I'm not gonna.
I said direct relationship.
No, that was your latter point. That wasn't your
No.
former point.
I said that was the first one. I said direct relationship. And then I said you probably don't have the same relationship that I do with my mother. So when I say direct relationship, meaning that I've known and seen my mom majority of my life, I've been around, had to deal with her majority of my life.
From what I heard, that was more your latter point. And that latter point, I'm not going to argue with because you're right. I don't have that same relationship with my biological mother. But
Okay.
as I said before you start talking, there was one family that was very, very instrumental into the man that you see today.
Okay.
Extremely instrumental, where there was a loving relationship. Now, it
Okay.
came later in my childhood and adolescent years, but it came. And even then, it was still more old school, right? So there was still a lot of expectations. And that was before I went off to college. That was before I spent 10 years in the Army and all of that. So, yeah, I don't have the same relationship with my mother, but with the one family that did treat me like a son, and to this very day that even then, they didn't adopt me because I didn't want to be adopted, but I still treat that family like mine. And I still to this day don't give them money. Don't think that they haven't asked, but I don't do it. I don't do that, but I still love them. I still keep in contact with them to this very day, more so than my own biological mother. I don't even call her. She couldn't call me when she was on fire. But that family, if they called me, I quit my job to go help them out.
I'm kind of confused by that statement.
But wait a minute. I know what that sounds like. But let me finish. Let me say something because I already know where he was going to go with that. But because we getting a little bit far from one point that I wanted to make that perfect you made when you was saying what you were saying, and this is where I was going with it. I think, like I said before, that's the reason why B.M.T. That's what I said. We gotta have these kind of conversations here because it's not stupid. It's real, genuine, actually people talking. But the point, because I would start with what I agree with what Perfect was saying. He's right to me when he's talking about you being and it's not just you. So I mean, I know you're highlighting your situation, but I literally you're almost like a mirror image of what my situation it was too. Growing up, my own, single mom. She raised me, and I went through all of her stuff, and we driving on buses, going to cities, getting jobs together. We, paying rent, getting kicked out of houses all across the city. Same stuff. This is what we went through. This is what we're going through because of stuff that happened before then. But the point is, what I'm saying is we're supposed to be responsible for our mother and father, technically. Okay. But that's a whole nother talk about. We do supposed to be responsible for the father too. But we don't feel the same way because we was with the mama and we was growing up with mama.
My foster mother, she doesn't call me every 5 minutes or every every week or whatnot asking me for
And
money.
that's
She
true,
doesn't
but
do that. She
that's
doesn't
not
do
the
that.
point that I was getting
But
at
that's
on
a
this
different
here. You're right.
situation when
You're
you
right.
take
You're
care of them.
right
I
on
don't
that.
take
I
care of
agree
them.
with you.
They don't call me
But
like,
perfect.
hey,
That's
can I
not
have
the
some
point that
money?
I was okay. And you're right because I'm not going to argue that point because I actually agree with you on that point. So the point that I'm touching on, that's why I said I want to start off with what I agree with you on because especially the sister, you know, like bro, I understand it's like that's your character, that's your because you're that oldest, I got the same character. I had to stop myself. It's like I'm looking out, I'm planning for them. I'm doing man stuff. That's we're solving problems. We're trying to get the things done. We're trying to get okay, this is how it gets done. But see, my thing is what I'm saying the part that I don't agree with that you're saying perfect is that we should not be doing this. And the reason why I said this, the reason why is because you do have authority, you're just not exercising your authority correctly. When you pay for something, you have authority. Okay. Now, just like you actually had a conversation with your sister. If you didn't pay for that, there is no conversation. You see, even if you give your mom something, you have if something is not going right, you have now authority to say, "Mom, yada yada." She has to consider it. Now, what I'm saying is nowadays the government usually has that authority because they pay the welfare, they pay, they have a job or whatever it is that they're solving. But what I'm saying historically, it's supposed to be us that have that authority. We should have that authority. And if you look into history, that's where the money always came from, was from the man. And when you pay, if you pay, you get to say, this needs to get done, that needs to get done. You need to get away from here, you need to get away from that. And what I'm saying is, perfect saying that you should. Now, I'm not saying that you should be supporting sister because she's not really, under your authority, historically, but that's your personality, that's for family, that's all good whatever floats your boat. But your sister, like you said, she's supposed to go out there and get her a man, and he's supposed to be doing that problem solving for her and all that kind of stuff. But as far as mom, mom, that's damn, that is just a natural. Because once you keep that family, you got that family together. Now when he's having children, that's his lineage. Like my mom, she makes sure she's around and teaching my kids the recipes, and my children get to talk to her about stuff that they don't want to talk to me. I trust my mom because I know how she thinks. She's gonna tell me. It's just way more better when you have that family. Even the little problems that they happen, this or that, like just like I'm paying for my mom to go on a boat trip, the Bahamas and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's all I'm saying. Perfect is I think that is better than not letting them fend for their own. Now you don't have no say in what they do, and then later on, you will need them. It's good to have your family around, and to build that kind of culture that is unique to your family. And then you be the authority and the male authority in that family. You get to tell the nephews and nieces advice. You see what I'm saying? Because you have the authority. That's Uncle Khan. That's Uncle Perfect. He did this for me. Go work with him. You know what I'm saying? Now you have authority to direct and guide your family into the future
Right,
instead of go to the welfare office and see what they say.
right.
Okay.
Hey, and
That's
I was
all I'm
gonna
saying.
hold on.
Hold
Let me add
on.
on to his point. Let me add on to his point. Let me add on to his point. So, like the example
'Cause
that he
I
just
have to
said.
add. I have to add to what he was saying. And the reason why, because what he was saying is so important, right? Because there is a dichotomy. There is a contrast between my birth mother and my foster mother. So my foster mother, my foster family, she was married to that man since she was a teenager, and even right to this day, even in her late 80s, he's still providing for her from a pension and everything else. He's still providing for her right to this day. But there have been times where I've had to help where the pension couldn't do it, right? And even then, when I was asked and I did provide, that was only what, once or twice in all these years, right? So, and even then, when I did render some aid, I was treated almost like my father, almost like my foster father, in which I was looked as the authority. What do you need? What is your stipulations? Blah 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 blah. I've given more money to my and aid to my biological mother and sister and family, and gotten absolutely no authority. And that is the contrast in what I'm talking about. I don't have to give my foster family member because they're still living off my foster father as they should. He worked hard for decades to make sure that his family would be taken care of when he's gone. My mother did not do that. Other people in my family did not do that. There are females did not do that. Matter of fact, they rejected that type of dynamic. They did not want it. And then in their latter years, they look for the males in their family. Why? Because they're the ones who are more likely to be to have the energy to be to give them the aid that they want. And see, that's my problem. So, and that's exactly what I'm talking about when I say that, yeah, you should not be taking care of your sister, your aunts and uncle. You shouldn't be doing that. Because if they have not taken the steps when they were your age, or even before you were born, to make sure that that they have the right man, that they have children by the right man who is going to take care of them in their stead, then no, then you shouldn't be 30 years old taking care of your mother and your sister. I'm sorry, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. And if you are, and if you're doing it, and they're not giving you the due deference as a man that you're supposed, if they're not treating you like your father, then they don't deserve the money and the help that you're giving them in the first place. That's the point that I'm making. So we can talk because we know that Black American women, as strong and independent as they are, they're not going to be led by nobody. Oh, they'll take your money and all that, but they're not going to be led by nobody. And if you're not demanding some type of accountability to the money that you're giving, you're just an open bank.
Okay, so to chime in on what he said, you are leaving out so much context to a circumstance that it's just like, it's scary, bro, because the same way you just said that about black women, like, oh, black women, to me, like I said, the way you speak about black women or the relationship you have with your mom, world, all that, I don't know how that translates into your marriage. But to me personally, I've always been told that you can tell how a man loves a woman by the way he treats his mother. So I don't know how that dynamic works. You feel what I'm saying? But what I can say as far as like my personal background when it comes to my mom, all that shit, you cannot say that the totality of failed relationships throughout a woman's livelihood was based off of her and who she chose, and you have no idea how that circumstance happened. You feel my mom, the same way you're saying I don't owe my mom to give her money and shit like that in my 30s. She didn't have to owe to give me life. My mom literally had the option to go to get an abortion with me, and she chose not to because my father begged her not to, and then my father didn't step up the way he should have. You feel what I'm saying? So you said they should be giving me the same respect that my father. They don't even the majority of the women that we are describing don't even know what that looks like. Now my mother, however, does respect me as a man and as a provider. She's right out told me I have always prayed for a good man from God. And I never got that through my relationship, son, but I always got that from you. And that's something I've always prided myself on, because regardless of, okay, yeah, I may not, you feel me? It may be hard for me sometimes to have done for her when I wasn't able to do for me like that. But my mom has also, again, raising me at 16 years old by herself, Majority by herself. She didn't have the finances or whatever to take care of me either, and she did so. And when I got out, fresh out the military, shit like that, yeah, I was cool for a second. Then I was down on my dick for a little second. My mom helped me out. It's a give and take relationship. You feel me? So it's not painting this woman out to be or other women out to be as if they're just not shit because of the relationships that they have and oh they didn't keep a man or the marriage or whatever like that. There's a lot of ain't shit men out here. You got to remember that people who molest people, people who rape people, people who are abusive, and I can tell you, so a lot of those categories are men that my mother has accidentally, not intentionally, have dated. So for those men to be outside of my mother's life is a good thing. Not oh well that's your fault, mom. That's your problem, and turn my back on you. Let me only focus on me. What kind of man can benefit to our fucking tribe to the black community if we only worried about self? Even if we're just worried about our own family, how does that affect the rest of the community? If we supposed to be men of the community, how can we say fuck you to the people that took care of us and the people we supposed to care about the most?
Well, okay, and please forgive me if you hear my son. I had to go get my son.
No,
No,
you
you
good.
good.
You good.
So he had to go get Junior. Look, I am not a selfish person when it comes to the community. Boy.
I'm sorry, that was funny, bro.
No,
It
that's
was like
good.
your son was like, okay.
He knows I spend a lot of time away from this house
He was like,
when it comes to the community. Yeah, but look, you're always supposed to be a pillar to your community. That's true, but you should not be a detriment to yourself when it comes to your own family. Because the higher you go up, the more success. And I'm seeing this myself now, especially when I get to the levels where I'm at. The more successful you are, the people who are going to hold you down most of all the people that are closest to you, your family. And I'm not talking about your wife and children. I'm talking about your sister, brother, your siblings, and all of them. Those will be the ones that you really need to do your best to keep a little bit of healthy distance. Because if you don't, there you go. Because if you don't, you'll find yourself ruined. And what do I mean by that? Because you are taking care of them because they have a sense of entitlement to your success that they didn't earn. Bottom line. And I'm sorry, and I can't come off this. It is not your responsibility to take care of people, especially women who should be having men to take care of them. It is not your problem that somebody else cannot find a good man. Look, I understand they got molesters out there, got all these bad men. Then why are they laying down and having children with them? Why are you going around giving your time with them? Why are you going around giving your body to them? Why is it that you complain that all these men are bad and all that? Why is it that you can only find these type of men? Now, I know that sounds simplistic, but Jesus Christ, if these are the type of men that you're dealing with, these are the type of men that you can only come around and be around, then what is the common denominator? I'm sorry. And I say that facetiously. Look, I had to take a long look in the mirror of myself because going through the issues that I went through with my ex-wife, I went through some shit. I went through some bad shit, some real bad shit to the point to where I had to kind of step back on my own child. But I had to take a long look in the mirror because I said, I still laid down with that woman. Bad as she is, as much as she used the system against her, all the good stuff. I laid down with, married her, and had a child by her. So that's something I have to eat. And to the extent that I make any blame, I blame to the extent to where she has used my child against me. Outside of that, you will never hear me call her out of her name. Because that was a woman that I chose to marry and then have a child by. But I corrected that wrong by not choosing a goddamn another one. Or another one. And another one. And another one. If you are a woman in this day and age, hell, even in the baby boomer days, you're a woman in that day and age, you cannot get a man who will marry you. You get to be in your 30s and 40s, and you got several baby daddies and children. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You lose the right to say that it's another man's fault because you have laid down and you've had multiple children by multiple men, and you are at an age to where no man worth half his salt wants to marry. And you cannot blame a man for not doing that. And you have no right to ball and chain your son to take care of you because of your bad decisions.
BMT.
So this is why I say the new era of men and women coming in don't give a shit about marriage. It's a concept of preach that shit to the choir, not to the mass, because the mass is like, no, women
Who made
need
it that way, BMT? Who made it that way?
men and women.
Because from what I see, the young men that I talk to, they want marriage, they want family.
No, they don't.
A lot of women, a lot of girls that I talk to, they don't want it.
What? Most men don't want no fucking marriage. I can tell you right now, if that's like if I could go to a dealership,
then I must be talking to young men who are on the moon.
I can tell you right now, if I could go to the dealership and drive a car off the lot without paying every damn time, I don't want to change car every damn day. I'm gonna do that. If y'all could tell me I can go walk into the National Reserve and take money out and nobody check me, I'm gonna do it. The same way as the same way as a billionaire, the same way as a billionaire, if they can cheat the system, they're gonna cheat the system. If motherfuckers know, if people know, we're now in the era. We gotta be realistic of the time we're in now. We have laws, we have rules now, where you don't have to operate. Marriage was only a legal conscript paper to keep track of that of procreation and taxes. That's all it was. They didn't give a goddamn fuck about you Negroes getting married until they needed y'all to vote. Wait, how many kids did a Negro got in their household? Well, shit, 3/4 and a quarter of a man. So goddamn, how many households is that for one goddamn vote? So after the power only came into the numbers. That's why the Latins, hell, right now, we don't even know how many people the Browns got. Y'all think the Browns put all their family members on the goddamn paper? Fuck no. But that household be looking 12 deep. Now hold on. Now I'm showing you. Y'all want to say, and I get it. Y'all want to say marriage means a lot, but not anymore like that. I'm sorry, that shit.
No, allow me to make this correction when I say this, because again, a lot of the young men and boys that I speak, they really would like to be married and have family.
How old are they?
Oh man, these are ages from 12 to goddamn 30. But let me get it out, BMT. Let me get it out, BMT. Can I get it out? Look, they will want to be married, but they are at the same time they're avoiding it because they also see what's going on. I can understand why they're avoiding it. They're avoiding it. They're avoiding it not because they don't want family and all that, but they're avoiding it because of the consequences that are laid out because of it, or in relations to it, that is really not in their favor. So I can understand that. I can understand that. Now, when I talk to these guys, they would like family, they would like it, but they're avoiding it. And I can understand.
Then they're not men. Just like you said, 50-50.
So they're not men because they don't want to be married.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna say they're not men then. Because guess what?
They're not men because
Let me tell you why.
They're avoiding the pitfalls of what
of running from responsibility.
The legal obligations of marriage can bring them.
Then I don't.
It is not. And the lead attorney has done good work on this.
Lead attorney.
That's how much it's a bad deal. It is a bad deal.
Okay, so let me grab. I'm gonna show you why. And this is why I say the conscripts of social media have done shown, and every time we have, first of all, this is why I say everybody say they want to be the leader, but everybody don't want the accountability card. Nobody actually wants to step up. Did I not say that way before down the line? I said that shit. Everybody wants the patriarchy title, but then all of a sudden, when it's time for the bills to hit, when it's time for the responsibility, baby crying, the woman need a new bra and shit, bills starting to pile up. Oh, fuck this. I'm out. So
you're saying that most men, when they get married, when the bills pile up, they just run. Is that
a lot of niggas been doing that?
Then that's where you and I will disagree right there, BMT. That is not the truth. That is not the truth.
That is the truth.
Then why do men like myself, BMT? Why do men like myself says that I would not marry an American woman? Why? I want marriage, but I'm not going to have with an American woman. Because I'm not a man? Because I'm not manly? Is that what you're saying?
A woman is a woman, regardless of wherever you
go. Bullshit, and you know that's bullshit.
That's facts.
Bullshit, and you know this
wherever you go.
BMT, you know this bullshit. You and I both spend time in the military, and we both spend time overseas. You know good and goddamn well that the American woman is far and away different from any woman in the world. That's a reason why I refuse.
You want to know why? You want to know? Let me tell you this.
I refuse to date this.
Explain this. So here's the thing about it. Here's the factual thing of life. If you want to ask those women in those countries to give them a fair shot to come over here and get the same legal access, same education, same benefits and healthcare.
He got you. He got you there, perfect. He got you. He do have you. He got you. He got you.
My wife was killed here. She was conditioned to be a wife before she came here.
Let me show you how savage the thing was. You have Vietcong women that are documented down that have ran to the goddamn fucking chopper with a pig and a baby and say we can only take one. The women will put down their fucking kids and get on there with their livestock. You know what they'll say? I can always have another baby.
Are you serious? Are you seriously using Vietnam example for 2023?
We're gonna be
y'all don't better than that, man.
Explain this.
BMT. Come on, man.
I am, but see, here's the thing about it. When that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. When it's time for to pull out the sheet and actually look what's on the goddamn comforter, y'all don't like hearing that. That literally a lot of these women.
We don't like hearing being lied. That is a lie, BMT.
That's not no lie.
That is a lie. That is not the truth.
That is the truth.
Not the truth. Because there are a lot of men like myself who have taken on all the responsibility, every bit of the responsibility. We don't mind doing that. But you know what we don't want? We don't want influence in our home. That's what we don't want. We don't want strong and independent in our fucking home. We don't want to deal with it. If that means we're not men, then so fucking be it. That's why these women are alone. And they should be.
Hear what you just said. Because mind you, you have a lot of women now that are on social media that literally would agree with you. That say, yeah, I want the man to pay all the 100 fucking bills, and all I do is sit on my ass. So then I know plenty of fucking millions of women that
I'm not gonna let you get away with that.
Now you don't like that.
No. My wife just doesn't sit on her ass.
Would she cook clean?
She works just as hard as I do. It's just different.
Well, why she got
okay? Let me hear that. Let's hear that.
Wait. Every time I talk on my own shit, y'all niggas want to talk. When I talk, y'all niggas want to talk. But I sit quietly and listen to y'all. Now, I don't like playing the patriarchy card now, but I'll play it. Now, I can be respectful and let everybody talk this shit in my living room. I don't mind being quiet. Now, the thing about it, I'm sorry y'all don't like hearing that, but I'll go pull some goddamn unnaturally American women. Y'all know I'll do that. And I can promise you right now, I see them motherfucking goddamn brown women running around, weed whacking and shit, and cutting grass and doing all that shit. And at the end of the afternoon, they right there at the community college. Hold the fuck up. I thought they were going home to goddamn make enchiladas and shit. No, them niggas right there at the college learning how to get fucking regular jobs. They don't want to do that shit forever. Why y'all think y'all seen the Browns are starting to rise up in what? Political agency? The medical field? You see the Indians are now getting this stuff. Oh, why aren't they staying at home? You see more of their women and men getting into fields where our people should be at. They're not taking the submissive route. They're taking the dominating route. Y'all gotta understand, man. Listen, we as black folks wanted a better lifestyle for our women, men, and children. Stop the cap. We don't want to fucking do the goddamn Aunt Mama shit. We don't want to goddamn be doing the back-breaking labor shit. That shit's for the fucking birds. Y'all ain't gonna tell me y'all want to start building cabins and shit, whittling and all that goddamn grand. No, nigga, we want AC and a nice lifestyle. I'm not doing that. I'm not going back. Like, I get it. Y'all say that. Understand. A woman is gonna respect you if a woman gonna respect you. If a man gonna respect you, he's gonna respect you. It's individual basis. But trying to say that it's a listen, you chose that field to die on. I chose some ain't shit bitches. I own that shit. Did y'all not hear me say that? I chose them. And I have to understand that was my choice. At the end of the day, this is a man's world. You choose the network market of what you want to deal with. Now, if you want to deal with that type of woman, that's you. You chose a younger woman. That was your choice. I respect that. I said nothing. Now, the brother, he chose his path that he had a girlfriend. They didn't work out. But guess what? That didn't stop him from taking care of his family. And that's an honorable thing. See, this is what I'm saying. When it comes to black men actually start explaining their path of what it means to be a good man in their hindsight, one says, nah, you got a family. Leave your parents alone. While another hindsight, let you say that in front of a Latin person. Let you say that in front of an Indian person. No. If I go call my Portuguese friends, let their mama call right now. My mom still be calling me at goddamn 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for prayer. Mommy, it's 4 o'clock. I know, baby, but my mind was running on you right now. You don't have to, you can go to sleep. Just leave the phone on speaker and let me just pray for you. That's how my mom works. That's just how she is. I can't speak for y'all relationship, how women in y'all lives are. But that's just how my mom is. My dad is the type of man, if he sees a woman, y'all can call him a simp or a sucker, but if a woman says, oh man, my car ain't working, this nigga can be in nice clothes. He will go look under that damn car. He don't give a fuck. They just built differently. I get it. You got some men now saying that they're the fucking prize. And when I was coming, I didn't hear niggas saying that crazy shit. Pimps were saying that shit. Now you got niggas running around saying that they're the prize, but then they say, I want women to submit, but then they say, I want the woman to pay the bills, and if we go out to eat, you need to pay 50-50. Hold up now. Which one is it now? You want to be the man or you're not? We got to start picking and choosing, man. This is why I said this shit starts getting convoluted and subjective. If I'm fucking with you and we friends, 50-50 until we start getting to that lane. When we start getting there, 70-30, and we can flip-flop. Some men like to cook. I'm finding out we got some young brothers now, they like to cook. And some women, they can't cook worth the fuck. And you got it with some people, they go with the finances, while the other brother, damn, I don't know shit about goddamn taxes. Put that shit in front of that woman paper. I got this, baby. I'm going to HR and block with our tax money. I can promise you, you're going to see more women running there with the men's goddamn tax statements, getting their taxes done. And I know that shit's a fucking fact. I got tax people in my fucking ranks. But the thing about it is this, and I hear what y'all saying. None of y'all are wrong, but y'all are hitting from two different perspectives. As a man, if you're taking care of your family, take care of that's your priority. You feed your wife and your children first. But also, sometimes I know some men, they got to check their fucking woman and say, hey, that's my mama. She can't override you, but that is my mama. You're going to give her that respect. In the same way, some women, like, they won't even deal with a man who has a mama. But then they'll actually let something happen to their sister or their mama. Hey, my mama needs help. Wait, what?
Right.
This is real like shit.
Yeah.
So y'all gotta understand, man. Do y'all get mad when these women be running to the white supremacy goddamn family court system? But would it be? But would y'all? Okay, let's say that. If I did this show, if I could turn off the family court tomorrow and say, okay, black men, now that the family court system is turned off, you have to cover the deficit of every fucking thing, the medical, the goddamn financial, the housing, all that said shit. I'll turn it off. I can promise you, the majority of black men will say, turn that bitch back on. They will tell you, turn that shit back on. Fuck this shit. You know why? But a lot of them I'm telling you right now. I bet you would ask men, "Hey, do you want to get rid of goddamn?" Most men who know that they having a baby will take their woman to go get an abortion. I bet you that. That's a real fact. But I'm a security guard, and I know plenty of women that they will tell you that their niggas be getting them Plan Bs and all that shit. Niggas got shook when they found out women couldn't get abortion like that. Niggas like, oh shit. Now she those were men with fucking money that was scared.
Right.
Those are men with money. Niggas that don't got no money, they just dip. Niggas that got money, hey, you can't keep that baby. I don't want that shit. Even Kanye West said that shit out loud. And I know how we feel about that nigga, but that wasn't the only story. A lot of black men had told their women, I don't want that fucking kid. If you have that kid, I'm out.
I just want to chime in real quick on the fact of like what he said about, okay, how you feel about American women. But, you know, I know a lot of African women. I went to, I used to go to a Liberian church where, you know, I'm sure y'all should know where that is. It's in Africa. You feel me? That tribe of people. And I was learning to be a pastor there. And there was a lot of African women. Now, I was told straight up that, well, you know, I ain't gonna get into the conversations I have with the men, but the certain women was like, I don't date African American dudes because y'all don't have a sense of pride, y'all don't provide, y'all broke, y'all angry, y'all this, y'all that. Now you, Perfect, being that example, you're saying, I know plenty of men like me, and we deserve better, and we should go out and get the women from these countries. But it's women from those countries that don't think that we ain't shit. You feel me? So I just don't think that. I think that same mentality that you throwing at. I'm saying, hold on, let me finish my point. That same mentality that you throwing at the majority of women that live out there is the same thing that could be thrown at us. And then on top of that, a lot of women in those other countries that matter be black or not black, non-black, they're built on hypergamy. Like they see you as a dollar sign. They don't value you as a fucking person. Like if you can provide and you do this and that, that's all I really give a fuck about. And that's why I'm submissive, because we have more of a partnership than we do an actual fucking relationship where I actually care about you for your well-being and all that other shit. You feel what I'm saying? So I feel like those values, depending on what your value is, those systems work. And I also want to just point out when it comes to the mother and son dynamic, I saw this post a long time ago where it was like basically, I forget how it goes. Like basically, my woman, when I date her, is interested what's best for her. Like she's looking, or no, when I date a woman, she's looking for me to provide for her. My mom is always going to look out what's best for me, for her to provide for me, or look out for my best interest. You feel what I'm saying? Like your mother cares about you because that's your mother. Feel me? She's not necessarily surrounding her life about what my son can do for me. You feel me? But her being your mother and you being her son, y'all owe a responsibility to each other. You get what I'm saying? Like there's just a respect and a love there. I feel like when it comes to the dating world, your woman may not carry that same respect and love that your mother's gonna have when you on your fucking deathbed and the people asking you, hey, should we keep him on life support and y'all pay these bills, or should we cut it off? And the woman that's built on hypergamy gonna be like, cut that bitch off. Let me collect this fucking insurance. Versus your mom is like, yo, keep that shit on as long as you can, because my baby gonna make it. You feel me? So I feel like it all depends on your values and it depends on who your mother is.
Okay. Can I respond?
Go ahead. You got it, bro. You got it perfect.
Okay. All right. It was a lot. Now I have to, with the Liberia.
Hold on. I'm gonna ask one quick question to Perfect while you respond. Answer this question was in the chat. Do you want a woman basically to be your slave? That was the question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In the chat. Hold on. I don't read the chat. I don't read the chat. And
no, that's why I said it was interesting. I just wanted you to include it.
I'm not going to answer such an immature and asinine question. I'm not even going to stoop
to
answer that question. I'm not. I don't know who asked. I don't know who asked it. I don't. I'm not even going to put myself to that level because it's not even worth it. Okay. Right. So because my wife. No, I'm not even going to go there. Now, I was wanting to ask Khan, had he ever been to Liberia? Because I've met a lot of people from Liberia. I've met a lot of people from different parts of the continent, and I can say this with certainty that the mass majority of the people who come from the continent who actually come over here, they already come over here with negative opinions towards Black Americans, and I say that with experience when it comes to my current wife, who actually tested, we actually experienced this ourselves. We've seen this. Because I'm not going to get into what her job was because I didn't meet her in South Africa. I met her over here, right? But she came over here to work, and we would routinely see how she was encouraged to not hang around or deal with Black Americans at all, period. Okay. So I do know, and even taking that example aside, the mass majority of the people that come from the continent, they come to the United States, they already come here with a negative opinion of Black Americans, because it was something that my current wife had to be re-educated on herself, and she's seen it herself. She's seen it herself. So now, forgetting all of that, it was some things that the B.M.T said that in relation to right now. It was some things that you said that that when it comes to relationships and marriages and all that. Look, it would be one thing if Black American women were trained to be wives. The problem is that they're not. Okay, they're not trained to be wives, and I do believe BMT said something about the age thing, and that's fine. I understand. I don't think that you would mean anything personal to it, but this is something that I've had, panel battles.
What about the age? What about the age, bro? What happened with the age?
No, you briefly, you didn't really go into detail on it, so that's the reason why I didn't get all hot and bothered about it. But it was something that you did say, and it's something I felt a need to say something about, because this is something that's a really, it's a sore spot, even within my own family. It is a major sore spot, because I didn't marry someone what they would consider to be age appropriate, and the reason being because I wanted children. I still wanted children. At the time, I only had one child. When I met my wife, I was 45. Well, 44. I hadn't yet turned 45. And even at that time, and it's a shame, even at that time, I had yet to find a woman who can outcook and outclean me. And I was 44, about to turn 45. I lived 44, almost 45 years in my life. I had not met a woman who can outcook or outclean me until my current wife. Now, that is a testament. I know that's anecdotal, but that is a testament in terms in what Black men in America have to deal with. If you want a traditional wife, so where she's going to be a wife and take care of the children and all of that, you're likely not going to find that. And in a lot of ways, and I've listened to a lot of these panels, they're actually shaming men like myself who forget about the age gap dating, who want submissive, traditional women, who want to be housewives, who were raised. They're shaming men on that. Hence the question: do I want a slave? That's the reason why I'm coming back to all of that. That's the reason why I didn't want to answer that, because to me it's immature. Because the United States is one of the only nations in the world where this is a problem, whereas age gap dating and that type of thing. It's one of the few places in the world where it's like that. Right? So, at least when because long before I met my wife, I've traveled and I've seen this myself. America is one of the few places in the world where this is a hang-up. Where if you want a traditional woman, and if you reached a certain age, they feel that it's too late. You waited too long. No, hell no. If I still got something to offer and I want a family, yes, I want to have a family. And why should I? You tell me Where can a 44-year-old woman give me two children naturally with no epidurals? They're not going to do that. They'll mess around and turn to dust trying to have a child. So that's the reason why I bring that around. And when you say, do you want a slave? I don't think no man in my position ever want. I don't want a slave. What do?
It's a mixed bag, bro. Like it's a
No,
mixed
it's
bag.
not a mixed bag.
That's
That's the problem.
I'm not saying you.
Hold on. When you say it's a mixed bag, you give that slave narrative credence.
But it is credence. But here, hold on, wait.
Okay, BMT, tell me. So you think I'm wanting a slave?
Did I say you? Did I say you?
See, that's not personal. That's why I said perfect. That's why I said perfect.
Hold on. Okay, can I correct that? Would you say men like myself want slaves?
Well, people say that. There's some people who think that. I don't believe that. No, I don't believe you want a slave. I don't believe that. And so, yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing about it. Nobody said you yourself want a slave. But then we do have some people. Let me change it from slave to some people want a CNA worker. Some people just want a goddamn body that actually just laughs at them and tolerates them. I could show you a cringy video. I haven't done yet where the guy's like, hey guys, look at my Cambodian wife that I found. And I'm like, oh God, this is cringy. Now, mind you, he said, say your name, baby. And you know, you see, here's the thing about it. People who actually are in some type of, who are in tangible relationship with men and women in their everyday lives, we read body language, right?
I really wish my wife.
So what happens is whenever these guys hold cameras and they want to talk with their foreign goddamn people and say, hey guys, look what I found. And you can start reading the body language that motherfucker is not there for the long haul. They're there, like, and you and I both know, and so does Khan, that a lot of dudes went over there to certain places to go get their mail order brides to bring them back, but the goddamn they know anybody else.
That's not all the men, BMT, and
I
think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to talk about those men who generally want to have a wife, a traditional wife. I think that has been the narrative over the last couple of months. Has been the narrative about the quote unquote passport bro. That's what they're trying to do.
I didn't even say passport bros. I didn't say
that you did. I didn't say that you did, and I'm not saying that you did, but I bring it up as an example because that's the narrative of guys that want to go overseas and they want to find them a traditional wife. That slave thing comes out. That slave word comes out. Not what you said, BMT. They use the word slave.
He wants another mother. A number of black folks work together. We don't have our own corporations. Quite a few dudes want unrealistic relationships in 2023.
Okay, so he says unrealistic relationships. What is an unrealistic relationship? A traditional relationship whereas a stay-at-home wife who raised the kids and take care of the home. Is that unrealistic?
Can I chime in?
Is that what he mean about unrealistic?
You got it.
Can I chime in? I think it's hypocritical, bro. That when I told you what I did,
is that what he's meaning about unrealistic?
I'm about to chime in. Let me chime in. I think it's hypocritical that when you heard about what I did for my mom, you automatically in your mind put her in this category of black women in America, versus you're put into this category of men who go out for these certain relationships. And you don't like the category that you put in because you don't feel like the bill fits. I feel like you can't apply. Hold on, listen. You can't apply a generalization and then have problems with generalizations. I feel as though if you talk about women the way you just did, as far as like, oh well, I'm 40-something years old. Was supposed to get another 40-something-year-old woman, and then if she was to have more kids, she'd probably break into dust. Like, you talk about women as if they're just cattle, bro. It don't sound like you're talking about a person. You're talking like a machine, a car. I can't find a woman that can out-cook and out-clean me. Like, she's a running machine. Like, she's not performing. So therefore, I need me a younger or newer model of a woman.
That is a fact. That's a fact.
I'm
So
just
I'm not
So if
supposed to.
you talk about
I'm
women
not
like
supposed to speak
cattle,
about that
how is it
experience.
that you don't think that people put the narrative of slavery in there? You just said that's a fact, but then when people relate cattle to slavery, it's a substitute word. It's like you have a problem with it.
Yeah, I do have a problem with it because you are equating, not you personally, but you are equating a stay-at-home wife, submissive woman who is agreeable with you and, and your program to slave. That's what you're doing.
I think one of the things about it, like I've never at no time ever, and Mike, you can correct me. I've never judged anybody's rearing of their household. I never.
I
That's
don't
not
think that you have B&T. I
right, right,
don't.
right, right. Okay, so
I
understand
don't
that.
think that you have.
Understand that. I don't have no place to judge y'all household. Okay, that's not from. I don't know how y'all run your household, and I'm not going to do that. I am happy that we have conducive, good men here. That from what I see,
But would you agree that we're speaking to the audience?
we are speaking to the audience.
We're
We
speaking
are.
to. That's the reason why I'm trying not to make it.
I
I may
I
use
I,
personal experience, but I'm still speaking to
sometimes
the audience. I'm not. I'm
it,
not
it
saying attaching that to you.
okay, and this that's why you see there's no type of emotion I have in this. Just like if a question is asked, I'm just answering it. Just like we're taught how to do that. Remove that of ourselves from that of that. If they say black men ain't shit, I'm like, okay, all right, cool. There are some ain't shit black men.
Okay, but BMT,
That's not
do you see Super Mike's question to me, and it could be to only me in the back chat. Do you see that?
okay. Hang on.
Right? And the reason why I don't like to answer that directly. I like to answer it to talk to the audience
Mhm.
because that is a very common question, and I know where he's going with that.
Well,
That is very common
And hold on,
hold
before
on.
you let me
Let me
finish.
finish.
Let me say something real quick. It's just gonna be real quick. It's not gonna stop you. I'm just saying. That I got that question from the audience. I don't believe that. Just so you know. Okay, keep going.
I
Well, like I
think
said, I don't
one
really
of the
read. I don't. Okay, go ahead.
no, okay, so I don't think, and I believe from just hearing your family, okay, from what I've heard of your family, there is any maliciousness in there. Okay, I don't think anybody heard when you heard your child, and then you didn't hear us making a stain or anything like that. Okay, you're around love. Okay, I think one of the things about it, and but when I say some people could want something so bad that their judgment becomes clouded. The same way as a woman could want the love of a man so badly, she turns a blind eye to that of the reason of her own children. The same way as a man, he could want a woman so badly, even though he knows that woman ain't good for her, he will still tolerate abuse to be in that presence of the woman. Some men so badly have a certain type of issues that they haven't mocked up and cleaned with that of their own tribe, but they will go to other tribes and say, well, I still want that certain position of authority in my tribe, but I'm not building amongst my tribe. I went outward to go seek that. And I get it. Like I'm telling you, like it's like somebody said it to me like this. If Martin Luther King would have came up on goddamn the pulpit with Maria, you think any of them black folks would have listened to Dr. King? You think that any of them people would listen? Like imagery and position of opponent matters. Nowadays, black people, we take whatever we can get because we just want to survive. Again, this is why some women they have when they like when we was on the panel earlier, Black before you came, we understood in a sense some of the stuff where Gene and when she was coming at Khan, but he answered it. And when even when the men were quiet, and she like, oh, so y'all are scared? No, it's not scared. We give respect. We're not shook by that or what it said. Like I get you. You wanted a family. You told me that. You told me. Come on, bro. We talked on the phone. You told me. BMT. I'm not like these fools. These fools just want to fuck hoes, and they just want to be out there for themselves. I want a family. Where did I laugh? I respect you as an honorable man. I was right there on the panels banging it out with you against other dudes trying to make sure that, hey, fuck y'all, dude. We want families. So, but I also understand now we're in that of the new Act AC 2023. Men and women are openly voicing fuck marriage. I don't need that shit. I can get the same access you got and not have to walk to that courthouse. Now, you got some people saying that they still want to do it, but it don't last as long. And then you got more naysay where now it is to that point where it is true because all you need is the documents. It's that of when people start getting that of, I got a man, but your man don't claim you, Derek Jackson. Versus a motherfucker who, hey, we've been together for goddamn 9 years and we ain't married, but hey, we making it work. Is that your kid? Nah, she had a kid before me. But shit, it don't matter, G. We all still good. But they good. Derek Jackson and them, they out there. See what I'm saying? Like, now you got it where people are now just trying to be functional. Like, COVID fucked up a lot of us, bro. You spoke about that, bro. Like, right now, that's what I'm saying. Like, this communal shit now is getting harder to actually build because niggas are saying, I'm a good man, but their intentions are very, very skewed. You spoke on that. Versus those are women say, oh, I'm a good woman. But that's a fucking evil, malicious woman. Like, that's the thing. That's what I said. That's why I'm going to have to do your solder mic on that one and talk about that, about the good men. But I think the definition has definitely been changed now because, you know, like I said, I'm never going to say you men are not good men. But it's only until when we start hearing how daddy runs his house, to some people, y'all going to think this is really fucked up. Some people think Ike Turner was the worst motherfucker on the face of the earth.
People don't know Ike Turner, and they don't know Tina Turner.
Oh, see,
People don't know nothing about what they're saying. Because Ike Turner was he was deep in the community. He was beloved in the community. Ask Judge Joe Brown. You mentioned Derek Jackson,
but he's a good man. Derek Jackson, a good man.
Derek Jackson is one of the worst. He's a pariah. Derek Jackson is one of the worst examples. Actually, the best examples is what's going wrong within the Black community in terms of relationships, because he tells women what they want to hear, and he get paid to do it. Now, I don't really have a problem with him getting paid, going to get paid, but the women that listen to him are not being helped, and he knows it. He knows it. So B.M.T, I wouldn't even bring up Derek Jackson at all because he is one of the worst examples. He can't even be put within the same breath of conversation when it comes to quote unquote good men, no matter what the subjectivity is. Because he has shown himself to be utterly, number one, he's too young. First and foremost, he's too young to be giving so much advice to so many women who would never have any type of chance at him or whatsoever, and he knows it.
But
he's made an entire career of lying to women and telling them what they want to hear, much like Steve Harvey and the rest.
So wait. But if that's the case, you would have to shoot the same arrows at Just Pearl and other women that are teaching men.
Anything at Just Pearl? Why do I shoot? I'm not. You're making me defend something that I don't think that I have any reason to defend. I don't got anything to do with Just Pearly things.
No. Hold on. Wait. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not bringing up Just Pearly things.
No, hold on. But I'm saying this. I'm not saying you are. I am. Just Pearly is teaching Black men how to be men and how women are a danger and a threat. A white woman that never had a family or ever been in a relationship with a Black man, but is on record to have caused a Black man to lose his job and me to him, is teaching Black men that Black women and other women are a danger and a threat.
Okay, and let me say something once.
No. Wait a minute. He brought her up. And by extension,
you don't have to defend her.
And by extension, you bringing her up, you're basically telling me to defend her.
No, I didn't. Where y'all hear me?
You brought up Derek Jackson, so that's the reason why I missed.
No. Listen, let me say something. Perfect. Let me say something to that.
Okay, why
Now
do I
the thing is,
defend? Why do I defend Miss Pearly things? I don't mention
you
her. I've
don't
never mentioned her. So
you
why
don't
am I?
have to.
It's over.
Yeah, perfect. I don't know why you take that like you are supposed to defend that. I think he just was bringing up the
I'm not
similarity.
defending
Am I
or
saying
not
anything?
defending it. Why?
Yeah, that's why I said I don't know why
Why is
you
Miss
even
Pearly being brought up into this? I'm
no,
only
because he
mentioning the
was telling
individuals.
you. I,
Wait a minute.
let me
Hold on, man.
No,
go
I'm
ahead.
only mentioning the individuals that BMT brought up. He brought up Derek Jackson. He brought him up. I didn't. He brought up Derek Jackson. And I said, well, so you
Right.
bring him up. He's not really a good
I'm
example because
saying
he's doing the line of women.
Okay.
Their
Now,
chances
not
of finding
perfect. Let
good
me.
men is not his path or
Okay.
not his advice.
I'm not saying
It's not. I'm sorry, it's not. Now, I didn't bring up Miss
Okay.
Pearly.
Not perfect. Not perfect. I think this is why BMT he just showed that the similarity that the criticism that you showed to Derek Jackson, which I agree with. He's just telling women what they want to hear. He's just say, I think BMT is just saying that that girl is just telling some dudes what they want to hear. That's all. Not
that's
that you
all
had
Well,
to
I'm
defend
well,
that.
the
laying
thing
out.
is, I've heard Miss Pearly things, but I don't really listen to her like that. I don't have nothing
Okay.
against
Well,
her, but I don't have a lot of. I don't listen to her like that. I just don't.
right.
I haven't sat back and heard hours and hours of her podcast or videos, and I haven't. So I'm not going to try.
Right.
That's the reason why I use the word defend. I'm not going to try to defend something that I haven't really spent a lot of time listening to. I'm just not.
Right. So I think he just was just making the point in
That's
general.
all.
That's why sometimes we and that's like that's okay with conversation. That's the reason why I said it ain't about no gotcha moments on trying to grill people.
Right.
It's just about actually understanding like what's up. Like BNT said, just if it's a question, just answer the question.
Okay, I
That's
can
it.
tell
It's
what I
not
heard about
about
Miss Pearly things. I heard
right.
that she's taken some that she's paid for some sessions with Kevin Samuels, and I've heard that
Mm,
some people say that she's stolen a lot of his points, his talking points. Okay, they say a lot of people stole his talking points. Uh, and I've listened to I think maybe what 2 or 3 of some short videos, maybe about 10 minutes a piece. I don't think I've listened to her long enough to even formulate an opinion to say, well, she's just regurgitating some things, so the red pill or black magic. I haven't listened to her long enough to even to make that formulation. Hence the reason I really don't even bring her up.
Well,
I've
yeah,
listened to Dirk
I haven't
Jackson.
listed none
I've
of it.
listened to Dirk
Yeah,
Jackson,
okay.
I
and I
haven't
can tell
listened
you,
to him too long
right
either.
now, he's doing
Here's
nothing
the
to
thing about it.
stand up.
I've never sat down and listened to Derek Jackson. I never sat down and
Not a
listened.
whole thing.
Oh, I
I,
have. I've
like
listened to a lot of it.
but
I
I'm
have. Yeah,
saying
I have.
this the same way as women listen to Derek Jackson, even though that he's been caught in a lot of fuck shit. You have black men that listen to just Pearly. Even though this woman has no resume, I have a better chance of Khan sitting down and telling me how to maneuver as a black man than a white woman that has had no resume of ever dealing with black men or black women or raising a black family or black society that has literally been on record causing a black professional man to lose his job.
I've never heard that.
Hey, BNT, let me
That's
say
the
this.
first time. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that's the first time I'm hearing that.
Okay, that's
And
fine. That's
maybe that's a testament to let I don't really follow. That's the first
What
time
was
I'm
Super
hearing that.
Mike
I've
finna
never heard
say?
that she got
Let
somebody.
me say
What was Super Mike finna say? Because he kind of cut him
no,
off.
no. Yeah, let me say this. I was going to just say that the thing is I think what we're finding out is just there's a segment of people that just want to hear echo chamber. They enjoy it. They will pay for it, and they will fight to defend echo chamber. Now that's
Okay.
why I said over here we actually, we disagree with each other. It's cool. That I don't hate you because I disagree with this or that you said or did. It don't matter to me. It's all good. That's where you got a better chance at getting a functional concept of something that you can kind of see because us having conversations, we spreading information to the different people. Some of it people might take, some of it they might not take. But
Okay.
it's a concept that's
Why
going
does
to
the
cause
black
them to
man
think a
agree with
different
you?
way. Right.
Why
Now, let
does
me
the
finish
black
this
man
point
explain
real
you?
quick. Perfect. Let me finish this point. Perfect. Real quick. The thing is, the only thing I was going to say is that I'm glad that you did speak to even like you said, and I agree with you. It's a disrespectful to me. I feel it's a disrespectful uh, uh, comparison to say that a traditional woman who would like a man to be, the head of the household and things like that is compared to a slave. But this is what people are thinking, and I do agree with Khan's point that hey, but you did he kind of got you a little bit because you do that, and that's what I think I talked to you just a long time before, but you were talking about the Black American women. I think that's a mistake to characterize it like that because what you're doing is you're generalizing these women. Of course, that whole group of women is gonna get mad at you, which you don't care. But what ends up happening is now people start to generalize you and say, "Oh, you want this, you want slave, you want that," and now there's an offense there. But
Well,
sometimes
at
it's
least
not
I can
even
defend myself.
necessary. It's not even
I'm in a
necessary.
position to I'm in a
Okay, okay,
position
yeah.
to
Let me,
intellectually
and I'm
defend.
almost finished with this little quick point. I'm almost finished, just real quick. But no, I'm just saying what I'm saying to you is I'm just saying that I think you can still get like most of your points is same points, and people actually internalize your points if you see the value in presenting those points. You know, just thinking about some of the valid criticism in the way that you present the point. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so I'm not giving it with enough sugar. Okay, look,
Sugar is good.
no sugar. Sugar is only one molecule away from cocaine. Not really good for you. So, look, when it comes to Black American women, yeah, I'm going to generalize because when it comes to the choices that Black American men have to choose from in terms of traditional women, yeah, that's not there because they're not trained to be. They're just not. They're not even. They're not even everything that my wife was raised to be is absolutely foreign to Black American women, and I say that as a man who got two daughters, and of course I have a family that's dominated, at least numerically dominated by women.
Okay.
They're just
Question.
they're just not prepared to be wives, which is why none of them are.
Now,
And
question.
half of them that aren't wives, they either ran them away or they died in trying to be a husband to them. They're just
Now,
not.
so,
Now, and I know
but if
folks
you're
don't
saying
like
that, I'm
it
just
to
asking.
be quick.
I'm not stopping you. But if you're saying that the women aren't trained to be wives, so what are the men trained to be?
I'm glad you asked that question, BMT,
That's all.
because there was when I met my wife, man, it was a real culture shock, and it took some time for me to get over it. I don't want to say get over it, get to get acclimated to it. And here's a good example. When we were in the dating phase, she would come over and spend some weekends and all of that. And when she came over, again, I'm a clean guy. I get up every morning and make the bed and clean the house and all that type of stuff. I'm a really good cook. I'm a better cook than most men. And like I said, outside of my wife, I haven't found a woman who can out cook me, right? But when she would come over, she would literally get upset with me to the point to where she was going to leave me because I would be doing my laundry. These are things I'm in full habit mode, doing my laundry, doing it at a certain time, and all that type of stuff. Cooking and washing the dishes. And she said, "Well, what do you have me for? I come over, I don't have to do anything. Why are you even with me? Why do you have me?" And I had to. What do you mean? And we literally got into an argument about this. It was a major argument. I'm like, what are you talking about? It took me a minute to really understand. I had to talk to her mother. This is the way she was raised. And when she was working, because at the time, there was time she was working, I didn't tell her to stop working. There was time she wasn't working. I mean, that she was working when we were together and we were dating. When I proposed to her, even though she was working, she bring the money to me and say, I need to know what account to put this money into. And I'm like, this is foreign to me.
Why,
And it
yeah,
took me a
why
minute
would she do that? Like, why would
because
she?
when talking to her mother, that's what her mother does. That's what they were raised to be. This is
Okay,
what they were raised to do.
that makes no logical sense at all. Because
Okay, well, let me back up. You say, what doesn't make logical sense?
why would somebody that's not your spouse ask somebody where to put their money? And that is
Okay, good, good,
that
good, good,
that to me
good.
spelled like I would say what
I'm,
mental.
I'll put it. I'll say this. I'll say this without getting into a lot of the details. I adhere to customs, local customs there. I put it that way because she is Speti. She speaks Zulu, but she's Speti. And they have certain customs, certain things. I had to speak with her father, talk with him, make negotiations, all that type of stuff. That's why.
Now,
And by the time, go ahead.
now the thing about it, and this is why I said where first world and other world countries like here, right,
Mhm.
and here dealing or talking in like Dominican, Puerto Rican, just women who are like first generation, right? They don't have them underlying training barriers to go through. They're like, nah, nigga, I get my own money. I'm not putting my money in your bank. You my man. Like they're gonna push. Not saying you're wrong at,
But
but
but you remember BMT, like I said, there was a culture shock that I had to go through, and it took
right.
me some time to get acclimated to that.
No. That's
And
fit.
and I want to go, and that wasn't the main thing, to be honest with you. Because
I'm just,
again, once she got pregnant, she wasn't working, she still ain't working. So that wasn't the biggest cultural thing that I had to that I had to acclimate myself to. Okay, when you are Black American men are not really trained to actually take care of other human beings, where these human beings are really reliant on what you do and what you bring home, how
why do you,
much you work, and
why
all
do
of
you?
that kind of stuff.
Okay, now question. I'm looking at it. Why do you? I'm looking at it on your perception of Black American society.
Mhm.
Why do you see it as like we're not like the women aren't trained to marry?
No, they're not.
The men aren't trained.
They're actually trained to avoid it.
So are the white men are the white women and white men trained to marry? Or the
I
white?
don't know. I'm not a white man. I'm not in their families.
Okay, I'm
I
just
can only speak to what I've seen and what I know to be trained to Black women,
okay.
Black American women.
Okay, so okay, now you're saying to what are trained to Black American women. Now
Mhm.
that's interesting. I'm just saying because there are more songs with Black American women singing about marriage and finding a man than there are Black men singing about marriage.
Yeah,
There
and
are
they got a
just
lot of songs talking about strong and independent and what have you done for me lately and all this other mess. So
okay,
just they got all these other it is written within the culture
yeah, but that's kind
that
of back.
Black American women are that they're not going to be married.
But you
They
can't get
avoid it.
okay. But can you
Strong
get
and
mad?
independent. That is the law. That is almost the law of the land. You're
Okay,
not
but
going
you
to be
can't get
dependent
mad
upon
at
no
that.
man. They
Okay,
avoid situations like the marriage I got. I did when my sister and her and my niece and all that came over, they was low. They were basically insulting us low fruit wise. Just saying little comments about me and about the situation that even though we're in a better situation
okay.
financially, living wise, and everything.
Yeah, but it's like we're only looking at one half of you know I brought up a narrative that you can only see one side of the bottle, but you can't see the other side of the bottle. I can't get
What's
mad
the
that
other
we're
side of the bottle?
okay, so can you see the bottom of this bottle?
No,
You
I
can't.
can't.
If I did like this, you can.
I can see it. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
what's
we
the
can
other side of the bottle? I suppose I would assume that the other side of the bottle you're speaking with is that you're speaking about is the men. So what is about the other side of the bottle?
Okay, so I'm gonna just and this is not me. I like to look at different narratives. If somebody's singing about independence, right? But then in another song, somebody was singing about pimping, running the streets, doing X, Y, and Z. But then they're saying, "Well, hold up now. Now that you don't gotta run my shit. You ain't about to see. I need a gangster bitch throwing them away and stuff." When you have that type of era of stuff that's going on, that was very much popping, and then you got another era that now they're saying, "Well, fuck that." Again, the environment. We spoke about the
You're talking about
environment.
the men, right? Talking about the
Yeah.
men, right?
So if the men made the song, shout out to KS when you said the thing about the music, he did that towards Khan, and Khan talks about music very heavily. You cannot compete with this man on this one, but when it comes to the music, if the men talking about, hey, I'm doing X, Y, and Z, fuck these hoes, fuck these bitches, I'm gonna get my way. But now the women are now getting the mic now. Now the women, they're
What?
now
Wait, no, BMT, no, I can't let you go over that. When you say now they're arguing the mic, the women have had the mic for the last 50, 60 years.
what?
Come on,
When?
the
What?
women,
Wait.
no, come on, man. The
Wait.
women have
Hey,
had
hey,
the
real
mic.
quick.
No,
Hey, real quick.
no.
Hold on, hold on,
Okay,
hold
well,
on.
no, no.
Before you go
Can I
on,
say
perfect,
how?
hold on,
Can I
hold on,
say
real quick.
how?
No,
Can
real
I
quick,
say how?
real quick. I'm not knocking your point. I'm just about to tell you that my phone is gonna die I'm at 2%. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just chime out now and just tell y'all I'm gonna let you go back because I'm just gonna log
Yeah,
out.
at 4 hours, I'm gonna let him
Yeah, I need
perfect
to die
finish his
out.
point, and then I'm going off too.
Yeah, no disrespect. So, yeah, man. So all I was gonna say was that to the point, what the question was, should women be seen and men be heard? I feel like that may be a statement that applies to other cultures. I feel like when it comes to the black community, we are two pieces of a pod, two puzzles, two things that go together. Like, you know what I'm saying? The same way that they talk, like he brought up the pride, you know what I mean? When it's the lion and the lioness, you know what I mean? They're a partnership. As much as the lion runs the tribe, the women go out, they hunt. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a duality in it. And I feel the same way with the black society and black relationships. Like I feel like the men need the women need the men. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think that
I guess his
I
phone
think his
went out.
battery. I
So,
think his
Finally
battery
went out.
went
It's
dead.
I agree with him, but go
Can
ahead,
I?
perfect. Finish. Go ahead, finish off.
Now and again, I find it interesting to keep bringing up these narratives
Lions.
about the lion and the female lion, the male lion. Yeah, he's right. It's a symbiotic relationship. But when female lions go out and go get food, as we all know, the female lions are the bigger hunters than the male lions. But when they bring back the food, who eats first? The male
uh,
lions. The
yeah,
male lions eat first, and the female lions submit to that, like it or not. Now, look, they keep taking me off my thought process. Look,
but that's also a mixed bag. I gotta tell you, when it comes to that of
how
like,
is that a mixed bag?
that's
That is
also
a fact that has
hold on.
been
But here's the thing
observed in
about
the animal kingdom.
it. Because
That is a
lioness
fact.
will kill
I'm not
lioness.
the one to bring up the Lion King. I don't do that,
Well,
but
no, no.
I
I know you brought. I know I brought that out, and I'm telling you that lionesses will kill a lion that is endangering the pride. Lionesses have killed lions that endanger the pride. They don't have a problem doing that. I get that.
those are
So,
on rare occasions, and they have to have a whole bunch of them.
hey, we hold on. Wait. How do you think women are now being able to do the laws to actually help them get better favor? They're attacking it in numbers. Men don't get together in group. Black men don't get together in group like that holistically and say, "Well, let's tackle this law." They get
Well,
on YouTube and talk about some child support bitch shit or goddamn finding Chung Lee. Like
I don't think
women out there,
necessarily the
goddamn
child support
running
stuff
the
is a
goddamn
bit because
political
that's
elections.
the actual problem.
Well, guess what? I called out life imitating art. God damn it, they understand. Well, fuck, I'm asking the black man for. He ain't trying to run out there to vote. Niggas will focus on Stacey Abrams, right, and say, "Well, we ain't gonna vote." The women like, "Well, if you ain't gonna vote, then nigga, then I guess why you
Okay,
want to say so?"
you BMT, you were getting to a point when you were
Yes,
saying about the music and the pimping
yes.
and all that. I want you to finish that point.
Okay, so all right, so in looking at that, listen, right now, y'all gonna have to show me where women were dominating the music industry like that. Like, when have they
I
ever
didn't say
dominated?
the music industry. I never said that the women
Okay,
were
but have
dominating the
the
music
mic,
industry.
like have the mic where they're like having control like that, because
I'm no. I'm when I say the women had the mic, I'm speaking generally in terms of the media. The black women have had the media mic for the last 60 years, and men in terms of child support and all these things that we talk about in the red pill spaces, black management spaces, these things have been relegated and limited to man caves and barbershops. It's only now these conversations have got out into the ether where they can't be stifled. But over the last 60 years, women, black American women they have ran the narrative. They have basically defined black American men as ain't shit. They have, as Kevin Samuels has said, they have color purple the entire nation when it comes to the image of black American men. And black American men have not had an avenue, any type of venue, any type of nomenclature, any at all, to answer it in any type of coherent way up until now.
okay,
So when you say that women haven't had the mic, I have to vehemently disagree with you on there, because they have gone with decades of Sally Jeffrey Raphael, Donahue, Oprah, God, who have done yeoman's work of absolutely crushing the black male image. For decades, this has happened. It's just now black American men have gotten some type of any semblance of a microphone to where they don't have to worry about being canceled.
Okay, but if you're saying that, you've had it where there are more black men that were in the political, in that of the church. There are more black men running that of the political group
And who you say
representation.
the church? Who does the church and political, in terms of the black community, who do they cater to more?
Doesn't matter
The
who runs.
black women, and you know that
Who runs?
as
Who
well
runs?
as I do.
Who
You
run,
can't
no,
go
the
to a
whole
church in this side of the
who is
globe
predominantly in charge
and
of the
see that
church.
it's dominated by men. Now,
You
come
don't
on
like
now.
hearing. Listen. There are predominantly women in the church, but
Okay, and
predominantly
why do you
most.
think that is? Why didn't and I'm asking you this because I already know the answer, and I've had a lot of debates with preachers off YouTube, and they have told me, well, there's certain things that they can't preach. Why do you think
Did
that?
you
Because
know?
they will lose their female congregation.
Wait. I thought you said wait. Hold on. So 1 minute you say that the women, and shout out, and we'll shout out to Sexy Red TV. As you see, I'm doing that conversation.
Yeah,
It's been a very lucrative conversation for me.
it has not been for me.
Like
It
I
is
said,
what
and
it
so the thing about it is this: we've had black male politicians caught in corruption. Guess
What does
what?
that have to do with
Can
this?
I make
Hold
a can I
on.
make a can I make a quick point? I
Yep.
just read a letter by Margaret Sanger who suggested that black ministers be used to push abortion or
Thank
birth
you.
control.
Uh-oh.
Black
That is
So
ministers.
true.
Margaret
Black,
Sanger, a
Margaret
white
Sanger. Yes,
woman,
yes,
was able
yes.
to manipulate black men to push
yeah, I'm
onto
about to say
their
husband.
congregation of black women. So without
Wait.
those black men pushing that agenda, black
That is
women would
true.
have never would have taken birth control.
That is true.
Wait. Perfect blackness.
Hold on.
Are you
Hold
hearing what
on.
you agreed to? You
Hold on.
agreed to my point that
Hold
the
on.
men, that the men
Hold
are
on.
leading
I
the
can
women.
I have the letter on hand.
Hold on,
Okay,
I
wait a
have
guys.
the
minute.
I have the letter
Wait.
on hand if
This
you want me to
here,
bring it
Wait
up.
a
I already
minute.
know what you guys are trying to do.
I ain't
That
trying
Wait
to
is,
a
fight.
minute.
I'm not talking about
Red,
sexy red.
my
What
battle
I'm
chief
talking about is
came in
YouTube.
chaos.
This is just complete. This is complete intellectual dishonesty.
No, that ain't
No,
no.
wait a
You
minute.
just said you agreed to that.
To try to use Margaret Sanger, who was an avowed racist, who was an avowed racist.
But who
now
manipulated black
to
men.
buttress a point that the black
Hold
American
on.
women have not had the media microphone over the
Hold on.
last 60 years. That's BS.
Hold on.
That's BS.
I put the
Hey.
picture of the letter in the back.
I'm not.
The letter doesn't prove your point, though, Sexy Red.
Sexy Red. I'm
This
not
is
even
a whole
fighting
letter.
But you do,
because
let
that
me
point
say
is
something
absolutely
here.
true.
Hold on,
Oh,
guys.
whatever
And
you,
know who
but
bit
whatever
onto that?
men
Black
say
American
comes
women
out of
bit
man's
onto that.
mouth.
Lock, stock, and barrel.
Whatever comes out of man's mouth is truth, though. But I have an actual
The
letter.
Black
letter
American women
doesn't
bought
prove
into
your point, though.
Margaret Sanger's plan.
I got a question.
Lock, stock, and barrel.
Who's
They
running,
bought into it.
But who's running the church? Who ran the church around that time? The men, right?
Okay. Well, there was men that was. You know, listen. Hold on.
You are
Let's
not
be
in the
honest
church.
now. Now we had this
Who else?
conversation.
Who
Hold
else
on.
of the men don't want to
Let me-
That
You are not in
letter.
the church.
She
Now they
wrote
don't
that
want to-
letter
Wow.
December
You are not in the
19.
church.
She
See,
wrote
we're not
that
being
letter
honest.
in
We're not being honest on the
1999.
panel because
Hold on.
all of y'all
Hey,
know.
we got more
Wait
Wait a
a
minute.
None of y'all know that black men are not in the church. Y'all all know that.
Wait a minute. No, we got to deal with this
Y'all
point
all
because
know
what
that
you're
they're not
doing
even
is
preaching the Bible. And y'all know the reason why they're not preaching
Give
the
me a-
Bible because if they preached the Bible, they wouldn't even have female congregants. Y'all all
Hey,
know.
perfect.
That's why this
Hey,
is
perfect. Give me a chance to say something about this because y'all did talk and y'all make some good points. But Sexy Red, I love you. Love you. But I think this is actually a dangerous point to play with because it puts us because this letter doesn't prove what you're where you're going with it. This letter proves that Planned Parenthood birth control, the birth control league, which was trying to kill black people since 1922, 1917 in New York, they started. This woman and this eugenics society have been using different people, different methods to kill black people for over 100 years. They're still doing it. But that letter is in 1966. They gave Martin Luther King. He was the first one to win the Margaret Sanger Award as an agenda from from what these people were doing. So they were manipulating everybody. So it's dangerous to stay and create a gender war, but it's dangerous to create.
No, sir. I said
Hold on.
That's exactly what
Let me finish it. Okay,
sir, because you're trying to take
hold
my
on.
point
You're
and make it your
interrupting me.
own.
But you're
No, fuck that.
interrupting me.
You're trying to take
See,
my
listen,
point
now
and
you're
make it your
cursing.
own. Because earlier
Sexy,
I told
yes,
you,
it
and
is
I
my
literally
point because
said,
this is
I
a
am not
point.
going to stop talking. You're not going to take my point and try to make it
Well,
your
that's
own.
fine. You're
Because I'm
acting
tired of
very
men
immature,
doing that shit around
and
here,
this
and
is
it's getting
fine.
pretty fucking old.
But yeah,
That's what it's
you're
getting
just
old.
being
Like I
immature
said,
right now.
they manipulated
The
black
point is
men
they're
in order to manipulate black women.
manipulating
So it doesn't even
everyone.
fucking matter what you
They
say.
were
It's not being
manipulating
disingenuous.
everyone.
Black
And
men
if you go to
were
a movie, it's called
utilized to manipulate black women.
MASFA,
So stop with your
21st
bullshit.
Century
I'm sick of this
Ma'afa.
shit.
And you can go through that movie, and that movie will document the same
Blah
letter
blah
that you
blah
just
blah blah
put,
blah blah blah.
and it will put it out there. It came out in 2009, and these people are trying to kill everybody. That's what they're doing. So that's the only thing that I had to say. That's not a gender war letter. That's a black genocide letter. And that came out in the 60s.
That was a genocide letter. That's
a eugenics letter. It's not something for us to be playing with. And no gender war, little battle, little gender war stuff. That's a serious death plot that we're still dealing with right now.
Oh, but black men were still utilized.
It ain't about black men. It's about all of us.
Can you turn your mic down? Because you're really
it's about all of us. Because the point is, what's happening was correct with my mic. I mean, that's fine. I mean, you're just the only thing I'm saying is, guys, that gender war, that's for the birds. That's part of Margaret Sanger's plan.
I get it. It doesn't mean with your narrative. I totally understand.
No, it's the same narrative. I'm agreeing that she manipulated black men, but she manipulated black women too. This is the same person. This is the same eugenics society. That's
You
why
let
the pill is called birth control. It was named after the Eugenics Society Birth Control League.
I mean, you can say
Okay.
whatever you want. I know what the
Well,
fuck I
it's a
read.
fact. These
I
are
know
things
what
that
I
people can
read,
take a
sir.
video.
And just,
Well, it's
sir,
fine. It's
okay.
things
So,
that
all
people
right.
taking
So
a
what?
video.
So
I'm
now
not
what?
even
So
trying
now
to
what?
convince
So
you.
now what?
It's
So
not
now
just trying
what?
to
So
convince you.
now
This is
what?
speaking to
So
the
now what?
audience.
So now what?
It's speaking to the audience. Now
Okay,
that
good. Good job.
your gender war point is wrong.
No, it's
And we're
not.
not going to submit
No,
to
it's not.
fighting
You're
men
wrong.
and women,
You're wrong
pitting men
because it
against
doesn't
women.
fit your fucking narrative. Y'all been walking around here with no receipts, and I bring up a
Okay.
receipt, and all of a sudden it just don't it don't
I
meet
gave
your
receipts.
requirements. Fuck out of here.
I gave receipts.
Yeah, I gotta go, but I will say about her receipt that she just said. I do have to go, but I will say this: even though that's a receipt, that is an ill-played receipt because
How? Wait, how?
that is an
Because it
ill-played.
doesn't meet
No,
the narrative.
because her narrative about the receipt is wrong. It was not about a gender
That's wrong.
war.
That's an
That
ill-played receipt.
is about killing all you black
I
folks.
never said it was a gender war. I never
Yeah,
said
you
that. That
did.
never came out of my mouth.
What I said.
I never
You
said
damn,
gender
last
war.
damn,
60 years, the
you
black
just
women
said.
ran the narrative
I
about
said
the black
she
community.
used
It doesn't
and
disprove
she used and manipulated black doctors and black ministers
Black
in order.
men. You said black men.
At
As
first,
if she didn't
so I
manipulate
want you to
black
go
women
back.
either.
So if you go back, and I read the
So
letter.
that's all. Okay, well, yeah, okay. Well, then you're right. Then if you say that other stuff, then you're right.
That receipt does not apply here, BMT. That
Yes,
is
it
an
does.
ill-played receipt. It does
No.
not apply here. It
No,
doesn't
you don't
fit
get to
here.
change.
This is
You
a
don't get
round
to change
circle.
the points
She's
on the
playing a
board.
square peg. It doesn't fit here.
No, you don't get to
I'm
play that
sorry.
card.
It
You
doesn't.
just said, hold on, wait.
It doesn't
You just said,
disprove, BMT, that
you
over the
just said
last
that.
60
Hold on.
years, the black female have within the media
Nope,
have
you
driven
would
the narrative
fucking
about
lie,
the
and I can
black
prove
community.
you wrong.
That does not disprove that.
So hold on.
Because
So you're
doesn't.
gonna
I'm
go. So
sorry.
you can say that.
And
You
even
can say
Planned
that
Parenthood
about.
today is trying to run away from
So hold on.
from
So
Margaret
you can
Sanger.
say that
I don't know
about the black media, but the black
No, I didn't
pastor
say the
has
black
the most.
media. I
So
said the media. Period. The
so
media
okay.
have
Who
they
have
have damn near
who has
thrown
who
a
has more
microphone down the
who has
throat
more
of black
influence?
women to speak
that's
to
a
the
goddamn
narrative
lie.
of
You
black
had
men in
magazines,
this nation,
books,
and we have
you
not
had
had an answer for it
television, had
up
the
until
same
now.
access, but
And
y'all
that's
didn't want
why
to work
black
hard
women,
enough to have
like
your
the
own. So
sexy
now you
red,
sitting up
are
here,
using all kinds of
complaining on a
unacceptable
white
examples
man
to
internet
speak black
about
people.
some shit that you should have worked hard for, but y'all didn't. So now what? Here we are.
Now, here's the thing about it.
This
Here's the thing
bullshit.
about it. It's like here's the thing about it.
Then let me just
Then drop down because I know you gotta go.
the point that I was going to ask, the question I was going to ask BMT, because he was talking about all these black guys talking about pimping and all this other stuff. The question I would have to you, sir, is who raised them?
Black men and black women.
No, they didn't. Black women.
Black women.
Black women raised these men.
This is some hateful
You gonna
ass
say that there was
rhetoric.
no
Y'all
racism?
hate women.
Black
Just saying.
women. That's what we got today.
Where were all these
men
men?
raised them.
Where were all these men at? Where were all these men at? That just
You can't. Okay, you can't on one hand
they all just
blame the
vanished.
absent. You cannot blame the one parent that's not there, but yet say no blame for the parent that's there that's raising them.
I said black men and black women raise these kids.
How so? If black men are absent from the home, how are black men raising these degenerates?
Now that's interesting. Now I'm trying to figure out because when you say black men are absent from the home, but then I hear Papa was a Rolling Stone.
They make up all these fucking timelines.
Do you know when the year
Papa was
a Rolling Stone came out?
At one narrative.
What year did that song come out?
Dude, that's still a fact. It doesn't matter about the year.
What year? Because you said it. Papa was a Rolling Stone. So also that implies that all men that are not involved, that are not in the home.
How come when you ask him questions, you want him to look up the facts, but you don't want to look up facts about your own things that come out of your own mouth? Because I can tell you have not researched if men have had access to media. You have not researched if black men use black media. You don't even research. You just talk out your fucking mouth and don't have nothing to show for it.
This is what
research
I'm talking about.
and then show me.
I'm going to go back to your example. When you say Rolling Stones, you are implying that black men are not involved in the home because they're just Rolling Stones. Is that what you mean to imply?
I mean, at one point, it was even.
So that takes me back when the song was made. So you're talking about you are applying a Rolling Stone back in the doggone 60s and 50s and all in the 70s.
Wait, but that's a lot. But isn't that where a lot of dudes?
That song is how many decades old? And you're applying a decades old mantra to today's men to imply that black men are not in the home because they're Rolling Stones.
So, really? but you just said that black women have had the mic for 60 years.
They have.
Okay,
they have. And I've given you examples of that.
Okay, so then I would have to say, if we're going to use that, then we would get to use that of the men that were in the music. We would get to say that of the men that were pimps that were coming on Saturday Night Live, talking about how they check these bitches. Then we get to use that.
Which comedian?
Whoa!
I just want to know which comedian was those. I just want to know.
I said Saturday Night Live. You got.
That's what I want to know. Which one?
Hold on, Red. Hold on, Red. Did you not literally do a show where a guy literally who was talking about pimping women came on and was talking to white men, political white men, with Muhammad Ali, and talking about how he was running and doing stuff to women?
What comedian were they?
That was Sly Stone. He was a musician. I think
Sly Stone.
That's worse. That's worse.
What do you know about Sly Stone? Do you know anything about Sly Stone?
What do you know about Sly Stone?
He's a junkie.
No, I'm asking.
He was high as hell.
He's a junkie and he's a piece of shit.
Yeah. Okay.
What? Sly Stone?
He did embarrass the fuck out. He embarrassed the fuck out of black people.
What type of?
What type? He was from California, Oakland. Here, he wasn't really. I ain't gonna say he was that smart all the time, but you know, he was typical of the time. So
hold on, Mike. Now, Mike, if you're gonna say that, Mike, here's the funny thing. Why would they put him on a national channel?
He wasn't smart. I can't defend too much what he said.
Hold on. Now, when we have been there,
I gotta go.
When an educated man was talking about politics, he would interrupt that man. Whenever the white man will talk, he would be quiet.
I cannot believe that Sly Stone is the example here.
Hold on, what are you talking about? You just said welfare.
He likes to move the
welfare.
He moved the needle a whole lot of conversation.
Okay, B.M.T, I do have to go because I do have to.
Email me, bro.
I do have a family here. I do have a family.
Yeah,
I have wife and kids, and they do have to go to bed. And the computers.
Take care of your stuff, brother. I mean, we glad to have the conversation, man.
Just email me.
We glad to have the conversation, brother.
Email me. We'll have the conversation.
She mad at me now because I'm talking. So can I please?
Yes.
Tend to my family.
Yes.
Yeah.
BMT, I think BMT, I think you know I don't run away from
I'm not saying you are. You can email me and we can hit this up. I will gladly set up the conversation for us. I will gladly.
I gotta go, man.
Okay. I know you
don't run. Peace out, big bro.
Have a good one.
All right, good night.
The thing about it is this, and I bring this up, okay? And this is why I'm like, listen, you can't just say the women destroyed that of a whole society, and then everybody asks the question, well, so where the fuck were your men at? Oh, they were kicked out. Where the hell did they go? Like, you can't. This is not Stephen King's, Langoliers or some shit.
They vanished. They just vanished into thin air.
Where were they at?
They went to go get a pack of cigarettes.
That's a long walk.
And a gallon of milk.
Most black men don't even move out of the perimeter of their own fucking neighborhood.
Hey, but you were on the right path. You brought up Margaret Sanger, but the thing is, that whole society, you just got to peel back the layers on that same receipt. You find their magazine. They got a magazine.
I'm not done. I know. I'm not done.
Okay, well, I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm just making a comment. First of all, I'm just commenting.
Just chill.
I'm just commenting.
Back away from the gender war.
We can talk at the same time. I don't have no problem with that. Back away from the gender war
for about 5
minutes. But check this out. If you go back into that
comment,
into that receipt that you
all right, I'm out. Give it a break.
Margaret
no wonder why these niggas have issues with women because they don't know how to stop having a gender war for 5 fucking minutes.
If you go back down, it's not about a gender war.
Damn,
okay,
you are
just
fucking
about
worse.
their genocide.
Just be quiet.
This is just about their genocide against entire black people. Now the thing is, if you go back, if you want to talk, I was actually on comments, sweetie. So if that's what you want to do, that's fine. But I'm gonna keep my comment going. But the point is, if you go back on that receipt and you start
I'm not
researching
done.
that birth
I'm not
control
done.
review,
I'm not
then
done.
what we'll find out is the reason why
I
they
don't give
kicked
a
these
fuck.
black men
Don't
out of
care.
the home
You
is
know what?
because they needed to go ahead
I'm
and
so glad I had
create
this
this
conversation.
war.
Thank you, BMT,
They had
because
to create the
this nigga don't know
gender
how to
war
take
that
a
the
break
white people
and
had
just
to
chill and say
between the
hello. How
gender
are you,
to
sir?
they had to put the gender
God
war
damn.
into the black community. Since we're still talking at the same time, I just want to make sure. All right. So
Now,
now
Mike.
you can go ahead, sexy. Now you
Now,
can go ahead, sexy red.
now, Mike. Okay, so
Go
here's
ahead.
the thing about it, Mike. Okay, I can accept what you're saying. I can without feeling nothing, but I understand when you don't know better or you think that hey, like what you're gonna give our church or you're gonna give our community this or medication, but you don't know what the medication does. You don't know truly. Listen, a lot of believe it or not, a lot of pastors could not read. They just got the position, or they were like given a position or a role, but they didn't actually understand what was actually the strings that were pulling it. That's why I'm saying, like, yeah, I get it. The women, they were given an environment that they were allowed to usher in. This is why I said that and we will have to do the good men conversation. Um, damn, Mike, you spark something. We're probably gonna be on
I told you we got to do that. You got
like
to do it. But now because of this one though, because of the way this conversation turned out, it looks like BMT. I think the way if you're going to get it productive, if it's going to be productive, it's got to be like maybe a couple of just men and then maybe a couple just women. And then, you know, maybe combine the most rational voices of that. So that that way, maybe
I
they
get,
can have the combined conversation. Because
but
you see, we don't. I think that's too important. It literally, I don't think we even understand how important having that open conversation is. It's a healing. Just having the conversation is actually the start of a healing to like a lot of people. And if you let that conversation descend into the old stuff, then it will re-injure these people. These people are re-injured because like perfect. Like he got caught in so much stuff, people just sat back and listened, and we were nice enough to do that. But he was talking, when we was talking about the general, he was just kind of because he whatever happened to him, he was injured, and so he's like, I'm still gonna generalize, even though I don't want nobody to generalize me.
but see,
All
but
right. And then when he said, brother said, "Oh, the black man is not trained to take care of other people." Well, you was just criticizing the young brother who's taking care of his mama.
right,
So but because we're men and we know him, just like you said, bro, I get you. We have patience with him, and it's all good. And so, but when I notice when the women come up, even though I love these women, I love Jean, I love Sexy Red, but they were so triggered they could not hold themselves back, and then they became, backbiting, and now we can't even talk because everybody's triggered. So, like, if you had that conversation, it's like you got to have just let the men talk about what's good and what's bad to them in both genders, and then stop it and let the women talk about what's good and what's bad, and let them say whatever the hell they want to say, and
see,
then we figure out who's rational as much, who can take, who can listen at least, or let others kind of speak, and then we see, I think that's important to do.
see, but here's the thing about it, and for my years of doing journalism and interviews and talks, I can psychologically remove myself mentally and spiritually from that of what's being said and have temperament to just listen. It may hurt, I'm not going to lie, but I can remove myself saying what has to be said has to be said. It has to be said. Okay, and that's why I said, like, what you say is factual. The women are tired of just, they want to be heard also. And the men are tired of certain men being heard and them not being seen. That's why you hear a lot of men saying nobody sees us for our good deeds. We want to be heard. There's a lot of ways. This if there was this was a Rubik's cube, there's a lot of ways that this Rubik's cube could be mixed around. And so I get it. I do. I really do. That's what I'm saying. I like that's what I say. Like, if you're gonna say one thing, you gotta be prepared for the universe to answer you back. If you're gonna say,
Right.
hey, these women aren't trained for marriage, well, I'm saying, well, so are you, because you were raised from these same women. See what I'm saying? If you're gonna say,
Right.
well, these people have tradition, but I'm like, well, these same people, if you ain't got no money, they don't want you. So
It is.
they're raised for that of, it's a survival. Like, I'm telling y'all, man, it runs deep, man. Don't think it hasn't just happened in here in the Americas. They had the missionaries go over to the continent, to a lot of different towns and villages.
Yep.
Even down all the way to the point where now you got it where some villages are infertile. They can't have kids. Takes a while for them to have kids. Now the same thing where we're looking at it, hey, you know what I'm saying? Did Congo go? Yes. I won't say, I don't want to say it went.
Yeah, a little, but not really.
Here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it where I do enjoy that about conversations on my panel. It's like having a microscope, okay? And every time we think we find out one discovery, the magnifying glass intensifies and we see another level of the microorganism that we're looking at. We can look at it and examine it, write down some research, and then when we say something or throw something out there, other things come out. Okay? Now you had it where different men from different periodic times, like how we're speaking from that the crack era, after the crack era, or Angelica, is that you there? It's been a lot of weird people nowadays.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can
It's
hear you
me.
there.
Hey, good evening. I was just being nosy.
You always know.
I didn't want to break anything up, but
No, you did. You did it.
yeah, I heard the beginning, well, at least what I thought was the beginning of when the brother pulled up, and it didn't it didn't sound like it was going to go well. I'll say that. So I was just curious as to what happened.
Mm-hmm. It was
Which one? Which one? Which brothers you talking about? You talking about Perfect Black or?
Yeah, 50-year-old man, him.
Oh yeah. Okay. I mean, he hit hard, kind of crazy, but like I said, because I think we're men and we could deal with certain talk from men, versus like certain people can't deal with that. Plus, we talked to him before, so it's like you know, certain people as long as they're consistent, they're always the same. Then we can at least understand them, and you can have a little bit more patience with certain stuff when they say stuff.
Okay.
I would want to say this. I'm gonna say this. Okay. And I would say that. And Angelica, you taught me this. Okay.
Okay.
My first time dealing with you, and I had this certain type of critical analysis about a certain person who had did harm to a younger child, right? And you said out your mouth, you said, BMT, we have to sometimes analyze and hear out the situation to treat the situation. That's what I do as a social worker. You said that.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm actually practicing that. Trust me. Oh, I've had all kinds of weirdos and demons, people. Just everything has come on my channel, man. I not calling. I'm not saying that about anyone. Perfect is my homie. That's my brother. And I don't always and listen. And one time, me and Mike were not always agreeable. We still are sometimes. However, this space that I have created in 6 years, people come here because they know it's a neutral hotel. It's a neutral standpoint. And when I want to shut it down, people say no, keep the doors open or keep the barbershop light open. So that way nobody has a reigning position. No woman or man can tell you don't have a place here. If Angelica wants to come here, talk about, hey, I got something I need to talk about, and a man says, well, that's not irrelevant. Well, yes, it is because it's part of the situation of society. So you're right. I understand. Some of the women were bothered by it, and some men, while other men and women agreed with it. This is why I provide this position of authority. For
Yeah, so
don't do that, Angelica. You making it
no,
Go
I'm
ahead,
not.
say
It's
it.
not it's not as bad as it sounds, but um so listening to him, there was a part of me that wanted to question whether a lot of his, because I think when he came on, we were kind of, well, not we, but you guys were kind of talking about, whether talking about quote unquote good men, it's subjective. It's based on who you're asking and who's answering that question, right? And I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment to make. Um, but listening to him, it had me then wondering about his frame of reference. Like, is a lot of your decision making and a lot of your sentiments about what you're saying based on your own subjectiveness? And if that's the case, then how much weight can it have if we're only talking about one person's point of view? Um, it was just really interesting. I found it a little bit problematic, but I wasn't going to, because I know sometimes I go off in your chat, B.M.T, and sometimes
Mm-hmm.
I sometimes have a bad habit of ticking people off on a panel, so I'm trying to be more reserved in
No,
my
I mean,
commentary.
okay.
Um, so that's something that I'm trying to practice, because I want to show respect to everyone, even when I'm just in the chat. So, but yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, and this is what I had said earlier, is that to me, I would love to hear, like, I just want to find a good person for me, not, modern this and woman that and men this, but what is it I can do to find the perfect partner for myself? And I think that's a more difficult conversation because it requires the individual to have responsibility and accountability of their own character set, whatever that is. And that to me is just not the conversation that I really hear. It's about, well, what do women bring to the table? Well, women can bring a lot of things, but the question is whether you actually respect those things or you see those things as being valuable. So to me, it's kind of like a mute conversation, but it's like, what can I do as one individual to make sure that I have a happy and healthy relationship? You know? Um,
Mm.
but yeah, so I dipped off because I knew if I kept listening.
No logical point. But I think we have found out once the see that's something I think that's important. That's why I was telling BMT like, having those type of conversations here because usually a more mature, at least regulated uh, conversation happens over here.
Yeah.
Is it even like those people who start off with those real blazing talking points would piss everybody off and people immediately cut them off upon allowing that person to continue to speak, letting them get it off, then we did realize his frame of reference, his
Hmm.
adoption, those issues. biological versus his adoption family that he cared for. He did explain that, and so that makes me feel that his frame of reference, and he is married. He found something else better that suits him, and he has a child. He's happy with that, and he seems content. Uh, but his situation, his frame of reference, he needs to understand that it's not going to benefit everyone because everyone hasn't went through what he went through. But it may benefit a lot of people that did go through what he went through. So,
Right. And I
you know,
absolutely get that, and I think and the crazy part was in a very obscure way, I kind of sort of agree with him when he started talking about when the brother Khan was up and he was talking about the things that he was doing. Well, I guess the example he gave was around his younger sister's graduation.
yeah,
And so for me, and I had said it in the chat, like I can get like to me, I'm not for doing for family just because there's a duty. And the reason
right,
that I say that is because I think for especially Black folks in this society, a lot of us have been raised up in really traumatizing situations. And this is not everyone. I'm not, trying to make any blanket generalizations, but I think for those that have experienced that, you come to a point where you're having to mentally jostle between do I do because they're asking because they are my family, or do I preserve my personal integrity and take care of self. And he did bring up a good point about, saving, your best years to prepare for your family. I think that's a really courageous and awesome point. But like to your point, Super Mike, and that's where you were pushing back. It's like, well, we can't leave our elders behind. Like these are the folks that even if it was a rough situation that we came out of, like if we have the ability to do or we're not giving so much of ourselves that it's taken away, or we're left with less after the fact, then to do for our elders, I think is a really commendable thing. And it's part of so many other cultures. It's just really not a thing here in the US,
Mhm.
so
We're joined here. We're joined here by one of my old colleagues, and definitely, I'm definitely glad to have him. I'm always gracious by what's going on. Conservative culture of the politics review. Oh man, now you're doing review on politics now. Man, you're really coming up.
Actually, no, no. Actually, this was like my old original title, and I dropped it. I just cut it off and just had the Hoodservative. And YouTube, for some reason, is like doing weird stuff with the account. I don't know. YouTube is tricky lately, but
It is.
you know who I am.
So okay, so you missed out on it when on, and I'll throw it towards you. Women should be seen, men should be heard. What's your thoughts on that, bro?
I mean, I'm a simple guy. You put actually, is it women should be seen and men should be heard? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You put that in the title, and I come on the panel. I feel like this is the place I should be.
hmm Okay, go ahead.
I mean, well, what's wrong with a little casual misogyny anyway?
Well, here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. But I know you are a strong proponent of misogyny. And I'm just giving Angelica, get your wine ready, baby. Just letting you know right now. David
You
is a
didn't know I
proponent.
started a church, B.M.T?
Huh?
You didn't know I started a church? Yeah, yeah. Listen. I am the founder of America's first ever Eastern Orthodox Church of Misogyny.
Holy shit.
Yeah, not just regular Orthodox misogyny. Okay, we're by the book.
Yeah. So hold up. So in it, are you still on that proponent that women shouldn't be allowed to vote or speak out of turn?
I mean, women can speak. Like, I'm not really tripping on girls talking because like, what other powers do they have? But like, voting, no, no. See, talking is one thing. Voting is like giving their talking power.
Mm, 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 mm. Okay. Now, question. Now, and I'm hearing you. So, don't you think that right there about women being just seen? Don't you think they also want to be that? But in the political arena, I'm sure they want a voice also to speak and also put in their say just like a man does. And wouldn't that be fair?
But
Like
they're
if
not
you
just like a man. They're just not just like a man. So even the question of fairness is an improper question. Like why should why should a bumblebee fly just like a bird? It's not just like a bird. Even though it does fly, even though it's in the sky, it's not a bird. It actually will get eaten by a bird if all things being equal. The bumblebee will get eaten by the bird. So like the question is a weird question. It's putting men and women on a level that they don't naturally exist on.
now I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm hearing you in what you're saying. And yes, men and women are not the same physically. We're not the same physically. We do have certain things that we do, and there's some things that we just don't or can't do. What I'm looking at in banking in the political arena is that where women should be seen and men should be heard, and we're looking at it at that the concept. Well, most men are they pushing to be heard, and just like the women are being seen. Uh, I think it's going both ways. Like you only have it with a small percentile group of men. Like every man is not going to be heard. Every man is not going to be heard. That in society is diametrically it's how it has to be. Every man don't need to be
Well,
heard.
given the nature of society, and by nature I mean the overall input and the heavy lifting of society, given who really does the majority of that heavy lifting, I would argue that even given that the average man won't necessarily get his voice heard, it is that much more of an insult to say that the average woman should have her voice heard too, knowing that the average man is pretty much told to shut the fuck up all the time. It
By
is an
who?
insult to really put it out there, like by one, women, and then two, the people who support women. And so,
Okay.
like to put it in a more grand context, like, all right, if you're a man, name the time where female channels felt the wave of cancellation coming on, so they said they got to tighten up their content. That's a
Ellen,
male channel thing.
Ellen DeGeneres, Wendy Williams, Sally, Ricky Lake. Boom. Get
What
it.
do you mean? Hold on, what do you mean? Some of the most successful women on TV? Are you really going to name the most successful women in their field
You
as
just
an
said,
example of cancel
name
culture?
some
And
women.
I was talking specifically about YouTube content creators, and you
Oh
went to them
man,
like successful
don't go
television
there.
women.
With
Listen, the fact that you did that only highlights the point. The average man is getting drowned out by what? The most successful women all in the world?
wait, hold. But you just said
Let
you.
me say something.
Go ahead.
No, I'm asking David because I know David. I'm just hey, just serious question. But I know, are you doing like the Derek Jackson or Jess Pearly thing? Just trying to find an audience so you can tell them what they want to hear because it's no way you actually believe this stuff that you're talking.
Super Mike, you've actually been to my channel. I kind of,
But you
it's
don't
weird
live
that you
like
would
this.
suddenly be like,
I know you
what are you,
say
my
this stuff.
roommate?
I'm saying I know you
We got
say
we
this
got we
stuff,
got bunk
Derek.
beds or
I mean,
something now. I
but
didn't realize
I'm
we had
asking
bunk
you, do you?
beds.
I'm asking the question. You don't actually live your life like that you're putting out. This is like a channel, like a fun game thing that you're doing.
Well, yes and no. Yes and no. Put it like this. Put it like this. All right. There are things that you may never ever get the opportunity to exercise your will on, right? Like women voting, that's just my belief, right? I'm not going to stop women from voting. I'm not going to go out. I'm not going to stand in front of the voting booth with an AK-47 like the Taliban. You see, so don't get me wrong here. I'm not like some kind of zealot, but if you ask me my beliefs, I will tell you what I believe and I will explain why I believe these things.
Now,
Can I ask a question?
go ahead.
Yes, please.
I'm I'm just curious. Do you believe that all men should vote?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so make the distinction if you could
Between what exactly? Men
between
voting?
men, yeah, men who can, in your personal belief versus men who shouldn't. or shouldn't be allowed?
This isn't an argument that I've like created all out of my own. The way I've heard it best explained is like this: as a property owner, I mean not a property owner, as a majority taxpayer, meaning this: most Americans work like a regular job, and they pay into the system, and then they get money back out of the system, and then there are people who are just net taxpayers, right? You enter like the business class where you just pretty much get a bill every couple of months. And I would argue that if you pay more in taxes than you consume as a taxpayer, that kind of guarantees your vote. And given that, that could, fluctuate right around the borders, there will always be a certain amount of people, going above or below the voting line, I guess you can call it. But I think that would be a way, one, to have a certain amount of women actually do have their voices heard, because I'm not that much of a dick. If women maybe could get a vote if they actually got their money up. Put your money where your mouth is, because then once you pay into a system, you're bound to treat it differently as opposed to somebody who just benefits from the system. And that's kind of how women approach voting. I'm just going to vote for your money. And that's how I see women voting, as them just voting for my money. So that's kind of why I'm like, no, make it about taxpayers. And as a group, if you make it above that line of you pay more than you put into, then you vote, whatever.
I can get that. What do you think about the Angelica? I mean, I like, here's the thing about it. Like, social media at one time was predominantly dominated by that of men. It was dominated. Most of your radio personnel were men. They had the mics, they were on the radios, and they were out there buzzing, and whatever they said, that's what I mean. That's what it was. I mean, when you started
Why are you
getting,
calling that social media though?
well, that I mean, it is social media. I mean, radio is
Social media. No, but social media is a term that kind of was coined specifically for the digital age. Nobody called it social media back then. It was just the radio. It was media.
But you had podcasts. You had podcasting. I remember when we were learning that in school about podcasting before we actually
You went to school in the digital age.
Well, no. Well, you hear me out with this. Like, originally, the first time I actually started out doing this, I was on 94.3 WSC Conservative Talk Radio. Okay. Before then, I also was giving a little history, not of everything of me, but I also was on a gospel radio station with my grandfather, which I actually used to do play the drums, and also used to help him with getting the water and bringing the refreshments, as well as I think I even helped out like. On Saturday, I would get paid $15 an hour. He'd be on for like 8 hours. He did 8-hour talks. So that was really long. So this kind of stuff ain't new to me, but those guys have influence. Like I think some of them are still running. That's why I said like that was the first social media, because you would have people would call in and they say, "Tell me what you're thinking. Tell me what y'all feeling. Tell me how y'all feeling, America." People would call in and they'll start giving their gripes and stuff. That's how you got things out there, was the radio station. Now, when you started going to more so of the digital era, which I get what you're saying, David, yes, men still have the most dominant channels. Now, the women that started stepping out onto it, right, they didn't start getting more so of a stepping stone in here until the men started saying, well, yeah, come on in. Because let's be honest, no one wants to see a man standing by a car saying, "Would you like to get in this new car?" I've never seen The Price is Right or any type of game show use a dude to sell or to doggone merchandise something off.
Well, you're coming up against two different phenomena right here, and this is just typical of male female social media, right? Like no matter what, you can put titties in front of anything and get more sales. That's just the nature of men and women both like a beautiful woman, and beautiful women are useful in that capacity for selling product, right? And that product even applies to like social media content. Now, the thing about something like a talk radio. And I don't necessarily buy your argument. You got to understand, like, talk radio is a niche. Like, the majority of radio isn't that, right? So I don't really buy that premise. But in the YouTube, like, social media content world, yeah, as a woman, it's way easier to get subscribers and views just because you're attractive and people would come just on that level. But men who are successful are just far more interesting. It's way more interesting to listen to for the most part, in my opinion, anyway. And I think the numbers kind of that's what the numbers reflect. Like, girls, girls can get by like showing off their body and their beauty with all that, but for guys to be successful in that vein, you have to be interesting.
I've never seen a Beetlejuice or a hideous person be a dominant figure of that of society without having a latent talent. And it seems like the not chosen want to be chosen or want to be accepted versus that of them saying, no, you're not something that I want to actually put or get behind. That's not how it works. No, I can't say that because the Breakfast Club, 94 point, Z93 and different other stuff, they're multi-million-dollar landscape. I mean, let's be honest. If a lot of those guys who are on social media could get on the radio, they would go. They would go because that's a whole nother market that a lot of them want to get to. They want to get
You're
to.
framing it. You're framing it backward, I believe, though. It's not. It's not. Would they get on the radio if they could? Of course they would. Like, that's like, would flies go to honey? Like, no. The question is backward. Would radio give them an opportunity is the question. And I think that's where you find the answer to this little back and forth we're having. Like, it's not that the men aren't interesting and have nothing to offer. It's that really what they have to say, for a lot of reasons, the radio doesn't want that message to spread.
Depends on the message because everybody doesn't have a good That's like, I'm not offensive, but everybody don't need the goddamn mic. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like you want to hand out participation trophies to everybody. I'm sorry, the little man doesn't get the mic all the time. He got to be something worth the damn. You can go live, and I remember you can go live, and let me tell you this. When you first went live,
the irony of you and I being little guys getting the mic right now, and you
that's what I was gonna say.
Fucking
that's
amazing.
Why everybody on social media.
Like, bro, I'm on your side. Like, it's so funny, like, because just for you saying that, I'm speaking in defense of you doing what you're doing right now, and you're trashing what you're doing right now. It's weird, bro.
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you why. Everybody does not need to get the damn mic. And I'm going to say that. I'm going to say why I wouldn't. Because here's the thing about it is, okay, you can agree and I can agree. Certain people who have gotten the mic say, guess what? Men are disgusting and that they should all die. You and I both fought against that. You and I have both fought against men or women who had doggone tried to push cuties and different other debacle stuff. Me and you got fought about that, about the home and different other things. That's where, like I said, again, we agree on a lot of things, right? But then also in the same sense, we have also heard, right, where certain social media narratives can easily unravel or debunk a person's name or livelihood. You've spoken against it, Dave. Like, because somebody tells a joke or says something or has a certain standpoint, and somebody get a little fucking mic that has nothing significant to do with their life, they can cancel that person's livelihood. Do you not find that as bullshit?
You're making my point now, right? Because the people pushing cuties don't get canceled. It's not a mistake that you and I were debating about cuties, and you seemed a little bit almost like shocked at some of the women on the panel. Actually, I don't know if any woman actually was against it, like flat out, but like you seemed shocked, and I was just like, tickled by the whole thing. But there's a reason why cuties happened. And then a year or so later, there was like this blow up about transgenders and schools and transgender lunchtime and all this stuff. Now they're basically just they're just dangling their tallywackles in front of kids now, and everybody's acting like it's cool. Not everybody, but people are acting like it's cool. And I'm like, no, those two things are related. And so when you just now mention it, there are forces at play that don't want the logical, sensible things that men are talking about to really get traction in the social media environment.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you something, David. Though, I mean, this is like I said, you actually real talented. I think David is talented. When I first heard you talk, I was like, oh, this guy right here, he's gonna be. But I'm saying that and I know you like to have fun a lot. Uh, but some stuff, only thing I'm saying is the same thing I was saying to Perfect Black. Sometimes y'all have logical messages, but y'all start off just murdering like a whole half of the gender on the planet,
Oh yeah.
and it's like, yeah, like the language, y'all hit it. You already know because y'all skilled with words, so you trash them, all of them though, and say stuff that hardly. So many of them can't even. You know how some people offend a lot of women, but there's like a segment of women that really support them though. So that's all I'm saying. Maybe if you could, think about like tailoring that message in a way where at least a certain like give a out to a certain segment of women, because y'all be kind of blasted.
Bro,
Y'all say some stuff, boy, that just throw everybody against you.
David, that's not his MMO. That's not his MMO.
no. You listen, Mike. I got to tell you flat out, Jesus saves, bro. That's not for me. They want to be saved. They need Jesus. That's what Jesus does. He saves, and I recommend Jesus to women who need to be saved. That aside, I don't really make a habit of speaking to women. And no disrespect to the lady on the panel, and I don't go out of my way to say anything disrespectful to women directly when we're speaking, right? But the things that I have to say aren't like a personal attack to any woman in particular. Women have a tendency to take it that way because of how women process the world. So like you say bad things, and women picture themselves in that bad situation all the time, and it's a common thing with women. But that's not going to change how I process the world. And if I process the world a certain way, I'm not going to clean it up just for the sake of feelings that don't quite matter in the grand scheme of things. I'm sorry, not sorry, but like women getting upset is probably the least of our concern if we're talking about things that matter.
Well, how are you going to get agenda items actually done if these
Talk
upset
to
women
men.
block you? Well, I mean, the
Talk
men are
to
not
men.
going to do it. Men have
Well,
now. I mean, just logically. Now we're being logical. No, men have not done everything in history by themselves without
men
women.
fought wars. Men have fought wars
Well,
by themselves.
but they still needed women
Men
to,
travel the ocean by
Men were making
themselves.
the vehicles,
and they
don't
Men,
still
men,
needed women
men,
to support them,
men transport goods and material by themselves. Like,
and they
listen,
still
think
needed to support
fucking
them.
twice. No.
You didn't make any point. You're not making any point
Bro.
because
I'm naming a
they
set of
didn't do
tasks,
that
and you're
without
naming a
the aid
different.
of women. They did
You're
not do
naming,
that without the aid of women.
bro.
They
Listen.
didn't.
Women raising children and making food
There you
is what
go.
they've always done everywhere, right? But in
Okay.
between the children and the food, men are doing things that women are miles and miles away from. So like this,
Just because
you're
they
making a
distance.
comparison that is not really in the same.
No,
It's not the
no.
same point.
You're not even being logical. The point is made, and you just agree with it. At no point in time did any agenda
We
item that
never agree.
men needed to be done got done without, in some way, the assistance of women, even if they birthed them, supported them, or whatever the
Right. You're
woman had
making
to
the
do in
women are
that
God
point.
argument. That you're making a
No,
women are
no,
God argument.
no.
Listen.
I'm saying to
Birthing
you,
people,
I'm
giving
saying
birth
to
to
you
people is
that
not a
that is
superpower.
important.
And I'm not
Isn't
going
that
to treat it
important?
like a superpower. It's
It's
not a
not.
superpower. It is not
It
a
is.
superpower. It
It
is a
is.
biological function. That is what it
And
is. And
that's
we
a
shouldn't talk
superpower.
about women. We shouldn't talk about women as if they are supernatural just because they make babies.
Well,
Baby
natural is
making,
a
listen.
superpower.
And listen, I watched my first child actually be born. I was there for the whole thing, and it was the closest to magic I ever felt. But it was
There you
not
go.
magical.
That was magical, bro.
No, it
It's
was
a
not
superpower.
magical.
Their
It's not
body
a
is literally
superpower.
designed by nature to do that. And the thing
Every
is,
every female
the
body, by definition, is designed by nature to do that. That's kind of the thing.
exactly respect that. Exactly. That's my point. You just
Yeah,
made
yeah,
my
I
point. That's
respect
my point.
nature. Yeah, that's why I
Okay,
don't
well,
kill bugs and
well,
stuff. I
don't
don't
call
have
it
to.
a
Like,
super.
I don't go in the woods killing stuff. I respect nature.
Okay, well, there we go. So that's my point. The women are necessary. So that's the reason why every country on the planet you have to consider those women, and
Necessary to do
the
what
ones
exactly?
to whatever agenda item you want, because babies need
Now
to
you're
be born.
bluffing. No, no, you're bluffing. No,
No, no, that's a
yeah, yeah.
fact.
So,
That's a fact.
so
Look
they
at
have
Eastern
vaginas.
Europe.
No, no, no.
Eastern
So they have
Europe.
vaginas.
Eastern Europe.
You're,
Yes,
I want you to know.
that's
I
very.
want
Those
you to
are very
notice.
important. Those are
I
very
want you to
important.
notice.
By the way,
Mike, slow down. I'm trying to talk to you,
Yeah,
Mike. I'm trying to talk to you.
I'm
I want
listening.
you to notice. I want you to notice how you yourself are reducing women to just a simple function. You are
No,
not
first of
giving
all,
them
I
any.
made them God,
What
and
else?
now I'm
I
reducing them.
asked you
Okay,
what I
you
asked
go.
you. What I asked you. I asked you what are they necessary for, and you immediately went to that one thing. And I'm not even
Well,
saying
there
that
it
they're
is.
only necessary for that one thing, but you're doing that, and I want you to take
I
note of
gave
it.
you one thing. I gave you one thing, which is very
Okay, come on.
important.
Come
Okay, and
on.
that's
Yeah,
enough. That's enough.
I said, and
Uh,
that's enough.
Right now, I'm just saying, as that's
And
enough
no,
right
no,
now.
and this is
But that's
why, and
enough
this
to
is why,
respect
no,
them.
no, this is why I am not nice. This is why I don't have to come off as nice because you're just gonna come off as this pretentious dick, and you're fucking misogynist like me. You're a
Well,
goddamn misogynist
no,
pretending to be a feminist, and you're in this
I don't even
bullshit.
think
Stop
you're.
it. Stop
I
it.
don't
Come
think
into
you're
your
a real
full self.
misogynist. Do
Say
you
it how
really
you
beat
really
your wife?
feel,
Do you
bro.
beat your woman?
They have one core of responsibility that you respect, and everything else is yeah, you take it or leave it. Come on, just be
No.
honest.
Well, I mean, I am
I'm
honest,
giving you
but
an
I'm trying to
yeah,
get you. Look,
I'm giving
look,
you an
David.
opportunity to say what else
Oh,
are
I have the
women totally
opportunity.
necessary for? Like I'm telling you, what are women totally necessary for that you can't accomplish with a group full of men?
You cannot accomplish life without women. That's important
Oh,
enough, bro.
the
That's
magical
important enough.
argument again. The
It is
magical
a fact
argument.
that you will never be able to overcome because it's a fact. That's just like we're standing on the planet Earth. You can argue all day, but that fact still remains. Okay, nature
Angelica,
gave us that. Yeah.
A-
So you can't. Don't even
Angelica.
try to argue that. That's a fact.
No, I
And
don't
that's
want to
all I'm
argue
saying
with
to
you.
you.
No, I don't want to.
Yeah.
I got enough. I got enough. I don't want to argue with you. I just want to say, Angelica, I kind of do think you're magical, by the way, Angelica. Just
Don't
the
pull
word
I
me
magic.
don't
into
even
this
think you're a
now.
real
Y'all
knowledge.
going back and forth. I'm
No,
not.
but I
Just the
don't.
word
No, no,
came
no,
up. No,
David. But
I
see,
got bored
David.
all of a sudden. I got bored all of a
No,
sudden,
no.
and then there is a girl here, so might as well talk to the girl.
Mm,
She's
yeah.
just listening. I'm
Yeah.
trying to keep her from thinking you're just total.
Why are you even trying any goofy shit like that? That's corny. Trying
I'm
to
saying
stop
it
her
could be.
from thinking natural thoughts. Let her think her natural
Hey.
thoughts, bro. See what I mean? Listen, Angelica, you see, I'm coming off like
Yeah.
I'm some kind of asshole or something, right? But he, in his heart of hearts, one, women are only good for one thing, and then two, he doesn't even want you to think your own thoughts. Like he's trying to stop you from thinking how you would normally think. What the fuck is that? But I'm the bad guy.
Ah. See.
What I'm listening to is two men um, trying to rationalize something that to me I think I think it's a silly argument. I think as a woman that has had children, there's a certain lens that I have about childbirth. And I think that there are certain men that don't view it the same way. Listening to you, conservative, it's kind of diminished to a natural process, which it is. And on Super Mike's end, it's like, well, men can't accomplish essentially anything that they set out to do without some sort of assistance with women. So for me, it's just this is a man's conversation, and me adding anything doesn't really benefit it, because it doesn't really matter what I say. It'll be like, oh well, no, what about this, and what aboutism, and what aboutism. So I'm just going to sit here in my corner on mute.
Honestly, I could tell you had a little magic in you. That's why I had to come up here.
No, I'm just little old Angelica. I pop up on panels every once in a while. And I enjoy conversation, even if I don't necessarily agree with it. But for me, it's more or less about understanding, not necessarily agreeing. So I was listening to the conversation earlier, and I was just trying to figure out what happened. And now we're here. Well, you gentlemen are here discussing this. So I'll chime in if I feel like I'm compelled to, but I'm good.
Well, that's the thing, though. Being understood is difficult sometimes, especially when you want to say things that are like against the grain. Like you heard of the Overton window, this concept of like there's a certain boundary of respectable conversation. And I think we've gone so far, like the Overton window has shifted so far into the what is acceptable and safe by women's standards, or safe for women's emotional state, that just the nature of frank conversation has been like blunted over the years. It's just not like just me being blunt like that. I don't know why it's triggering, and it's not always triggering, but I guess sometimes I'm in friendlier territory. But like generally speaking, though, it is a little bit triggering when you just say things like bluntly and frankly. But you like the same way I just sort of pulled out of Mike like some misogyny at a base level. Like I think there are just some base realities that we kind of operate on as men and women. And when we're honest about that, I think it just makes things easier.
So yeah, misogyny is the hatred of women, right?
I know,
Is that how
but I like how
you?
the word sounds. I love the sound of
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
It's like
So
a
yeah, I
French
don't
word.
hate women, but I mean,
I
I
know, but
think that just because
say it
that's
though.
why I said like
Just say it
even
though. I'm
you're
telling you, it sounds good when you
no
say it. Just say it. Just
no,
say
but
it like you mean it too, like misogyny.
no, because even your I mean I've listened to you and talked to you a couple times. I don't think you're actually a misogynist. Now, you probably have been called that because, people use it as just something, but when you're dealing with the actual definition of the word, I really I don't think I get that from you. I just think that you have a different view, opinions, and there you go, and,
I feel like
and
you're
some of the
using a
stuff,
low blow, pulling out the
no,
definition
I
because
mean,
they just
I
don't
know
use
you
like
want to
niggas
fight because
don't
like
be
we
using shit. Why you going getting definitions for?
well, I mean, that's just how I do. I try to deal with actual definitions on stuff, but I mean, people, whatever, it's all good. But I think you got some valuable words. I would valuable ideas, but like I said before, and you like to have fun too, which is cool. But I don't know. I just once it starts getting to the serious talk, it kind of stirs up stuff. People need to understand the level of the conversation. It's just if it's just a
Why
kind
do
of
you
a
think it
fun
stirs up
debate.
stuff?
Well, because of course it's intended to. Number
What?
one, it's fun. Sometimes I think you get a kick out of it, and which
No,
is
no, that's not the
cool. And
question I'm asking.
people. But that's why I'm. You saying why? You said the question was why. Why
No, I
does it
mean
stir up?
specifically this
Intended.
though. Like, what is it
Okay.
in people that is being triggered? Like, what is it that's being like? What am I rubbing up against inside
Didn't
of
you
people
say to
that makes them
Overton that
react?
there's a part of the conversation that's sacrosanct? You're not supposed to talk about that. You're not supposed to say that.
Why is it sacred though? That's what I'm asking. Then I
Well,
guess if you're saying something is
there
sacred,
are
I want to know why.
because there are boundaries, in human operation. Now, if you're trying to
Written by whom?
overstep those boundaries, well, those boundaries are written by human experience, and some of them are written by social planners. But the
Well,
thing is,
that's a hell
there's
of a
humans
word. Social
experience.
planners. A social
Yeah, I
planner.
mean,
That's a thing.
well,
Is
yeah,
that on
those are
Indeed?
people who the architects of your governing system. or your, any system that you agree with, like a religion or
Is it
something. But go ahead.
is it on LinkedIn?
I would want to say this, and one. Okay, so a lot of cognitive functions are being um, contorted uh, for the defining of men and women. Which at one time you'll say, "What's a boy?" or "What's a girl?" And now you have it where there's 43 different or 48 different flavors of whatever the hell, you know. There has to be a base. When you build a house, there's no such thing as building a house if you don't have a base. If you don't have the base, then you can't have function. So when it says that of certain underlining of looking at that of the basic functions, if you were to hand me a child and say, okay, BMT, breastfeed a child, I'm like, how? I'm like, you got Angelica right there. Boom, grab her. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you want to say, well, I need you to go out and do X, Y, and Z labor, yes. And we understand that because of that, of the forming of how the environment is now, then yeah, it has drastically changed. It has changed now. And so people are moving out of that of their nature. So I understand now where I might say, hey, you can't holistically talk like that. You have the old guard that wants to talk like that. Say, well, why can't we? And they'll be like, well, guess what? Because it's not like that no more. You know? And it's funny and it's interesting because some people want to say, you remember where men were men? And then after that I said, well, okay, if you want to go back to when this was this, then we have to certain look at certain underlines of what environment allow them to be like that or allow them to. And when you start removing the locks, okay, I'm gonna show you something triggering. It does not bother me if someone is racist. I'm accepting of somebody being openly racist, but I understand that that's their preservation of survival. I worked with racist people, and they're like, "How can you do that? You ain't worried about because what he does behind closed doors is not my fucking concern. I just need to use him just like he's using me."
Well,
And,
BMT, you see how you made that statement about, that time when men were men? I don't think it was so much that, there was some magical like infrastructure that was just, making manhood great. It was just people were more honest back then. And I
mm,
think even now in today's society with all these toys and gadgets and all these conveniences we have, it's not that we can't still be men and women can't be women by that, framework that you set up. It's just that we're not being honest anymore. And so that's what I think the real problem is. It's a matter of honesty. People are just lying, and we're living in these delusions and fantasies. And then now we got the social media to make our delusions and fantasies 24/7 and right in your pocket all day.
well, here's the thing about it. It's human history repeats itself. Babylon did this is doing the same thing. The Roman Empire did the same thing. The Persian Empire. When they start eroding at, well, what allowed them, they had certain rules of conduct that men and women had to operate, had to. Wasn't, well, I don't feel like, no, you are going to operate like that. You are going to abide by these rules. If not, then you will be that removed. Now, the thing about it back then for the men and the women, and if it was a PE course or a certain automotive course, they kind of, you know, well, how you say misogynistically, would not allow, even if Angelica says, well, I want to get in automotives, they would probably say, no, I think home ec would be nice for you, Angelica. Be a good girl and go do home ec. No, I want to go do welding. No, you can go do culinary. I think that's pretty nice for you. See what I'm saying? Like there were roadblocks that they would push her away. Now, if a man, let's say her dad or uncle or another man would come by and say, let me show you how to do this. But if you ask most women that know how to work on a car, other than automotive school, they will tell you a man taught them how to do it. A man put them to the side and showed them how to do it. Or
there's another element to this whole like not teaching women how to do things, and teaching women how to do basic domestic stuff and useful practical things, and then teaching the men how to have like practical skills that you can get a job with or whatever. There's actually a greater reason for that, and I don't know if like the older generation has done a great job explaining it, but I think we in our generation and the generations coming up behind us, like the millennials and whatever they're called, they're living through it and they're suffering under it. And this is what's going on here, right? Just by sheer force of human nature, when you promote women into the workforce, you displace men into the workforce. So the majority of jobs that women take in the workforce, the majority of those jobs means that there's a man who is not getting that work. So aside from like all the inflationary realities of having all these extra people now into the workforce, you create a problem with the basic human dynamic. Men earn money mostly to attract women, and then over time they have to care for the woman and the family. So you're basically taking away men's earning capabilities and even some of their desire and just the want to do it all. You're taking that away and putting women in that position. And so now women can make the relatively rational choice of, well, I don't actually have to have a husband to have all the material things in life. And so family formation gets just gets messed up. Like the basic patterns of family formation are going to get messed up because women are making a different set of rational choices. Men are making a different set of rational choices. And then also just the nature of women having money changes the way they look at men. So that's like this whole passport bro stuff comes up and all that. But the basic fact is this, right? The higher a woman gets on the economic ladder, the less men she will find long-term attractive. Like physical stuff always is the same. Like, somebody who's sexy is somebody who's sexy. But as a woman makes more money, there are just less men making that kind of money that she will look across the room with and be like, that's a guy I can stay married to for 40 years. And so there are just very practical, hardcore realities to these set of lies that we're operating under. But, people like me become the bad guy because, like you said before, I come in the room just breaking hearts and shit. But the truth is the truth, and it's ugly.
Well, I mean, no, I hear you with that. Like, no, listen.
I feel like that's a result of men, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a result of men. Because I mean,
Well, it's
ultimately,
the result of men in the
the
sense that we
displacement of
gave women what
men.
they wanted.
So, um, just to get back to my first thought, yeah, I just feel like to your point of the displacement of men in the workforce is a result of men, and I think to say that the reason that is because men were acquiescing to women. I think it's more so because men have made decisions about warring with each other more than anything else. And when you go to war, you need things, you need products, you need supplies, you need food, you need a surplus of things to make sure those men are able bodied and willing and ready and physically able to fight. And if the men are away, then who else is left to make those things?
How many scholarship programs are there specifically for men?
Not.
Go- go-
I can't think
government.
of a
I
lot.
mean, government. I'm sorry, I should have
Like federal
qualified.
scholarships.
Yeah, because it's a taxpayer thing. It's something that we the people pay for as a country.
I mean, I can't recall of any
I mean, you got the
specifically
minority
going towards
program.
men, but I'm pretty
Last time I checked,
sure.
there were none. Last time I checked, there were none. There are
Then it has to
definitely
Okay.
be
a
same
bevy of programs, a bevy. I don't even get a chance to use that word often, only in these types of conversations, but there
Hmm.
are a bevy of programs just
Heavy.
dedicated to helping women. Yeah, see, it's another great
Right.
word. A bevy of misogyny, Mike. Say it with me. A bevy of misogynists.
Bevy.
Okay, but go ahead, Angelica.
No, I was just going to say, I think that those grants are put in place because they understood that women needed those resources. It wasn't that
I
men.
thought there was a war on, and we needed women to get up there and like. You see, I'm only bringing that up to poke holes in the argument that we needed women because war.
I'm confused. So you're saying that you're so federal scholarships equate to war how?
No, it's not about war per se. I'm kind of
Okay.
rejecting the war argument. What I'm saying
Mhm.
is this. In that moment that you brought up, war, you're talking like specifically about World War II and women entering the workforce, right?
Mhm.
Fine. I'm not saying that was some kind of Machiavellian plot. What I'm saying is that beyond that, why do we have to promote women over men specifically? That inherently creates the imbalances that I just laid out. And it's not a natural function of how men and women operate. There's a set of rules that is being imposed on the population so that men and women have to operate under this weird system we have now, where naturally speaking, there's just way less reason to hire women. But and then on top of that, because there's way less natural reason to hire women, like you just said, people understand women need extra help.
Mhm.
Okay, but here's the thing about it, and I'm looking at it. It's really got to an interesting conversation. So when you think of the news, you're gonna think of a what? A woman or a man? You usually think of an anchor man. When you think of majority of most positions or stuff, you're gonna think of a man. Before that, now only start getting into a woman when you say a nurse, which back in the day that used to be held by a man, but then they start having more women. When you think of a lot of stuff, or like, hey, somebody doing hair and nails and stuff, you're gonna think of more so of a woman. You think of a teacher, which they dominate that in the more they dominate that field, right? Because they're more patient, right? As though they say, well, give the children to the men, but there are more teachers that are women. I don't know that many males that I don't know that many men that want to take care of a bunch of preschoolers or toddlers or first graders or stuff like that. We don't I don't see men like, oh man, that's so masculine. No, but let a guy
You're
say,
wrong.
I'm
You're wrong, BMT. You're wrong.
oh,
In the lower year and in lower ages, yeah, it's heavily female dominated traditionally, but
okay.
like high school and up,
High
men
school.
have been phased. Yeah, from like high school and up. I mean, even probably like middle school, even. But men have been kind of phased out of the educational system over the years. Like it's
It's
no
like
accident that there are just like you're probably gonna if and I shit you not try this out because I noticed this with my kids' school. They're more likely to be gay men than just men in your school.
They're still men though.
You
so
see
now
my fucking point.
They're
You
still
see
Oh
my
men.
fucking point.
no!
What is
I
the
was like,
point? What
oh,
is
you
the point that
know,
you're trying to
look how
make?
look at Angelica.
What is
She's now
they're
into
still
this.
You see
men.
my
I mean,
point. You see my point. And
what
this
is the
is
Angelica,
why
point?
you have to be hard on women because they don't know. They don't know what poison really is.
Jesus
They just
Christ.
don't.
So you're saying what are you saying about more gay
I,
men teaching?
well,
Explain
what
to me.
I first of all, I don't even know why so many gay people want to work in schools, but I'm going to leave that there. That's just weird to me. But specifically, I just think it's weird how over the years, masculine men who are actually guys with a baritone voice, have gotten phased out of the educational system. But there are, like you said, oh, they're still men. There are men there, but they're not the men of yesteryear. They're this new kind of metrosexual man. And if young people are to have older people for their models of behavior, I don't want my boys and the boys of my family to have those men as their models of behavior.
Huh. Now hold on now. So question. Okay, so let's look at that. Most men,
um,
most men don't even look at a male teacher. They don't look at them like, oh man, that's such an amazing and respectable role. Like they're like, why are you like in an AC climated like area? Like why are you not out there working with your hands? Like we know that that's something like that's like a man saying I'm a nurse. come on now. Some dudes be looking at them kind of like you're wearing Crocs and scrubs. Something that they majority see. They'll say, "Well, why don't you go do like a doctor or something like that?" They don't like.
No, BMT,
We
you're
don't
leaving
look
something
at.
out here.
We don't look at
No,
men like that in that perception, man. We don't.
no. I don't know that. I mean, maybe women don't look at a male teacher as a sexy job, but I remember being a kid. There was no disrespect for male teachers. Like, first of all, most of them are huge compared to you as a kid. So, like, there's just a physical reality of having a male teacher,
From a
and
male
it
to
creates a
another.
different environment having men around. And so, listen. That's another thing. Look, schools nowadays are getting out of control. And I think part of that is lack of male authority because, like, women can't break up fights. Women can't really stop boys from going at each other the way they be going at each other. And so, like, stuff just gets out of hand, and more than likely, it'll grow before somebody gets involved, and you get like 8 or 10 adults in the middle. But like, not having men around, even at that young level, kind of is a detriment.
No, hold up now. So
I
in my
don't I don't know if I agree. I kind of feel like there are plenty of men in schools. It may not be everywhere, but even to your point that it may not be so much in like colloquial, like, elementary into high school, but especially in college, it is heavily dominated by men to me. At least
Oh,
this
it's
is
not.
just me. This is just me
By
speaking
the
from just
numbers,
observation. Um,
I'm sorry. By the numbers, college is like a majority female thing. It's for years now.
yeah, but I'm
I
just
have to look into it. I'm not, but
most
that's just
like
how I can recall it. Go ahead,
most
BMT. I'm
schools
sorry.
like no, you're good. You're good. I'm glad you're like definitely now getting your footing into this. So most coaches are men. Most coaches are men, and those are well respected. But let a man say, like, and again, like you said, like I adjusted, like going down to that of the medium, like middle school and intermediate and elementary. There's no men there. There, like back in the day, like you could probably have had men as the teachers, but then after that, they didn't have the patience. Like it takes patience to deal with a bunch of children, and you can't discipline them. Which honestly, I'm gonna be for real. I don't want random motherfuckers thinking that they're gonna discipline my child. I would break your fucking collarbone. Like that's just something taking it too far. Um, and that's look at the perception of society of saying that again. That's why I said the environment where people could flourish and say, well, this is what masculinity looks like, versus now this is where hey, if you're not there to cultivate and build the environment, can you honestly dictate that in the environment? But then they're gonna say, well, what are you? Is that what you're contributing? I mean, hence the movie Lean on Me. That movie is a real
Yeah.
that's a real life story of a male teacher
Now you're
going
making my
there.
point.
Hold on. Well, I'm saying no, but he had it where a lot of he had to fire the male teacher, but the male teacher didn't even want to
No,
listen to
no,
him.
no. He fired that bitch ass nigga. That's what he did. He fired
Oh,
that bitch
now
ass
you
nigga.
call him a bitch ass
That's
nigga.
what he did. He was a bitch ass nigga, and he had to go. And then too.
Wow.
Let's examine the movie Lean on Me. That's a perfect
Listen,
embodiment of what I'm
you do
trying to
that,
tell
I
you.
will be there. When you do that, I will be there. And I'll say, well, explain why this man is firing this man and why the guy who was his friend had to check him and say, hey, I'm the head nigga in charge. You tell that shit.
Because he didn't want to hold the line. What's the name came in? Morgan Freeman came in, Joe Clark, and he had to set a higher standard of behavior, not just for the students, but for the teachers as well. Because remember, the adults have to be the model. And so that guy was bucking against Joe's higher standards. So, all right, nigga, bye. Like, I'm here to do shit. You here to do shit that got you, like, the reason why I'm here is because you've been doing what you've been doing now. So you got to go. And that's how it is when you get a new boss or whatever. You got to fall in line. And so you don't fall in line, you get fired. And then the thing too, look, who was his main nemesis in that movie?
It was a woman. It was a woman.
Not just the woman. It was the archetypical woman.
Oh, I can't remember. I only watched that movie
Trying to say,
one
trying to
time.
say the
It,
black
it
people.
was it was the angry single black woman. That's who it was. That's why I
Was
said
it
it was an
a faculty
archetypical role.
member or was it like a parent?
No, there was parents, right? Was it a parent?
It was a
She
parent
wasn't
that
a faculty member. She wanted to run to be like the school board president or something like that. She
it
was
was a
running to get in the office. I think she was, maybe she was a parent, but I think she was a parent of one of the kids that he kicked out because her little bastard son was a hoodlum.
now
But he
his
was on crack, wasn't he?
yeah
I
he
don't
sold
know.
drugs. He sold,
Not that
The
one. Not that
no,
one.
real
no.
life
It was that was the little
story.
fat one that was on crack. That was the little fat nigga. You
One of
smoke crack,
the
don't
boys,
you?
one
The
of the
real life
boys that
story
she
of that
that
guy
one of
was a
the
bit
boys
problematic,
one
though.
of the boys that he kicked out of school, his mother, which was the woman for Where in the World, Carmen San Diego, and all them kind of
Right,
things.
right.
That woman, yeah, that played her, literally was like, "Hey, you can't kick my son out of school, but your son isn't trying to learn. He's too far behind." Actually, he was damn well 20 years old, so he was like he wasn't going to even finish. He needs to go to night school. Now, that right there, I'll give you that. Yeah, that woman, because that was a lower income school, yes, she was causing problems. But every
East
school,
Side High.
now every kind of school, then we would have to look at all the schools with the Karens, which literally said, well, if my son, if my daughter can't have a date, then I don't want no more father daughter dates. Yeah, that was a Karen that pulled that card on a father daughter date kind of thing. You got to think like these kind of things. Parents do shit
Nah,
and
nah, nah.
destroy.
You're framing
Oh,
that wrong.
you don't like that. You didn't like that. I
You
pulled
framing
out.
no, 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 no. You're framing it wrong. You're framing it wrong. It's not parents. That is a single white woman fucking up white culture. White men should be outraged by bitches like that.
Well, guess what? You know what happened? The white man actually said, "Okay, cool. We'll shut it down," and shut it right down. So
Punk
guess
ass
what?
white man. God damn it. This is why they losing their
I have
empire.
no
No,
idea what you're
hold on, hold on.
talking
See,
about.
you can't see you can't. That's what I said. You can't reach back in time and only pull out something. When I said you got to look at that of the environment of how it was shaped and framed. Now, again, had there been a man in that home for that family, then probably the daughter or the wife would have probably had a different prerogative. But however, didn't have any. All right, and both of those women were working class women. So guess what? They were like, I'm not paying for all that shit. I'm not doing that. So you're gonna have this kind of thing because the family court is heavily run by men in positions of power. They're not gonna
No, it's
change.
not. No, it's not. Family court is heavily dominated by female staff from my personal experience, because
Staff,
I could only look at that with my eyes. But nah, the family court is a very female dominated.
it's
Oh
not.
God, hell yeah.
No, it's not. It's actually.
I
Hey,
wouldn't
but let me say,
I wouldn't know.
yeah,
It is
but I'll say
dominated.
something.
Yeah. I'll give it to you. I'm just saying. Still today, as old as court system is in America, majority of judges are men, and literally, family court is literally like their starting point for them to get used to doing court cases. Then they start
I
jumping into like civil
Well,
court
well,
and
think about that. Think about that, BMT. If family court is your entry, right? And we've had over the last 30, 40 years a growing number of women entry into the system, the legal system, right? Well, then do the math. Yeah, if that's the place they start and more of them are starting, then more and more of them are filtering through that very place, bro.
well, that's what they start.
Well, let me say something about too with David's point, because he did make a good point, and then Angelica, she answered it pretty good, but I don't think that you completed the answer when he was talking about why are women being promoted over men, and then she said that was having something to do with men going to war with each other. But I don't think that. And then you guys made the point. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with now if you're talking about World War II. But the point is, it's still applicable. There's when we use these blanket terms of gender war, we miss a lot of information. When we say men, well, of course, it's not all men. There's a group of men going to war against a different group of men. And then when you say women, there's a different group of women doing something different than this group of women. And so that's why I don't like the gender war, because it sends us into a tailspin spiral. You're hitting your friends and enemies. It's
Well,
not really intelligent.
I think you're right in like a grand scheme sense of the word. Like if we could only look at the shadows and we could only see the people pulling the puppet strings. Like, you ever watched a puppet show? Like, imagine you were only watching the people who could pull the puppet strings and you couldn't see the puppets, right? That would be a perfect time to bring up that argument. But in the reality, you and I are the puppets, and you're punching me, you're kicking me. Like, what am I to do with this person in front of me who's punching and kicking me?
Now the thing is, the way you solve the problem is to hit the root of a thing, and you have to understand the root of it, and that first comes out with the conversation, which is something that you do good, and that's where I was pointing at. It's not a real argument; it's just observing,
Well,
and
I
and
take
it's
you back
true.
to so
Your argument is true. Your argument is true. I agree with this part of your argument. When you put we actually touched on that at the very beginning of this conversation when Jay was like, "Okay, we the niggas with the money now." So, uh, because the point is you get this one group of people, which are women, who historically have been receiving from men, and then you put these males in poverty, and when historically they're used to giving. So now the whole you throwing off the whole, like you said, you throwing off the whole uh, reward punishment system that men and women have had for generations, and then you're confusing the population on what's right and what's wrong. So I mean, that's just what we're dealing with today. How you fix that?
well,
We just got to go
let,
through it. We got to
Well,
power
that's the
through it.
part where I'm also
let's
confused at as well, because it's
what do
like,
you mean?
so I hear men sometimes talk about, like gender roles and, gender for performance and in generations prior to us, and, how things were a certain way. And for me, when I even if I look back in my own family history, but I'm not going to make it like a personal thing, but even when I look back at history in general of the Black experience, uh, like to me, I think that what what is talked about is different from the reality. And I say that to say that when I look at the Black experience in America, yes, men have been subjugated, women have been subjugated. But when it comes to family and marriage, there is a certain gender performance. But when we look at it a bit more closely, we see that women, at some extent, have always worked or have worked and been domestic, or vice versa, where it's the man working and also because the woman is off, being a maid at somebody else's household. And when I look at that, I think when I hear conversations now, it's like not to say that, like the nuclear family never existed in Black society, but I don't think that that was the norm. That was more like the exception. So when I hear men talk about, like traditional values and nuclear families, those sort of talking points, it kind of, for me, it sounds strange for our experiences as Black people here in America.
I think we've been lied to a lot about our history as Black people in America. Because if I were to run some numbers to you, they would totally like contradict our common narrative about who we are as a people, right? So, marriage.
Hmm.
Black America was married at a far higher rate than white America was at a certain point in American history.
Yeah, I
And
believe
you can
that.
make the argument, you can make the argument, it was oppression and all that, but that
Hmm.
number was real. And I don't think those stories of guys being like abusive, like the color purple, or some guy having a bunch of women all over town. Those are like the 1% stories, right? That the common story is like men and women just sort of stuck together, and then they lived until somebody died. Like that was kind of the thing that happened a lot of times, right? Now, the reason we know this to be true is because, and this is something else you might not really know, that and I had to watch a documentary and see this. Like, there was a documentary about selling to the Negro, right? And it's on YouTube right now. That's where I saw it.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
basically, the Negro, this is like around, I guess, in the 40s, probably like the post-war
I
period.
think it was
But
54 when that movie was out.
Right, so it's the post-war period, so 50s then. Just like Korean War, baby. But still, it's like a time when right before the Civil Rights Act and all that took place,
Mm-hmm.
Black America was just economically thriving, basically. Like we were an
Right.
economic powerhouse of the country. And a big part of that was tied into our social stability as just married families. And
Mm-hmm.
so I think this narrative of Black America, like we never really had a nuclear family. We never had something like a patriarchy. Like, no, we've always had, even if it was our own Black version of it, we've had that stable family kind of setup. Even with the give and take of different kind of lives, and husband's got to do a little bit of this and that because the wife works. Like, I'm not even knocking that, but on the whole, that was probably the norm for Black America. And then that got tossed out the window because welfare and voting rights and all that it was a whole thing in the 60s.
Well, no,
Well, I'm
so
okay.
I agree partly. I do think, and I agree with you because I think I did read some study some years ago about the marriage rates for African Americans, and it was overwhelming, in comparison to the rest of society. I think my argument is that because our history is complex, when I hear certain men talk about like nuclear. And when I say nuclear, my definition in my mind is like the husband is out working and the wife is at home staying with the children. I don't think that part is a norm. I think because of our history, it could have been a mix of things. It could have been both parents out working. She may have had a secretary job, maybe working the phone lines and then coming home before the kids got off or something. Um, but that's where so that was a point that I was trying to make. But no, I do agree that we were intact a
Well,
lot more then than we are now.
let's try it from this angle then, right? I don't even argue that for a lot of people they do see it like it was never the norm, right? But even if it wasn't the norm wholesale, like even if you chuck all
Mhm.
those windows and all that reality out, here's the
Mhm.
problem though. Even without it being a cultural or historical norm, it is a natural, and that is more compelling than what we have right now, because the setup right now, it doesn't seem to work on the whole scale because it's way less natural. It's pretty much artificial. And so this is another place where men and women are having this disconnect. This is something else I wanted to say. I'm glad I remembered again. This is
Mhm.
also to your comment before about this thing between men and women in a lot of ways. And this is why, like, I don't mind taking like the bad guy role or whatever and coming off all harsh, but women haven't really understood that they've made themselves like not the enemy but an enemy. Women have made themselves an enemy in a lot of ways, because for a lot of men it's like the reality of dating and family life. Like, you're not really there are no guarantees, and frankly there are no protections for you when it comes to like your children as a man. And then in the dating world in general, there's all the expectations of like you got to be the whatever the woman wants or whatever, but you're not necessarily getting the thing that men have really traditionally desired from women, which is like the natural role I just described. And so, like,
Mhm.
with that, with women not really seeing it that way, and women kind of pushing against the natural role, it's like women are making themselves an enemy in a lot of ways. And so it's hard to kind of get past the gender war when you consider it like that.
Let me
Well,
say something about. Let me make a reference though, because we all talked about the family. I think if you look at this on there's an audio of this book you can get on archive.org. E. Franklin Frazier's The Negro Family. He did like a 700-page study. This was a scientific study with a government grant of the family situation of black people. And this is coming off of, this is the generation like after slavery. This is, the Freedmen's Bureau, all that kind of stuff. And this is actually where Moynihan got inspired to write his report from E. Franklin Frazier's The Negro Family. Pull that book up and just listen to it, however long it takes you to listen to it. Then you're going to have a better and a more accurate perspective, because he goes through like how our families was set up. And that's the reason why we did generate so much wealth that they had to do that video that Hood Service reference, because we are given the slave narrative and the negative narrative of how we were generally. He goes through rich families, poor families, and he shows the consistency. And we did have, just a more comprehensive. I mean, of course, we still argue, we had our problems, all those sorts of things, but it was just way better. This, like you said, the setup, it just was a little bit more functional than what we're dealing with now. This stuff that we're dealing with now is not really even functional. So, that's just a reference that if anybody wants to go pick that up, go ahead and listen to it on audio or something.
No, I absolutely appreciate it. I'll look into it. I think and I know I'm kind of segueing off topic. For me, like talking about like gender wars, and I say that with my hands in air quotes. For me, it's it's just like a lost cause for me. Um, I personally think, and this is just me speaking as a woman, um, that the conversation should move away from what does one person bring to the table and what does the other person bring to the table. I think it should move away from that more into I'm just trying to find the best person for me. I just think that as Black folks here in America and our experience, we're really complex and nuanced. And some of us are traumatized, and some of us may need to go heal and maybe do therapy or whatever it is that kind of makes us able and have the capacity to function in healthy relationships. For me, I find that a lot of the conversation, at least from what I hear, um, is a bit problematic and it doesn't really come to a solution. There's a lot of easy cop outs, um, that people choose to take, or they just swear off dating, or they say it's greener on the other side of the pasture, or whatever their particular flavor is. But for me, if we're ever truly going to talk about how to bring Black men and women closer, I think that we just have to start seeing each other as being innate, contained vessels of value first. And then moving from that point, because for me, a lot of what I hear is just very transactional and it's very conditional, and it kind of lacks the human value system that at least that I like to hear. But I just wanted to bring up that point, but I'm done.
I think the thing
Well, no, that's yeah. Go ahead, B.M.T.
when it comes, I think that when it comes down to it, yeah, um, logically, no matter what, the art of transfusion, with everything is broken down to components. There is always going to be a transaction. Nothing is given without something having to be taken. That's just how it works. You know, you got to shed blood. You got to give up time. You got to give up energy. Um, it's a dominant thing of all life forms. Um, I have to kill and eat and consume for me to live, drink, um, and that is how it works. What happens is that um, a lot of people don't want to pay that cost. I want access to protection, but I don't want to follow that of the instruction. I want access to that of a quality woman, but I have to provide that of a quality environment. You understand what I'm saying? And so I want more strong masculine men, but I have to raise a standard where they cannot have the same access. It has to be an award system of putting in the work. They used to have it where the men would have to go out, forward food, and they try to, okay, you just brought in a kill, you brought in some food and some meat. Guess what? There's two daughters right there. You know what I'm saying? You can choose out of one of them. Wait, but what about the other guy? I mean, even though he didn't catch her or anything, no, you don't get no access. You see what I'm saying? That's how the system has to work. But we're sadly a guy will tell me, "Well, I want Angelica. She's sweet, she's nice," but I'm like, "Can you cut her grass? Can you make food?
Can you build me a kitchen?"
Like, yeah, Angelica is still waiting for that kitchen. Like,
Yes.
can you do a kitchen and tile and stuff?
Well, no. See that? No kitchen.
Why are
Not
you
no.
saying no to the kitchen?
Well,
You know,
because for one,
get me to do this.
Hold on. If you want me to get
no.
hype,
Angelica, they don't
Look. I'm gonna tell you right now. And I'm being funny. I'm being funny, but I'm gonna make a real point at the same time. Like, because I know your kitchen thing, you're making a little bit of a joke too. But like, here's the thing.
no, I'm dead
I know,
serious.
yeah, you want a kitchen. I know you want a kitchen, but here's why it's a little bit of a joke, though, right? It's 1 o'clock in the morning where I am, right? So wherever you are, it's probably relatively late, and I can't imagine you're somewhere on the internet in a place with no kitchen right now, late as it is.
No, I do have a kitchen, but I have a dream
Oh,
kitchen.
of course. So the point now, the point I'm gonna make, the real point I'm gonna make, right, is this. In the grand scheme of things, women have chosen the provision of society and the protection of society over the provision and the protection of an individual man. And that in the grand scheme, what's happening is less women have men to protect them individually, kitchen building, right? But society in itself is starting to provide less protection for women too, so it's leaving women in a little bit of a situation. But that's kind of been the deal. Women go to men for protection and provision, and since they're getting their protection and provision somewhere other than the men aren't necessarily doing their side of keeping society in order, and now things are kind of falling apart a little bit.
But David, most men can't even drywall or even know how to goddamn cut tile. That's not no offense, but what used to be a skill, like you could have found a average job trade guy. All these, I'm sorry, but a lot of these guys just play Call of Duty, Fortnite, and just work at McDonald's. Like, I'm sorry, but
what's he gonna do? Get a job and get married and have kids?
Huh? No, see,
what's he gonna do? Get a job and get married and have kids?
Well, we're talking about having a skill. We're talking about having an acquired skill to have.
But that's the purpose of the skill.
Okay, wait. So your purpose of the skill was to
get a job, get married, and have kids. It's not sex per se. God loves sex, right? Sex is everything. But no. The purpose in the grand scheme of things is to get a job so you can get married and have kids, right? So you want to have a skill so you can get a better job, so you can get a better woman and have better kids.
That's setting up a premise of that. So that's saying that I'm getting a job to become a mechanic, so that way I can hopefully one day find my princess. No, probably the guy said I actually.
No, you find your princess and then you go figure out how to keep her.
I just want somebody to build me a damn kitchen. I don't know how we got off.
See, look, the princess wants a fucking kitchen.
I said I would.
I'm not pulling this out of nowhere. The whole impetus for men doing these things that women want is so the women will be loyal to the men in the long run. But without that attachment and that commitment, what do the women become?
Well, every man is not created equal, David.
That's not the question, my brother. What do the women become when you remove that attachment and commitment in the long run?
Well, to what? To commitment.
Independent.
To the man. But in the man's eyes, what good is the woman who can never be a wife? In a man's eyes, what good are women who aren't trying to be wives?
Which man? What man? Most men
don't. Oh my God, bro! What do you mean, which man?
Excuse me, Mr. Hoodservative. Yes. How do men know when women are or are not trying to be wives? How do they know that?
That's a layered question, but basically it's I kind of simplified it because I think about this a little bit in my off time, this time of night, I guess. But either you're a wife or a thought. Either you're on the path to being a wife or you're on the path to being a thought. And guys are just gonna have to, spot it. You got to learn with experience, I guess, too. That there'll be signs or whatever. But it's generally that kind of dichotomy. Like there are good girls and women who believe things should be a certain way, and then there are girls who don't believe none of that shit. And then you got to kind of learn the difference, and it's hard to learn sometimes because nobody's telling you this stuff as a young man, right? Nobody's really telling you how women are as a young man, but that's kind of the thing. And then the reality of it is, like, the kinds of behaviors and the kinds of attitudes that make women um motherly material, like basically, I hate to even make it like this, but it is really just this comparison. It's like that Madonna horror complex shit. But like, you're looking for, if you had a great mom, you're looking for a woman who you sexually desire, but also has the qualities of the great mom that you remember. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. Yeah, I follow.
And so like that's kind of like how you want to, like, that's the parameters I guess you could use to spot the difference. But basically, like I said, you're either a wife or a thought, and you're either on the path to being a wife or a path to being a thought. And that's just the thing with women right now. Most women reject the wife's path.
So I'm not tapped into like a lot of women. I'll just say that. Nor am I tapped into a lot of like what women are doing right now. As far as like their dating prospects, what they want for their futures, things like that. I'll say that. So my opinion is just solely based on personal friends and personal experience. Um, what I find happens a lot of times is that when now again, to your point, there are some women that are chill, homebodies, whatever, and there are certain women that are just out here doing whatever, right? Um, but even with that said, I find a lot of times when I speak with women, and even based on my personal experience, when women are kind of ready to settle down, men don't aren't they're not the men that you meet aren't in the same lane. A lot of it happens when women are younger. Um, at least again, from my experience and from experiences of others. And they're kind of trying to get their careers moving, whatever, but they also have that desire to have companionship and to be locked in with someone. And a lot of women just don't find men that are even at that stage where that's even a thought for them. So it's kind of like almost like
Well,
fielding calls, trying to figure out whether this guy is just here for the shits, or if, he got a bunch of
well,
other women, this, that, and the third, or somebody that's really solid. And I think what happens is that while women, I think a lot earlier are ready to settle down, men are still kind of like playing the field, and both of those two time periods never really intersect with each other, if that makes sense.
I think there's some truth in that. I think you're perhaps reading it slightly wrong, maybe on the man's side. Like, all right, yeah,
Mhm.
the younger men want sexual variety, just to put it that way, right? Younger men, especially, like, because that's the prime of your life. You're out there in the mix, yada yada yada, right? So that's that world, and there are younger men who would give women commitment and loyalty and all that, but
I
they aren't the
agree.
men that women want the
Yeah.
most.
I agree that there's some.
Right.
I,
They aren't the guys that women want the most. But see, the guys that women want the most, especially at that period in time in both people's lives, those men are less likely to settle down. They may settle down a little bit later, and some of them may never truly settle down at all, right? But I think women don't necessarily choose the guys who have, like, the same way I described motherly, stable qualities, right? I don't
mhm.
think women are that drawn to those kinds of qualities at that stage of life, because, like, again,
I
the,
think
the
that they are, but I think that women are I mean, but I think it's the same way with men. Like men are
Right.
looking for somebody who's attractive, that they're sexually looking at, that's appealing to them. And the same thing for women. Like women are looking at men and like, oh yeah, he's hot, he's sexy, he's handsome or whatever. Um And again, it's just really fielding.
I'm hearing a lot of
playing the
double
field.
No,
I'm hearing a lot.
no.
I'm hearing a lot of double talk, and it's like I don't know what's going on. So
Go ahead,
I'm
B.M.T.
saying no. I'm hearing one person, one group says men are ready to settle down and have families and all this shit, but I'm like that's bullshit. If a dude can get it for free, why would he settle down? Literally, I don't have to settle down. I can get access to it. Back then, you had to
Right.
You had to ask for access. Most dudes tell
Right.
you, okay, so if there's no access, or there's a certain type of environment that literally is left unchecked, then guess what? Then they're gonna do whatever they want to do. They're gonna do whatever they want to do. And so,
Let me
no,
let me
hold
lay it
on.
out. Okay.
Lay it out. You already put out your premise. Now I'm putting out my premise of how it's already been seen and already was happening. Because most guys don't go to where there's a household where there's a bunch of men. They go to the house where there isn't holistically no men, or they know they can get away with that. And for God, most dudes don't say, well, if Angelica would say, I'm gonna save myself for marriage and keep my chastity. Ain't no dude gonna stick around and play let's just hold hands and go
That's
get
a fact.
milkshakes and all that other stuff. Ain't no dude gonna play that game. We're looking at right now. That's why they had the shotgun wedding, because a man will put a 38 behind your head and say, listen, you knocked her up. If you listen, either you're gonna marry her or I'm gonna
You
blow your
skipped
brains.
something. You
What did I
skipped the
skip?
part. Hold on.
What did I skip? Go ahead.
The guys who would play that game, she don't want anyway. I'm saying that's the whole scenario I just laid out.
How do you know?
Think about it. Think about it. You saving yourself for marriage. You're being chased, right? So you're beautiful, you're attractive, men want you, but you're saving yourself for marriage, right? So now you're creating a filtration system for men. That means the men who would actually go through all that, by the time he gets through all that, this nigga is so committed to you. If you talk about a guy who is actually monogamous to you without actually having sex, right? So he's loyal to you without actually having sex with other girls, because that's the scenario you're trying to lay out there. Then by the time you actually do get to have sex, that man is soul tied to you. And so, again, dude, you understand how powerful it is to finally get that shit, and now you're married. You can't just walk away. Like, bro, that's the deal. That is the scenario. That is the ideal scenario, honestly, for both parties, right? Because you know what that is? That is a lifelong bond. Because even more hypothetically, you'd want them to both be virgins, right? So they both get that magic together. But see, the thing is, in a world without that, there's just less magic.
So hold on. So here's the thing. I'm looking at your
Wow,
premise.
wait. We got to say it. What was that? Angelica, explain that. What was that remark? What was that comment?
So
I detected an air of unhappiness. What was that about?
I'm listening to you, right? And y'all don't know my family, so I'll just be candid for a moment. I have a younger sister that's 30 years old. She's a virgin, and she cannot find anyone. She's a really attractive
that's 30.
girl.
She's 30 now. Like, honestly, you need to go to the strip club and just get it off, and then get back in the swing of things.
What I'm saying is this, is that when I talk to her about her dating experiences, no one wants to wait. No one wants to wait. No man wants to wait to actually marry.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie.
They don't want to wait.
I ain't playing that game. So I'll be honest.
In the 30s, that's wild. At the 30s, that is wild. But I would say that the window was like somewhere before, like, the window was somewhere before the 25. Like, you'd had to give it up to somebody.
No.
And I don't know the story. Like, I can't say she should have slept with that guy. Like, who knows, right? But I'm just saying the window was back then.
He hasn't found anybody because it's, and the same way that you say that, these supposed women are only looking for certain type of guys, These men are looking for certain type of girls. She's not the type to put out. She will not put out until marriage. Period. And because of that, men will play the game as long as they can to think that they can convince her to
Well,
change her mind. And then once they realize that they can't, they leave.
Well,
So,
I
I
mean,
mean,
and it's not your sister though. It's not your sister, and that's the thing. Because like, as much as what she's done kind of like blew up and it went the wrong way, perhaps it was commendable, and that's the actual proper way. The problem is she's a proper girl in an improper world, and I feel sorry because it's tragedy for good people trying to find each other in this shit.
So one of the things about it, and that's what I said, like we gotta stop saying that well, it's the women and or it's the men, it's society, men,
Miss L bugging in the chat.
like it's how men and women both are. Like, I'm sorry, like your people are complaining that oh man, like they don't want to put out on the first date, but then they get complaining, then they'll say, well, all these women are hoes. So which one is it? Do you want the woman to put out like that, and then when
Well,
the women
well,
hold on now. I'm just saying. I'm looking at the premise of what is being said on social media now. This is on social media. That now you have with women like now says like you don't now you got a women saying that hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, if a woman can pillow talk with a man or just talk with a man, like this is my thing. If a woman could get access to a man without having to drop her drawers and get that kind of plutonic shit, whatever demonic word, out of a man and get her goddamn she shed, she would do it. A woman would do it. They would get that. I would agree with you on that. If they could get access to getting goddamn their grout or all that other stuff done around the house, and the man said, okay, well, I did it, but I just love you. No, I want money or I want something out of it. But they don't. There is something of a transactional thing that women understand and men need to understand also. Both decide to understand. Now, the same thing for women that trying to ride on their beauty that, hey, I got all the time in the world and I'm getting X, Y, Z. It will run out, it will fade. Same thing for the guys who are like, hey, I got a job, I'm driving a truck, or I'm out here making money. So I got the oyster of the world. I can go out there. Again, once you start opening up your options, right? Like right now, you only got access just to this one candy. But then if I gave you a bowl full of treats, guess what? You can pick and choose because now I open up your options. Now we're in a day and age, and nobody, David or Angelica, is going to give up their options. You're not going to tell
No.
somebody to get on their bicycle. You're not going to tell
Mm-mm.
somebody to get on their bicycle. No, no, dear. You're not going to tell nobody to get on their bicycle when they're literally driving a car and say, hey, you now have to
well,
use a bicycle to go to work that is 10 hours away.
no, no, and that's not the strategy for men, and I wouldn't advise anything so upfront for men. This is why stuff like this is why like the passport bros are getting so much hate, right? It really is a simple thing of like just take your ball and go home. And they went further. They didn't go home. They left the whole neighborhood, right? And so
That's
that's
not the
basically the
argument,
last
conservative. That's not the
what do
argument.
you
Mr.
He
Homework.
just went somewhere else. You catch him again? He just went somewhere else.
That's not the problem that women
Just
have.
went somewhere else.
Passport bros.
hold,
But
hold
go
on,
ahead,
hold on, hold
Mom.
on, hold on. I don't understand how I'm out of place here. I thought that's exactly what we were talking about. But how is it not the problem women have? Explain that, please.
So I think majorly what women have a problem with is seeing men exploit women in other countries.
Uh-oh.
That's the
Oh,
problem. It's
women
not
don't
that
give a
men
shit
are
about
leaving.
women
It's
don't
not that
women don't give a shit about exploitation. I don't even believe
I
that.
think
Not
that
for a second.
I think that
Wow.
women do. I mean, if you want to get into like some case studies or whatever, or point out some certain examples, that's fine. But I think the reaction that men are seeing from a large proportion of these women is because what they're seeing looks like exploitation. It's not that men are leaving. There and don't get me wrong, there may be some women that are hiding in the clouds or chatting up in groups that are upset, right? They feel like it's not right. It's not fair that they're leaving us behind. There may be some women like that, but for the large majority, what they see is what they view as exploitation.
I will say this again: women do not care about exploitation. They don't care if other people are enslaved. Listen, I don't know that you wear weave, but I'm going to accuse you of wearing weave just for the sake of this conversation. But the weave on your head was made by a Chinese slave. I'm just saying the weave on your scalp came from a Chinese slave. So I don't want to hear that shit about exploitation. At least these women are enjoying their night. That Chinese slave got a cold, bald head, so you can be beautiful.
You're comparing a woman deciding to purchase weave to a man using his ability to exchange currencies as a tool to use women in whatever way that
I'm
he
saying
like,
your lifestyle exists on slavery. I'm saying everything you enjoy came from a slave. So don't accuse men of exploiting some girl.
Wait, wait. Then wait. If you're gonna use that card, then you can't spew the narrative that this woman likes me for me and that loves me, cherishes me, and respects me. Then she don't. She only respects.
Bro, I don't give a shit about that. I don't care about that. Listen, if them niggas is tricking, if they looking for love, it's not the point, because that is their right. That as a man, that is your right to trick and look for love at the same damn time. So I don't care, and it's not a point. It's not a problem. So what?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I don't care. Why should I care? Why should I care if they're going over there buying sex, bro? Why are they wrong? Should they be buying these girls' sex? Is that the problem? Do you want them to buy their sex over here?
No, now we're gonna. I knew you were gonna play that card, so we're gonna go ahead. Welcome. This is. I knew David.
I just want a kitchen.
No, David said you don't need me to build you a kitchen. So
that's all that I've been asking for. Every time I come over here, it's
listen,
to build me a kitchen.
Listen. Hey, BMT, I know you'll get a kick out of this, right? A certain creator that you and I both know, to this day, gets shamed for buying a girl a stove, because where he was at, a stove was like $300, and it was some little quick shit you can just throw in a crib. She wants a whole kitchen, my nigga.
Hey, you got a point.
I want a kitchen. I'm
not mad. Now listen.
Angelica, I love that you're so. I love that you're so magical, Angelica. Stay magical, baby. Stay magical.
The same.
Stay magical.
That woman wanted a stove. I want a kitchen. Those two things.
I'm not mad at either one of y'all. See, that's the thing. I don't care that you want a kitchen. I'm not gonna hold that over your head like you're a bad person for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right, because it's not a bad thing. You should want things in life, right? You should want things and you should desire things, because that's just a natural human urge, right? That is not the concern, that is not the problem, and that is not the point. The simple point is the things you want, I don't really give a shit about.
And I was just looking at time. Well, I see Angelica, she got to.
I ain't getting no kitchen from Conservative, it sounds like.
Nah, we gonna be good though. Nah, me and you gonna be good though.
He's not gonna give me my waterfall countertops that I want.
So let's go play this right here. As you see, she is wifey material, Mr. Passport Bro.
Why are you showing me these videos? Oh Lord.
Ha ha. Let's begin.
In Thailand, this is my girlfriend. She's so pretty. So pretty. Do you want to introduce yourself? You want to introduce yourself? No, you don't want to introduce yourself. She's a little shy right now, but she's my new girl. She's my new girlfriend. She's a little shy, but she is pretty though. I like her. Maybe we'll get married someday. Maybe we'll have kids. Have a bunch of babies running around, living the life. Tell her. So can you cook?
Yes. I can cook. I can clean.
Yeah. See, this is why.
Why'd she say it like that?
To find a traditional woman. See, in the United States.
She's proud of herself. That's why.
All they do.
She said it a little snarky a little bit.
That's why I got my passport.
Yeah, based on her voice. Right.
I've left the United States to come seek a wife to have a
She clean
traditional
strong.
relationship. So
She clean real
give me a
strong.
kiss. Give me a kiss.
You said what?
My new girl right here. So guys, you'll be seeing her a lot more, hopefully, and we'll get to know each other. I hope you guys subscribe to my channel, man. More men.
So the guy's already talking about he gonna marry her, but he's gonna get to know her. But he's already talking about getting to marry her. And I can cook, I can clean. Yes. And this is why I said listen to the context of this when I say some shit is just forced and cringy, it's just so fucking bad.
She's cute though. She's adorable.
So
She looks
guys,
like
you'll be seeing her
money.
hopefully, and we'll get to know each other. I hope you guys subscribe to my channel, man. More men, more United States men need to get their passports and come to Thailand. Find them a traditional wife. Find them a traditional woman, because the women in the United States, they don't do us no good. They're not traditional. They don't want to be traditional. They want a traditional man without without them being traditional. So they want traditional while they're modernized. And we don't want to modernize them. We want a traditional. She can cook, she can clean, she's a good woman, and I truly love this girl. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. I love her so much.
Hey, what Cardi B say? I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me tell you how I got that ring. Like that's literally what's on the table, bro.
Not every woman is Cardi B though, and nor does every woman.
That's the bad part. That's the bad part. If every woman was Cardi B, y'all would actually have a hook. Y'all would actually have something to offer. It's like, listen. We're all like beautiful as hell. We got stupid fat asses. We got money. Like if that was all women, then it'd be a different story. But like when the average woman is on that type of shit, it's like, you know what? The average man has choices to make now.
I'm just saying.
I think that's on both sides. I don't know what the complaint is. Like that's what I don't understand. Like it's like these complaints that no matter what side of the spectrum we're talking about can equally be said. You know,
I can't say it's equal though. Here's the reason why. Here's the reason why it's not equal. Because men don't have a support network. No system, no agency comes to save men.
Well, then men need to get together and create it and advocate for those things. If those
All I'm
things
saying
are an
is not
issue,
equal. All I'm saying is it's just not equal though. So it's not the point.
I get the point that you're trying to make, but my point in saying what I'm saying is that men, right? Air quotes, men make the rules. So if there are a group of men that aren't happy with, they don't have the resources, they don't have the forward mobility, whatever that thing is that they're not getting sufficiently of, they need to advocate for that.
Broke men don't make the rules, and nobody cares what broke men have to say. I'm sorry to be like a dick, but that's how people treat broke men.
Woke men?
Broke men?
Broke men. Broke men. Nobody cares. Look at what you just said. No, look at what you just said. The men who don't have their stuff together, the men who don't they don't have what they want, right? Those men need to organize and get their power. Nobody gives a shit about those men. See, the men that get listened to are the men who have money. The men that get listened to are the men who have something.
So what you're saying is that the broke men go overseas to try to emulate the men that have means by exchanging currency. Is that what you're saying?
Broke men can't really travel in that capacity like that. So I don't really I don't know if it's quite the same. Like there is a little bit of a money thing to it.
Yeah, but I mean,
now,
most people aren't destitute. Most people are not destitute. Most people
I would say what. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say. Go ahead, B.M.T. I'm sorry.
No, okay. So I'm hearing what y'all saying about the broke man. First off, I can definitely tell one that this guy, I guess Mr. Passport Bro, body language tells everything. Body language tells everything. The way how she's covering her mouth, the way how she's sitting there, she's not trying to hold him or anything. He's actually more so holding her. I'm telling you right now, that girl is not really feeling him. So long as he's paying for her hair, her nails, and all her shit, yeah, she will tolerate and play the game. This is the reason why I said he's losing his argument. Because here's the thing. If you are somebody worth a damn and you're weight in salt, somebody's gonna come fuck with you and pick you up. Like, I'm sorry. Like, there's no way. That's
homeless people on the street together. Like, God damn.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like,
if that was the case, there wouldn't be so many single women, bro. Stop it.
Hold. But they gotta have their shit together. And somebody gotta actually want to be with that person. Now, to be fair, a lot of women, actually, you gotta where more dudes will hit. Listen, I'm gonna just say this comment out here. Angelica can go through the grocery market wearing sweatpants, slide-ons, and her hair in a goddamn bonnet, and the motherfucker will still shoot their shot at her. They don't give a fuck. They wouldn't give a shit.
You know what's not really being said too, and this is another reality of men and women. Like as both people get older, it's just harder for like relationships and bonds to form just over the course of life. But then here's the thing with women especially, women don't necessarily like they can't erase their past just because they're ready to settle down, right? So now after all those years of like heartbreak and tragedy and whatever happened to this point in their life, now she's ready for a good man, as they say. She's still fucked up.
Okay, so you're saying, but I got a question, David. How do you know?
I feel like that's where the majority of the manosphere. That's how they're created.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. Listen to this guy right here. He's talking about, I had to go over to America. Like, this guy don't look that old, but he
looks like he's in his 20s or something. Like, he looks like a young man.
Right, but he's already running overseas. So what's wrong with this?
She's so pretty. She's so pretty.
Yo,
do you want to
know what? I got
the fact that those eyes tell everything.
Listen, she might be the most beautiful girl he's ever had. What's wrong with that? Let him be. He definitely look like he's out of he's like way above his weight class right now. He's boxing way above his weight class, but good for him.
Okay, so David, at least you're being honest about that. At least we're being fair.
But no, because you know what I don't understand. This is the whole problem. Like
these
people
niggas to win.
No, I want them to win. I don't give a shit. Listen, even if she breaks his heart, that's just the nature of life. Like bro, because heartbreak happens, bro. Even before there was this whole feminism shit, like people had heartbreaks. That's not the thing I'm trying to avoid. That's not what I'm trying to stop happening or whatever. So it's not that every time you go out there, you're supposed to fall in love and it'll be perfect forever. No. Here's the problem I don't understand about the pushback, right? No one ever, let's say you work in a store and a customer walks in your store and the customer walks around, doesn't buy anything, and then goes across the street to your competitor who sells all the exact same type of merchandise, and then they spend money at the competitor across the street. You as a merchant, you as a manager, you as an employee, you never ever criticize or question that customer like they did something wrong to you.
Women are convenience stores.
Yes.
I'm not talking about convenience stores, but remember that thing I said earlier about women personalizing shit? But yeah, okay, so you're a fucking 7-Eleven. You just got beat by the Quickie Mart. What's your response, 7-Eleven?
So enchiladas and plushies. And
Mexican women are delicious, by the way.
I'm just saying, but those bean burrito enchiladas that we sell at the so the way how we handle that is we sell more cigarillos, so wraps.
So right. You see how B.M.T is offering things, and this is the whole problem with the gender dynamic, right? You earlier, Angelica, you said something about you kind of just want people to like be over it a certain way, like you want people to just sort of find the best person for them. I think that's the phrase I kind of settled on.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem I have with that's a perfectly fine desire. I'm not saying you're wrong. The problem I have with that is that there are real structural problems that make it impossible, right? And so you want peace, but men need to win. And that's why there can never be peace until men win, because women don't understand.
But you're not telling us what type of
women. Women don't.
Is that
It's
women?
not even about because it's not about the type of man. Throw that shit out there.
See,
Throw
you
throw
want
that shit out.
everybody
No,
to
you
get
know
a
why?
target.
You know why? Because you're assuming a bad man just by even asking that question. The type of man. There's only one type of man, nigga. There's only one type of man, the right man. And the problem is the right man doesn't want to take the bad deal. That's the whole problem. The right man doesn't want to take a bad deal. And so until we address the bad deal, there will be no just people find the right one for them. It's going to keep getting worse because nobody wants to address the structural bad deal.
What is the structural?
Yeah,
Could you define that for me, please? No, I'm really curious. Could you define that?
Okay, one the family court problem is just insane. So just that because it's a basic fundamental reality of human existence. If men don't own their children, what you really have here is a game where at any point the women can walk away with your children and some prize money. And so like men are looking at this as like, nope, it's better to go to these countries where legally, well, historically, I don't know what you mean by legally true. That's been the legal history.
But do y'all not feel
Like
I
no
think
fault, no fault divorce.
I
Go ahead,
think if
I'm sorry.
men are allowing women that they have children with to disappear wherever they go,
The law allows it, not men.
Well, no, like if your name is on the birth certificate, you have just as much right to that child as a mother
No, you
does.
don't. You actually don't, and I'll explain why.
We're not about to make
Because
this about child support, David. We're not going
no,
to
no,
go
it's
down.
not even about child support. I'm not even making that point. This I'm talking about I'm talking about ownership of the children. My point was ownership of the children, and the reason why I say that is this. Even in that scenario, right? Like if you're married, you have rights kind of baked into the cake as a married man. So that's a little bit of a leg up just on that alone. But most people aren't having babies in marriage anymore, right? So the average man and average woman, average black man and woman having a baby out of wedlock. And what happens is that baby belongs to her de facto. And then you as a man have to fight for your rights. So that means the court has to deem you suitable and then grant you your rights. You don't get your rights on birth. You get your rights after a process.
No. That's just like if your name is on the birth certificate
Oh,
of the
so walk out with
child.
the baby then. Walk out with the baby.
I couldn't
Just
even,
leave.
and
Just
I'm going to give
just
you a
leave with the
personal
baby as a
example.
man. As a man, just try that as a man and leave with the baby.
A woman can't
Yeah,
do
and
that.
if a father was to leave with his child and the woman was to call the authorities or whoever she calls, somebody will respond, and the same thing happens vice versa. Unless you're saying that if a man calls and says the mother of my child has taken our kid and disappeared somewhere, she's told me she's fled to another state, that nothing is going to happen. I don't know the probability of that. I don't know where that's
No,
true.
you misunderstood. You
I don't know
misunderstood.
where that's true.
When you said sign the birth certificate, that's something that happens at birth, right? That's literally where that comes from, right?
We have to
And
sign.
what I'm saying is then after you sign it while the ink is still drying, leave with the baby and see what happens.
Okay, first
As
of
a
all,
man, as a man, you declare your fatherly paternal right and just say, "This is my baby. I'm going here now." And the mother doesn't want you to go. Like that's the thing, specifically against the mother's will. Right? Why is it against the law if it's your baby? That's my whole fucking point. That's my whole goddamn point, BMT. She owns the baby at birth, and you have to go achieve rights as a father because otherwise, why would it be against the law?
David.
If your name is on the birth certificate, the only
So why?
argument that to me, not to cut you off, BMT, but the only argument I see here is if the father's name or any parent's name isn't on the birth certificate. Well, apparently has to be the father. His name isn't on the birth certificate.
It's not the argument. That's not the argument. What I'm saying is this. It's a very simple argument.
Okay.
Whether or not you put your name on the birth certificate, mother's baby, father's maybe. Simple as that.
So I'm gonna say this. First of all, So first of all,
Simple. It is that though. That's the thing. Again, because remember, if you just take your baby and leave BMT as a man, you just said it's against the law. Because why? It's her baby. It's not your baby. If it was my property, if anything I own, I can just take. Anything I own, I can just take. Again, you just said it's against the law. You're an agent of the law, are you not? You are familiar with how the law works, are you not? So when you tell me it's against the law, you are telling me I am taking her goddamn property.
No, actually, I'm telling you that I'm actually telling you that one, you cannot go outside of that hospital with that child without it being supervisory. First of all, the doctors have to,
without the mother's consent.
Wait. I listened to
without the mother's consent.
No, the doctors have to first give a checkoff list to.
It's not a medical issue.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The doctors.
No, it's not a medical issue. It's a custody issue. Don't muddy the water. Don't muddy the water with a sick baby. It's a custody issue. Just focus on the custody part, BMT.
No, it is no custody part. But first of all, are y'all married?
You don't even want to address it. See, Angelica, you see how simple my position is and how bullshit he keeps coming at me. It's a simple proposition. It is a simple proposition. I just said BMT marriage gives you protection. I just started out this whole rant saying marriage gives you protection. That is the one benefit you get in a marriage is you get that legal protection.
So first of all, let me say it. Let me just put it right here. Did you do the car seat test? Did you do
the car seat test? Yeah, you are missing the point. Do you know what car seat bro? Both parties would have to do the car seat test in order to take the baby out of the hospital. Your point is moot.
Wait, you just said that I'm just want to just take my baby and just go.
Because you're not even making a different point. Listen, that's a hospital rule.
See, now when we're going by the law, you want to start dipping and diving.
You're trying to muddy the water. You're just moving the goalposts because you can't deal with a simple reality. You see how simple, you see how heartbreaking this reality is? This is a brutal fucking fact of life. You do not own your child. The child belongs to the mother until a judge grants you whatever rights you can fight for. That is a simple truth.
How
do you even know?
So are you saying that a judge needs to sign off to add a father's name to a birth certificate?
I am saying that as a man, if the mother does not, bro, fuck the car seat test. That's a dumbass point, and I'm not going to talk about a fucking car seat. As a man, if the mother does not agree with you, you have to fight in court. And how that works is she starts out with custody, and you have to fight for whatever rights the court grants you. That is a simple reality.
I get 50-50 custody.
But that wasn't really the.
You have to get it from the court.
Wait, hold on.
My point is, remember, mother's baby, father's maybe. That was an old saying. That was an old saying because you knew for a fact who the mother is, but you don't know who the father is. In the modern day, you know for a fact that this baby belongs to the mother. Fine, but you know for a fact that this baby belongs to the mother. This court does not know for a fact that you are the father. So the court now has to decide. One, it'll decide paternity, so you can get to do a blood test and all that. Then two, bro, stop. Why do you not want to get the point? What is so crazy about the point?
You're not making no point. Because I asked
so do you own the baby as a man? Yes or no? Do you own the baby as a man? You can just do whatever you want as soon as you sign a birth certificate.
Is the baby mine?
That is the point. So you can just walk out when the mother says no.
Why would I sign? Why would any man?
So if the mother says no, if the mother says I want to keep my baby with me, and you say I want to take my baby with me, you can just do what you want, and that's fine.
You just keep now.
First of all, answer the question. It's a yes or no, BMT. It's a yes or no question. It's a yes or no. Why are you not playing the game? Yo, it's a yes or no game.
Mama's baby, father's baby, right? Is that not what he keeps saying, right?
Yeah, that's what he says.
So that means he does not know if that child is his. Why would I sign for a child that I don't even know is mine?
I mean, so
Who
to
determines
kind
that the baby is yours, though? See, come on, I'm making a simple point, and you don't.
the
All right, who
father
determines? Who determines
acknowledges
it? Who
the
determines? No,
father
the father.
acknowledges the
BMT just said he
child is
doesn't know.
his
Why would I
when
sign
you
a
sign the birth certificate. The only
Okay, so when you
time that
sign
the
the birth
courts get
certificate, what rights does
involved
that
is
give you
if the
automatically?
parents have some sort of dispute, and that's where custody comes
Okay,
in.
when the parents get dispute, all right. Let put it this way.
Yeah,
Put it
you
this
didn't
way.
follow by the laws, David. We could tell
Put
you
it
didn't
put it this
follow
way. Put it this way.
You
Put it
broke
this
the
way.
law, didn't you? You
So
broke the law.
you're no BMT. Let's say you're both unmarried, right? And you both
Here we go.
live together.
Okay.
Right, you both live together and you want to break up. Can the man just take his children and leave?
Neither one of them can just legally.
Neither
One of them can. But if one parent doesn't do their due diligence and fight, if that does occur, then that's
So
the
if the
issue.
mother just leaves with the children, can you call the police and they'll just immediately take the police back?
Yes, you can call the
No, that's
police
not.
and say
It's not. That's
you
not what's
can
going to
call
happen
the you
immediately.
can call the police
Did the
and
person call the
say
police?
that the other parent of my children has
Kidnapping.
taken the children without my knowledge. Now, what happens after that, whether someone is arrested, whether there's an Amber
They
Alert,
won't be arrested. She won't be arrested. You know
I'm
what she's
not
going to say?
saying-
She's going to say, we broke up and I moved back to my mother's house and I took the kids.
Okay. And then at that point, if
And
you
then
have
the
to
police
go to
going to arrest her?
court,
Right. Right. You have to go to who?
So hold on.
Right. Why am I being the bad guy? You're acting like this is
I'm
such a
not
complicated
saying
math
that
problem.
you're the bad guy.
So
But
hold on,
what I'm
hold on. I
saying
got a
is that
question.
once you're on the birth certificate, both parents have equal rights to that
You
child.
don't.
Now,
You
if
don't because she can
someone
go. Because you don't. Stop it. Stop. You don't have equal rights because in the scenario we just laid out, she can take the kids and go to her mom's house, and that is not kidnapping. As a man, if you take the kids and go to your mom's house, you're gonna have to answer to that.
No, actually, so let's look at this. So let's take this.
the same thing.
Let's take this.
No, you don't. I'm telling you why. Because she's gonna say you kidnapped the children, and they're gonna have to get returned to the mom. And no. Listen. I'm gonna tell you why. For the same reason that mama's made. It's mama's baby, daddy's maybe, because the court doesn't fucking know that they're your kids either.
Why did this person not
if you're
marry
on the birth
her?
certificate,
why
they
did this
know that
person-
that's your kid.
Why
The
did this
only
person-
argument is when I'm sorry, BMT, and I have to keep saying this.
Go ahead.
The only argument is when if you're not on the birth certificate, that's when all the fuckery happens. Like if she takes the kid,
you're not right.
I'm not saying that there aren't instances where cops dealing with situations like that where fathers are involved, that there may not be an initial presence, but as long as your name is on that birth certificate, you have equal rights to that child.
Right. You could have called the police and said that's kidnapping.
Yeah.
My child being kidnapped out of the premise.
And
of
then
their
there's
law.
a custody hearing. You go through, oh, well, you get them this day, you get them that day. All that crazy ass shit. Whether people make it a lot more messy, that's up to them. But as long as a man's name is on that birth certificate, he has equal rights to that child.
Right. So the thing about it is this is why I said
I couldn't even.
If men had equal rights to their children, the whole thing of men's rights wouldn't be a fucking issue. Like this is a fucking farce.
First of all, majority of those men are broke. Majority of those men do not even fight for their kid.
Majority of women are broke.
Like I say, well, hold on.
Like those broke men were married to wealthy women. If those men were broke, imagine how much money the women have.
So let's ask the question of this: why did the man in this story never marry this woman? He had 9 months.
Bro, you know what? It's getting late, and I don't even care. Like women need to be married anymore.
You see how that works?
I gotta get a little bit of sleep.
You see how that works?
We've been at this for a little while, but no, like why does it matter? Why don't women want to be married anymore? Come on, stop acting like men walked away from marriage. Men didn't have a movement to stop getting married. That was women. Put that on women, bro. Stop doing that to men.
Wait. So wait.
Men didn't have this whole resistance to marriage. That's women. Women wanted to change things. Women wanted to work. Women wanted to be equal.
Conversation.
No. So and the thing about it is this.
Notice how they don't want to be equal when shit get deep.
No, it's well. Here's the thing about it.
Hold on, don't pull me back into this, Mr. Hoodservative.
Yeah, I mean, you have
I was letting y'all have that. I was going to step
I'm
away
just
and be in my
saying.
corner.
I'm just saying. Look. The men are fighting. Let me go sit down. Yeah, that's equality, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but
no, I'm just trying to let y'all talk.
Well,
why everything
yeah,
gotta be about?
yeah. I'm just making a point about the realities in life. The realities
I'm just
a
trying
bit.
to let two men talk. I'm
I
going to
get
sit
it.
my feminine ass in my feminine corner and let y'all men talk. I was just trying to give you some damn space. Like,
Pseudo femininity. Yeah, it's cute. It's cute.
So the thing about it is this: when you start asking the accountability stick about men and about did they do the checks in the boxes, excuses will start to formulate and come. And like it's like a guy will say, "I'm a good guy, but no women wanted me." And I'll be like, "What about you as a good guy?" As y'all saw in the conversation before that.
Bro, if women don't like good guys, what does that say about women, bro? Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, wait, which women are you dealing with?
The fuck no. If women don't like good guys, what does that say about women, bro? I want to hear that shit. Like good guys are somehow the problem. All of a sudden, good men are the problem.
But that's also like but then the also same conversation will come up that guys like boys like bad girls. They like bad
girls
bitches.
like bad boys.
Okay, then so that would mean that they like that of what is unattainable. Just like we're showing the dude who's over there in Thailand with something that normally, if he was in the US, would be unattainable to him.
That's not true, though.
Yes,
guys don't hold out for the baddest bitch they can find. Like women seem to be holding out for the best man they could ever have. Like listen, Angelica's waiting for the kitchen nigga. Like there's probably a guy who could have bought her a Nissan, some dude who could have built her a bathroom, some guy who could have brought her a nice little bedroom set, but she's waiting for the kitchen nigga. Guys don't really play that game. Guys get a decent girl and be like, you know what, I'm gonna lock in for a while.
What are you talking about? Dudes are literally traveling abroad and paying money in diaries for women.
And look at that goofy motherfucker. He just locked in for a while.
Why you call him goofy? Don't do that.
Now look
he was being good. Oh, now you defending him. Look at that. Now you defending him.
No, so hold on, wait.
I'm glad you defended him though. I'm glad you now listen. You see what happens? You see what happens? Listen, B.M.T, take note of it. Take note of this. Take note of this, right?
I even I said, oh, the girl looks cute. I'm looking at them as just two people. I'm not even addressing the passport bro shit. I'm just looking at them as two people. And then here you come with his goofy ass. Why you gotta be like that?
You call him.
Listen. I'm glad you defended him. Yeah, listen. Shout out to the goofy niggas.
Shut up. I'm done with you.
I'm just saying, like, David, I wanted to be known. You're the one calling him goofy and loser. You gave him.
I ain't call him a loser. Goofy niggas can win. The fuck, like you can't win and be goofy.
You said that, and I quote, and Angelica's right here on the chat too. When she heard it, that girl is out of his league. So
yeah, and
okay, so hold up. So wait. So in so that's like he went to the handicap Olympics rather than actually compete.
No, he didn't go to the handicap Olympics. No. Don't think about it. Don't think about it like the handicap Olympics, right? Think about it. No, think about the regular Olympics. No, think about the regular Olympics, right? You know how competitive American basketball is in the regular Olympics. Now imagine he was like, you know what? I'm gonna take this American basketball and go over to China and be a star. I'm going to take this American basketball and go over to Thailand and be a star. It's not that he's in the handicapped Olympics. He's just going over to that other country and being an American star with his goofy ass. The fuck?
I'm sick of you.
All I'm saying, all I'm doing is
he looks like he's old enough to be. When I see him, even though he's talking crazy, right, about like go to Thailand, do all, to me that's craziness. I feel like people can find people where they're at. They just have to look. That's just me. Conservative may argue with me about that point, but that's just how I feel. But he's a young guy to me that seemingly has listened to the internet long enough to have him convinced that spending money overseas is a better option. And if he looks like you said, like he found the pick of the litter, according to him, he looks fucking happy. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, you can tell. Like, listen, man.
She
Look at
don't.
him.
I'm sorry, man. Nothing y'all say.
We are not.
Y'all can
Like to be my son. We are
that
not.
girl
That nigga
don't,
glowing. He is glowing right now.
girl don't got no fucking love for that nigga, bro. Like,
Yo,
it's like
B.M.T.
for affection. Like,
Yo, B.M.T. You ever seen The Last Dragon? You remember Bruce Leroy? How Bruce Leroy was glowing at the end?
Got that glow.
Yeah. He got that glow. Look at him feel it. Yo, I want to play that. That's his theme music. That's the theme music you got to play right now. You don't even need to listen to them talking. Just play that song from The Last Dragon. You got that glow. That fire burn. You got that glow.
Like, y'all better not read the chat.
And then that nigga that came in, he started rapping and shit. Oh man, you got this. That's the jam. Look, listen, goofy niggas is winning, and American women are mad that the goofy niggas are winning. I think that says something about the American women.
So hold on, wait. Okay, so I will give you. Okay, and I can say this. All right.
Darrell said it looked fake as fuck.
Like, listen, man. I'm not gonna listen. I will say, if you want to say he's winning, fine. But I don't want to ever hear him complain that, oh man, she don't really give a fuck about me when I'm this and that. Like, it's so scary. It's like friend zone cringe really badly. Like, like, this is not you. Come on now, us three on here. We're seasoned.
Did you hear how excited she was to cook and clean for him?
No, she's not.
Go play that clip over. Just play that part over. Just
he was being a little
I
spicy.
I cook and I clean. Like I think she was talking to black women. I think she was talking to y'all.
Thailand. This is my.
She was saying that to y'all directly. I'm just saying.
I mean,
in
am I
Thailand.
supposed to be offended? I mean, I'm fucking domestic. I don't know.
I don't give a flying fuck.
Like,
it
it don't move me none. It was just like I'm looking at it like she's doing the whole neck roll. Like, okay,
That's right. Stay strong, Angelica. Stay strong.
Most women in their culture. You gotta ask the question: why would if it's the baddest woman in their culture, they're not going to date out. They're not going to date out if they can help it.
I mean, it's funny to me, B.M.T, because it's like, to me, like the whole passport thing is like this weird quasi readaptation of what military men did.
Oh man, you throwing it at us now? God damn, we got this.
I don't understand why people don't make that connection. I mean, anybody that's either been in the military or raised in the military. I legit have a sister from Taiwan.
Because you don't have to murder Chinese people to do it this time.
What?
David,
that's how the passport bros. That's how the passport bros. Yeah, the military guys. What do you think they were doing over there?
David, fuck you.
I'm gonna murder all the men in your village, and then he look cute. Let's go home and get married.
I wasn't ready. Okay, I got it. I just really wasn't ready for that. But
see, you see what I mean about girls, bro? They're not ready.
It didn't make sense to me. I was trying to put the. Never mind.
No. Look. Yeah, no. The original passport bros, they paid in blood. They had to pay in blood so he can be happy right now.
Let's hear what this weirdo
but if you
nigga got to say.
Okay, I'm a mute up. I'm a mute.
Yes.
No, I gotta go, y'all. Y'all take care. I gotta get out of here.
Fuck you, David.
In Thailand, this is my girlfriend. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. Do you want to introduce yourself? You want to introduce yourself? No, you don't want to introduce you. She's a little shy right now, but she's my new girl. She's my new girlfriend. She's a little shy, but she is pretty though. I like her.
She is pretty though. I like her. She's my new girlfriend.
You know, B.M.T, I don't fucking know. It's like
come on, you listen. Angelica,
I know, but
came
it's
in with a
it's
guy
late.
like
I
this.
didn't have like 3 drinks and whatnot, listening and trying to maintain a conversation with you guys tonight.
You did good. You did good.
But it's that silly shit. Like, I mean, these guys are young, like they're fresh out of high school. I mean, they probably don't even know how to wipe their ass real good, but they all of a sudden know how to, save up a few $1,000s and then go fly to another country. The shit is silly to me. And I think that men are buying into this rhetoric because it's an easy cop out. It's an easy cop out. And that's what I had said to me, to Hoodservative, because it's like, so these men can't be the men that they want to be here in the States. So they use the conversion rate of their US dollars over there to be that person that they couldn't be here. And, there may be an argument in that shit, whether it's valid or not. But what I'm saying is, it at the end of it all, I mean, from a person that has traveled places, and if you talk to other people that have traveled, and you hear some of these stories about, these young people that wait for tourists in general to try to beguile them and wrap them up in all this romanticism and exotic whatever, the shit's a fucking game. And it's exploitation on both sides. Like, these people from these foreign countries understand that these people come over here with that conversion rate of their US dollars. So they're just, I mean, and this is not even talking about the culture in and of itself, especially in Asian cultures where the it's the right thing to do is to be polite and to be obliging to other people, and it's a fucking game. And if these guys want to go, then fucking go. But if you're not immersing yourself in the culture, if you're not doing right by these people in the country that you're in, people are going to have a fucking problem. It just so happens that the ass tart, whatever his face is, the other young guy that got his ass clapped in Brazil, um he said some really egregious things about the women, and then other women responded to it. It has nothing to do with beefing about men leaving. If you're going to go, fucking leave. Bye.
Now,
Just go.
the thing about it is this, Angelica, and this is where, when you brought up that about the transactional relationship, okay, let's do a hypothetical. I can't work the same way I used to work, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to always have your good days. So that's where we start having an understanding that, hey, there are going to be uncertainties. She's going to look in the mirror one day. Damn. Tits are sagging. I got goddamn stretch marks and shit for goddamn baby number 3 or 4. But this nigga still love me, though. Look it. Guess what? Guys, you ain't going to always be pulling in and maneuvering the same way you do. This goes on for a lot of men. So then you got to start questioning. Does that woman still like your ass enough to get up in the morning and make breakfast? Or doggone, see if your ass is still breathing, or tell you, hey, you need to go to the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where now the femininity and the masculinity cohesion starts coming into check. And this is where some people are like, damn, she just left me. Or shit, like, what happened? Like, the minute something happened in my body, or, I couldn't do the same things that I used to do, he just traded me in. Like, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, when you build these faulty narrative plot houses,
Mm-hmm.
like that right there, I'm not gonna lie, that was cringe. And for any guy to be saying, oh yeah, like anybody else sees it, if y'all read, just look at the fucking comments, y'all. I just want y'all to read the comments. Y'all don't even have to give a fuck what I have to say.
Here we go with the comments. Oh Lord,
Yeah,
I'm nervous.
Let's go to the comments. Let's go to the comments. Let's go to the comments.
Oh shit, the first one. Lord Jesus.
Let's go to the comments. All that slim and fit goes out the window once you find a fat foreign broad, I guess. Okay, being a passport bro is something they do out of desperation. It's barely one step above men who get catfish and sim supper into that person. They don't have the social skills they don't have. Now I want you to understand this is this is literally 205 comments. So y'all can't say this is Angelica, can't say this is BMT. This is other black men, right? And this is other, let's see, this is another black man. So these are black men. Are they hating? Are they hating? Let's go to a woman. I'm glad he's been taken off the streets. They're so charitable over there. He's simping over her, even though she's probably has several boyfriends like him. Shaking my head. Here's another dude. Okay, let's just go on down. Would you like to, would you
The
like
first chance she gets, she fucking running. Shit. Sorry.
Let's go. This William Bolden. People are just saying this Ty isn't feeling him at all. It's not about shyness. Her body language, rolling eyes, screams. She doesn't like this brother. Ray Charles can see this. Now I want you to understand. This is not us to fuck what me and Angelica got to say. This is a whole group of blacks. Man, I'm going to say this with all due respect. A passport doesn't magically give you game or make you less of a simp. This is another black man. You got another man right here. You got one guy who gave you a happy thumbs up. Congrats. Why is there common awareness between the passport bros? Is he autistic? These are other black men. These are your peers, brother. Your peers. I never seen so much hatred for men who look like us mad. The next man being happy. I never seen the YouTube men doing this to the Mark dude who owns social media, but our own. Now let's keep on going.
I don't know what that says.
Supporters like y'all, we don't need enemies. You can't superimpose your gutter black lifestyle on others, leaving the DIC policing in the USA. Henry, okay, that's an older black man. I got through about 4 seconds of it before I cringed. So you got two supports, and the rest just are bad. Is somebody going to tell this guy, or should I? The effeminate voice tone and her eye roll and coat sign of annoyance. I think he did BW a favor. So
But that's what, and that's the crazy part. So, BMT, I be in a whole bunch of different spaces. And women are like, if you want to leave, just leave. Just go and enjoy your life, but don't do it at the expense of exploitation of the women in that country, and don't do it at the expense of still bashing black women in the process. That's all that I hear women asking. And then when you see the opposite side of that argument, oh, all of a sudden it's peen policing, and it's gaslighting and trying to kick the black man while he's down. No, nobody's making that argument besides men.
right.
And it's just, to me, it's weird and it's crazy. And these young boys, and then it makes me wonder, where are these young guys' parents at? Like, they're just like, do their parents know what they're doing on social media? Do they know? Like, maybe these guys are like the ones that have like multiple Facebook accounts. Do you know those kind of guys?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
they talk to certain people on one Facebook page, and like they got their family on one, but they're all like never connected to each other or whatever. Maybe their parents are underneath of this spell of, oh, my child can do no wrong, but they just don't really know what their kids are doing. Like, it's again, I look at that guy. He looks like he could be like, he's like my son's age. That's what I see, and I see this young boy flying. Now Hood Conservative called him goofy. and I shouldn't have laughed. I'm probably going to go to hell for that. But, these kids need help. Their ability to connect with each other and because again, these guys are underneath of this myth by these other influencers that all you have to do is have money. So the easy button is to take your US dollars and fly somewhere out and then use the power of currency conversion to make you a person that you really aren't. Because even with that money, and I can say this as a testament to my relationship that I'm moving away from, is that it doesn't matter how much money you have. If you're just not decent and good to the person that you're with, you're still going to end up alone. That's it. That's it.
I can't get mad at you for that, because that I'm gonna say this: when you have money, it's it's really bad, because you can't force somebody to to love you. You can't. You can try, I guess, Stockholm syndrome, you know, but I'm gonna just be honest, man. Like it's just not, you know, it's just not gonna really work. It's just not gonna really work, and that's a big issue that a lot of people don't want to actually absorb. Like, and I'm telling you right now, I've been here. I've been,
Mm-hmm.
I've been there where I thought that, hey, so long as I'm making the bread, so long as I'm doing this and that, it's all good.
No, people need companionship. I mean,
Right.
people, they need to feel like they're safe with you, that their fears, their wants, their desires, that they can confide those things in you. And even if you do critique them, it's not from a place of judgment, that it's your thoughts, whatever those are safe with me. It's a constant learning of someone, because a person that I am today is not going to be the same person that I will be 5 years from now. My sentiments will change, my feelings will change. I may adopt new behaviors and leave some behind. And there is a serious a push and a pull of relationships that has to happen. There's a give and a take that's constantly, both people are interchanging between student and teacher roles all the time. And when we take that out of the mix, or we take that, the only thing that you have to do, and this is me speaking directly to men, is have money and nothing else, we're going to end up in a place where, and this is just me kind of broadly speaking about a lot of things at this point, but even when it comes to men critiquing women about, like, like thought culture, and this is just my particular perspective, to me a lot of that comes as women's response to men. Women seeing men, what they want, what they desire, and what they will prop up in front of the eyes of other women, and then some women trying to follow that archetype. And then when you have poor communication skills, when you're not able to thrive successfully in a relationship, and then that's taught to other children, because again, a lot of these skills that we're talking about are skills that have to be taught while people are young, while they're growing up in their parents' home, and then when they're young adults, interfacing with other people. And if we're lacking these skills, it doesn't matter about the money. Like, if you're an asshole, you will still be an asshole with money. If you're a person that's avoidant to real companionship or vulnerability, you will still be that with money. And I think that, from what I hear a lot of women saying, is that they're reserving themselves until they can meet someone that has the qualities that they can find the best person for them. I mean, I don't think that every woman is looking, and that was a wild thing about Kevin Samuels. Like, I don't know a bunch of women that are looking for six-figure guys all the time.
Right.
I don't know that. They just want a decent dude. Now, he may not he may not qualify if he's like dead ass broke, but I mean, they're looking for a decent man. And the conversation of, what do you bring? It's like, what do we give to each other? How can we uplift each other in this? Because that's what a relationship is about. It's about companionship and building a life, creating things in that partnership, and then thriving underneath of whatever that umbrella is. And a lot of this is just weird. It's just weird shit to me. I don't and again, I'm coming from the lens of going through a divorce, right? So
No.
my lens is different. Yeah, it's a wrap. It's done. Um, I was a free woman now, but I was
Yeah,
free.
as a free women now.
I was free now, but um so my lens is a bit different, being inside of a long-term relationship. But to me, it's just about really kind of looking into yourself, seeing the kind of qualities that, oh my, this is on Facebook. Oh my.
Only women can do that every day. Every day.
Oh my. People make this is why I'm not on Facebook like that.
Oh, be quiet.
No, I'm not. I might post once every 4 months. Like, hey,
Every
how y'all
12?
doing?
Yeah.
Every 4 months. um but yeah, Facebook is a strange place for me. I think YouTube is weird, but I think Facebook for me personally is a lot scarier, but that's besides the point. But yeah, I mean, people just have to find the best person for them. I mean, if you feel like you have to fly out, then fly, but don't use your experiences as a validation and justification for everything you do from that point on. Because at that point, you're indicating, what the fuck does that say? Hold up, let me get this little. No. Oh my God.
Go.
You
Go.
ain't shit,
Go.
B.M.T.
Go. What you saying? Go. What you saying?
You ain't shit.
Go. What you saying, man? Go.
But yeah, I don't even know where I was.
Go. What you saying, dude? You got it.
People just need to find the best person for them. You know what I'm saying? Somebody that's going to love them, that's going to adore them, that even when they're at their lowest state, that they can encourage them to be better, and then also hold them accountable to whatever those standards are. You know what I'm saying? It's back and forth. I
It
don't
is.
know what this fucking, do you cook and most women fucking cook and clean. What are we talking about? I'm not saying that every woman is a fucking Martha Stewart
Right.
or a Sweetie Pies or something like that, but most women do that.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like in all of reality, you know what I'm saying? It like it like a lot of people, like a lot of these talking points, um, they're not like how people are trying to portray them. Like women don't do this, or like men don't do that. Like it is a weird nuance of shit. Like that's what I said. Like people have like people saying that a man just wants to grab his baby and just run out the hospital. Nigga, you would go to jail. You know
I
what I'm
don't know
saying?
what he was talking about, B.M.T. He had me confused. He did. That's the part when my brain was just like, I don't know what the argument is.
Well, if y'all say y'all listen, this is what we have for you, ladies. Now that Angelica is free, she's a free woman now.
I was free.
I's a free.
I'm be like, girl, in the video, I cook and I cleaned.
Well, guess
Right.
what? Let's give Angelica her
My
send
neck.
off. Let's give Angelica her send
Oh
off
my God.
dance now that she's free now.
Oh shit.
There we go.
Oh hell no! Hell no! What kind of raggedy shit is this?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good for that fat guy. He did that thing.
Listen, I mean, I don't.
He did that.
He doing the most.
How you mean? That was pretty good. I thought that was pretty good.
I don't want no videos like that on my phone. I don't want no videos like that.
Well, I mean, wait. So you said a fat dude want to give you send you that?
I mean, you know, Zell, I'm not judging him. I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just doing a whole lot for no reason. Like, if he's doing this for the internet, Lord knows what he's doing for women that he actually date. I don't trust it. It was funny though. It was amusing.
That wasn't amusing. That wasn't. I like I said, I go
You
to
see Zell cutting up in the chat talking about conservative.
hey, like I said, you got it. You got it now. Where I'm telling you right now, the prerogative of where people want to believe where men and women are supposedly at, or they should be at. Nah, man.
I don't know. I'm not saying that the black man experience isn't unique. I'm not saying that. What I will say, though, is that the black woman's experience is unique, too. And they both have valid points that need to be addressed. But until, like Conservative would say, we could be honest and have a frank, honest, open conversation about what's really going on, you know, we're going to keep seeing a lot of, and in that part, he's right. We're going to continue to see this because people want to do whatever's easy because relationships aren't easy.
That is true.
They are not easy. Sometimes they be wanting to pull your hair out, punch a hole in the wall, you know, walk down the highway at 3:00 in the morning, destination to nowhere. And then there's other moments when you realize why you're in it. You know, those moments when like, you know, this is why I decided to be with this person. It was this moment here. And, you know, I just think that people need to look at each other with values instead of as tools. Bless you.
Thank you.
That's it. You know, you're a person that has value, B.M.T. You're my bro. You know, Zell and everybody. I don't know if Miss Yellow Rose is still in the chat. D. Darrell, everybody has value. And we have to treat each other as people with value. Not what can you do for me? TikTok.
Listen, if they want to pick cotton, y'all can't say women. Y'all can't say black women ain't out there picking cotton.
Yeah. You are on one tonight, B.M.T.
What? She out there picking cotton.
When that beat drop, I need you to get up and have your best friend up. Hypo, tell them.
If they want to be out there picking cotton, I'm for it.
She getting it
y'all
though.
Can.
I ain't even mad. She getting it.
She is getting it. I'm not even mad at her. She getting it. So I'm very happy.
Cotton balls on her.
I'm very happy that she out there.
I'm going to hell for laughing at that. My ancestors is going to get me.
I'm very happy. So
Negroes ain't shit, B.M.T. That's what the fuck y'all be doing on Facebook.
No, that's y'all want to know. Listen, y'all think I be on YouTube watching y'all niggas? I don't. I really don't.
Oh man, internet's a scary place. You know, everybody has a microphone. They can say whatever. I'm
just saying. Listen, I be watching some interesting shit. I be having videos and stuff for days. I just where's another good video? I'll go ahead and do let's see. I know I got another one. Oh, this is pretty fucked up. But I will go ahead and do this one for y'all. Like I said, I got time. I got time. I'm in. We in the dark. Y'all in the dark hour with me now. So.
Oh snap! You on rare form tonight.
I'm curious. Go on a date with me or spend 5 years in jail?
2, 5, 6, 8, 3.
Shit.
Yeah, it will be serving 5 years to life. In order to identify.
Yo, people are disrespectful. So you mean you wouldn't
Ladies, I'm
endure a
curious.
date?
Huh?
No, she wouldn't endure a date. I'm going on a date. I'm not going to jail.
You going to jail?
No, I'm going on a date. I'm not built for jail. My knees are bad. Listen.
Find you a nice, strong, um, goddamn She-Hulk as nigga bitch. Yeah, I ain't gonna promise
I'm
you.
not spending. It's not worth it over a date.
They're gonna be like, "Ooh, who are you?
Over a date, though.
Who are you, Angelica?"
No, I'm hitting the date. In fact, I'm gonna pay for it. He ain't even got to worry about paying. I'm gonna take him out. I'm not going to jail. Sorry.
Lord, it's
Yo,
gonna be
this is what's on face. See, this is why I don't be on there.
why?
Cause this shit is fucking spooky.
I be on there all the time.
Mm-mm.
Now, I have one of I'm gonna have to do a talk later on about the manosphere and one of the leaders of male relationship. I'm gonna have to do a conversation about that because seem to be an issue. There seem to be.
What kind of issue?
Okay, so okay, so oh Jesus, I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell for this one.
B.M.T.
Yeah, I can't afford to show that video. Boy, I already know. Boy, I can't afford to show that video. Nope. I'm trying to find a decent video to show y'all because if I show y'all some of these other videos, all right, well, I guess we'll play another video. I'm trying to find a decent video. Let's go ahead and play the video. Let's go ahead and get this one out the way.
That's a shame. Oh, the audio.
It does happen like that. Oh, that is a real thing. That is a real thing. I know I gotta do my Dead Space stream. I got one coming up for y'all today. So I gotta go ahead and do that.
Oh, B.M.T, I got some news for you.
What you got?
Guess what I finally decided to do?
What?
Finally went and bought me a PlayStation 5.
Nigga, hit me up on goddamn.
Finally bought it the other day.
Nigga, I could have been got you a PS5 until you bullshit.
Well, no. So I'm one of those type of like game players where I'm going to use my console until it don't work anymore. Okay. But I was like, nah, I'm about to miss a whole lot of games. I feel like in the next coming year or two, and I said, let me just go ahead and break down and get it. So I did it.
Put your gamer tag in the back. I'm on there right now. Hell, I was on there while y'all was talking. Yeah, shit. Hell yeah. Why you think I be? Listen, when y'all be talking, I be on my damn P5.
Good night, Yellow Rose.
I be on my PS5 while people be up there having whole goddamn gender wars trying to save whatever, trying to save slavery. I be on there. I be like, I'm gone. Y'all.
Well, that's the other cool thing now. So I can put the 4 down in my office where I'm usually like, talking to everybody on when I hit the panels and stuff. And then I have the 5 upstairs in the living room. It's a real clutch situation I got going on.
It is. It is.
I'm
And that's
excited.
it. I be in my office. I'm in my office just chilling. Yeah, there ain't nothing else to do. So let's see what else stuff do I have that I can legally show. Um, I guess I will show y'all what white people are doing at their church for. No, I'm going to hell. I can't show that shit. I think I got it. I got enough shit on my subject.
Listen.
Sometimes I just gotta say no.
So, do we got to roll on anybody? I got to take out my butter knife for someone anytime soon?
Not this week.
Okay.
Not this week.
Because, I will pull up.
Not
You
this
just
week.
tell me where to be.
Listen, listen. At this point, I'm supposed to be going over to the anime and gaming sector back over there. Like that's my mainstay bread. Between that and I've actually been helping out my friend. He's been giving interviews for I think like it's he's been giving interviews to pimps, prostitutes, and goddamn strippers, and pretty much everything weird. So I'm just there holding the camera. I don't got shit to do with it.
Oh my!
I'm just a guy holding the camera. He's asking all the questions. You know what I'm saying? So like it's just one of those kind of things, man.
Yeah. So, I sometimes I wish, like, I know that there are certain things that are like fighting an uphill battle. But I just wish there were certain things that we would just stop doing, especially the exploitation of human bodies. Like, that shit is whack.
What's going on, Pastor? You missed out.
Hey, Pastor.
What's up, y'all? What's up, man? I had the damn. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. I got a video for you. I want you to grab this in the back chat. I'm gonna send it to you in the back chat for you. Let's see if you can grab it. I'm sending it in the back chat. Like this, something I think you're gonna enjoy on your stream, tomorrow or today. It's pretty much where is that?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that, Zoe. I do have a breakfast battle.
Mm-hmm.
I totally forgot. Yeah, I'm here for it though.
Oh, we're gonna be seeing your hand. Is it gonna be one of those things where you
Yeah,
gonna be doing?
I'll actually cam up this time. I don't want y'all talking
that?
crazy though.
Gonna be doing
The
all
second
that.
that y'all start talking crazy, I'm shutting my camera off and y'all just see whatever I make.
Just show your hands. Just show your hands. Just show your hands and stuff. Like I said, hang on. Let me show. I'll play this video for you, Pastor. Let me see. I need you understand human reaction very well. So tell me, what's your thoughts on this, Pastor? You ready? You there? Gotcha. Pastor, you there? Oh no, he's getting his stuff together. I think he's doing his mic. Well, while he's doing that, we're going back to my favorite videos of returning my government. Okay, let's see. I had
you can play with your card there.
Okay, so I learned two things that men in the MGTOW and manosphere, white manosphere, have been doing, and this kind of threw me off. But this is actually something that they're getting into. So, first of all, let me play the first video for you. And oh shit, that's not true. I don't know that's real. But hold on, is this real? Is that the same woman? Could y'all tell me that's the same woman?
I don't think it's the same one. They just look very similar. Now, I just
Wait, you sure this ain't the same woman?
from Austin Holloman. Nah, it's different. I think it's a different chick.
I'm sorry. What are we looking at?
And that's the same woman, Pastor.
Yeah, well, this makeup. Oh, yeah, that's the same. Yeah, that's the same one. That's the same woman. But
are we for real? Are we really for real? Oh, this is a blurred post.
Oh yeah, boy. I be in the dark. I be in the shadow run with the real niggas. I be in the shadow run with the real niggas. I already know.
Y'all ain't shit on Facebook. Can
listen,
I say that?
listen. I can take y'all to some dark places in Facebook, boy. I'm trying to let y'all know ain't nobody safe where I go. Y'all might see some stuff.
I'm sorry, Pastor. How you doing this evening? I don't know if I said hi or not.
This video's for Pastor.
In Thailand, this is my girlfriend. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. Do you want to introduce yourself? You want to introduce yourself? No, you don't want to introduce yourself. She's a little shy right now, but she's my new girl. She's my new girlfriend. She's a little shy, but she is pretty though. I like her. Maybe we'll get married someday. Maybe we'll have kids. You know, have a bunch of babies running around, living the life. Tell him. So, can you cook? Can you cook?
Yes, I can cook. I can clean.
Yeah, see, this is why I came to Thailand, to find a traditional woman. See, in the United States, women don't cook and clean. All they do is complain. And we don't got time for that. That's why I got my passport and I've left. I've left the United States to come seek a wife to have a traditional relationship. So, hey, give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. This is my new girl right here. So, guys, you'll be seeing her a lot more, hopefully. And, we'll get to know each other. I hope you guys subscribe to my channel, man. More men, more United States men need to get their passports and come to Thailand. Find them a traditional wife. Find them a traditional woman, because the women in the United States, they don't do us no good. They're not traditional. They don't want to be traditional. They want a traditional man without them being traditional. So they want traditional while they're modernized. And we don't want to modernize them. We want a traditional woman. She can cook. She can clean. She's a good woman. And I truly love this girl. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. I love her so much. All right, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Get your passports. Stop thinking about it. If you got to save your money, save your money. Get your passports and plan ahead. I'm out, guys. Peace. In Thailand, this is my girlfriend.
Well, I don't know what we save, and a passport is $90.
Oh shit! And a passport is $90. See, why'd you throw that out?
I'm just saying, like, save your money, bros. Woo.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna cook on that one in the morning.
Oh
yeah,
Pastor.
As soon as I get off work, before I go to sleep, I'm cooking on that. But look, man, see, B.M.T, I do. You don't agree with what you don't agree with that. I see you put that. I saw the title of your stream, and you don't agree none with that sentiment.
Man, Pastor, I'm not gonna lie. You kind of missed out on a whole dialogue between a lot of us. Like, we had men and women on the panel. I can attest to that. That we had a whole dialogue. I even sent Kuda the email to come.
Did he come?
No, he didn't show up.
Who
he probably a little bit upset right now about everything.
Well, I can't. Well, see, another thing about it was we had Perfect Black that showed up, and he got a woman that's from South Africa. We had Hood Servitor show up. Sexy Red showed up. Therapist Sheena showed up. Gene B showed up. Super Mike and Con. Mind you, there was no attack of anybody was attacking each other. We were actually talking about how men and women should be moving in the home as well as in everyday life. Like, listen, I don't go to just safe spaces to get my rocks off. I go everywhere. Now, mind you, I respectfully, nobody attacked anybody on this panel. We didn't. You can actually look. If you go look up my live, we didn't even really bring up Kuda's name. We didn't bring up his name. We just were talking about that. About women should be seen, men should be heard. And I said this: if that's the case, Pastor, right? Yeah. Then black women should stop marching for black men. Let the men go out there and march.
They should. I think that is extremely stupid. I think that they need to stop marching for us. I really do. I don't think that they're marching in the middle of the. I don't think they're marching. No, I don't think that's a good. I don't think they need to be seen in that light. Because they're not being seen in a good light, and they're definitely not even being heard. So I think that's kind of a pointless march, especially for them. I don't think they should do it.
I'm sorry. What are women marching about? I'm completely out of the loop on this.
Okay, so like the Scorpion gang, you know, with the police officer that beat up that black man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it would be fair, since we say use this comment: women should be seen, men should be heard. The woman should take the back seat. Let the men handle this.
I agree. I can agree to that. In regards to this particular case, absolutely.
Every goddamn case, not just this case. Every goddamn case.
Oh, that involves men?
Involves men, women, don't matter. Let the men cause another fucking records. Let the men cause the record. Let the men get all up in the rise. Whatever the schools ain't doing right, medical stuff ain't nothing going right. The men need to be out there, not the women.
That would be nice to see.
But you know what, Sally? We have videos like this on YouTube. And I give y'all this.
Oh my God.
So
damn.
That's wild.
What are you talking about? The men need to stand up. Instead of him calling for another woman, he need to call for a man to come pick him up.
I ain't never seen a man get slung out of a door like that.
Me neither.
That's some shit right there.
I got you.
Oh man. I don't even know what to say. I've never seen a man get slung out
You never seen a
like that. Slung through the door. She just like dragged him and like chucked him. Like, get out of here. Like a dog.
Is that a
That's not me making a dig or anything. That's just like me. Like when I see that, I'm thinking about like when I used to have a dog and the dog peed on the floor. You know, you start fussing at the dog and they start getting real whimpery.
That's how you
throw
them out?
Shove them out the house. Like, get out of here, go. You know, while you go and clean up and stuff.
Right.
But
right.
That's what that reminded me of.
Now I got a question. So, in these situations that are happening, oh Jesus Christ, I can't. Why did somebody send me this shit? You know, fuck it. I guess I will. I guess I will. Fuck it. I mean, it's already done gone to shit already.
Zell, bring your ass up here. I'm talking about.
Yeah,
if y'all need to go watch Tubi, I guess that's where they show black entertainment. Y'all can catch this. This right here.
I heard about that.
What's you talking about? This right here. This movie.
I've heard about like the black shows on Tubi. Oh my, we are not. Oh my gosh. Who let their child be in this video?
Girl, that was the part that you missed in the whole goddamn video.
What else was I supposed to see? I see a kid and a half naked woman, and she's dancing for some man, and she gives him a fucking wing. My first question is, what parent lets their child be in a movie like that?
What? I'm gonna go rent you the movie City of God and go from there. Go start out with the movie City of God and then work your way back.
I'm sensitive to that stuff. I couldn't even.
Great movie, everyone. The movie
Trying to
City.
help them triage this new one that they bought. I'm put the EKG in for him.
Let me see.
Yeah, cause I think
No.
he's oh shit. Let me beat up.
But see, there's a whole bunch of movies out there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of movies out there that are just like that.
I was listening to a woman on YouTube, and she was talking about like one of her guilty pleasures was watching like the Detroit movies on Tubi. She was like, there's a bunch of black, and she's like, they're terrible. The acting is bad. But that shit that we just saw, that is rat, and that's, absolutely not. Mm-mm.
Sorcery, witchcraft. That's how y'all put makeup on?
I don't know how to put makeup on. I'll be honest.
Oh, Jesus. I wish I could do that. If I could do that.
If I could put makeup on like that, I feel like I would make some real money out here in these streets.
If I could put makeup on like that, man, I would be a costume artist for goddamn Disney and shit. I would be having some bomb ass goddamn makeup artist skills. That's sorcery.
She went from like two completely different people.
See what I'm saying?
That is
This is why I stay
wild.
in church. This is why I stay in church. I
don't even know why black women do this though. I don't like this.
Why?
I don't, because it's like I get that they're trying to show like their makeup skills, and I 100% appreciate that. But like when it gets into this to me feels like kind of like mockery. You know what I'm saying? It's like
sorcery.
Yeah, like it's sorcery too, but it's like it's kind of like it's like degrading yourself just to prove a point how how much skills or how well skilled you are at putting on makeup. Like to me that's kind of like, I mean, because there's like people that do like the special effects makeup, and I think that that's cool, like for the holidays, especially around Halloween. But there are certain women that I've seen on social media that I don't want to say anything bad about them as far as their looks, but they're just not aesthetically pleasing, and they use that and capitalize on it to trend on purpose, if that makes sense.
Now, there's this one fat girl, man. I don't know. Man, I can't lie. Her makeup skills are great. Great. It's only until she washes off that makeup. Then you like, what the fuck did I get into?
But actually, Cleopatra and Queen Elizabeth taught women from their era how to do that with potions and putting stuff between their bosoms to draw men in. A man's attraction. There's a lot of power in a man's attraction. So it's a power trip. Yes, sir.
And tell you right now, like, I don't get mad. I don't get mad. Like when people say, like when they was like, why are men going more to female content creators. And I was like, listen, man, like, you got to think. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was, wow, that is a good question. I can't pass that question up. So this just threw me off. But this is actually a pretty good question. Ricky was about to be running a running back for USC. If there was ever a time for him to run a slant, this was it.
Y'all ain't shit.
Yo, the internet
Black
is
people
amazing, bro.
ain't shit, boy. Like,
But where is that wrong?
it ain't wrong, but it's the fact that they put those two things together.
I mean, yo, but he was known for running slants and I would have ran a fucking 7, bro. Like niggas would have. I would have. They might skim my butt cheek, but they ain't gonna get me. They're not gonna get me, bro. I promise you, boy. Them 4 flats, boy. Man, I was able to run in church shoes. Niggas gonna tell me shit. Like,
yeah, I definitely would have been running in all types of directions in that situation.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like,
I would have broke my ankles.
they would have had. I'm just saying, you got, hey.
Oh God, listen. I can't. I don't know. But I think I'm actually going in the next couple minutes going to drop down because I gotta get up in the morning.
I know I gotta go. I ain't gonna do shit. I'm gonna get on PlayStation. Fuck it. But
what you playing right now?
Shit, either did you drop your gamer tag, girl? Let me put my gamer tag out there for you.
I'll give you because I had my son set up the one for the 5, so I can't remember what it is.
Write this down for all of y'all. If y'all want to catch
put my number in the back. Oh, I'm gonna put my number in the back chat, so you just text it to me.
Okay, and this for all y'all. If y'all want to play with me, I know you weirdos gonna come. Y'all did it last time on Xbox. Lord, listen. Just do me a favor, y'all. Stop sending me penis pics. Stop sending me penis pics, please.
Oh
please
my God, people are weird.
Yeah. No. Let me tell you some off-brand shit. Let me show you some shit. Let me show you. I got invited to a Passport Bros group. I don't know why they keep inviting me to their fucking groups, but they do. So they invited me to the group. Where's that shit at? Hang on. They invited me to come on over there. They wanted me. I understand it's a beacon of, hey, you don't understand us. I want you to join on to us, and probably understand us. So let me show you.
That sounds like a cult, B.M.T. Be careful.
Oh Lord, listen. So I've been invited to Passport Bros. I shouldn't be showing this around.
Is it like a convention or is it just like a Facebook?
I shouldn't be showing this around Passive because Passive abuses his goddamn shit. But I've been invited to Passport Bros
podcast,
and here, Black Travel. I don't know what the fuck that is. That's another group. Me, bro, Travis, Jervius, and Afro-Colombian tours, dental care, and real estate assistance, and more. It sounds like a Ponzi scheme. I don't know why.
How many people are subscribed to that group?
How much we get?
Like 2.
We got a few people in here, and let's see. They got
Are
stuff.
those all the members up there at the top?
So far, I don't know how I keep getting pulled into this shit. I really don't know. I'm like, okay, so it's new people, 25. See, I'm not even
2,055 members.
I'm not even goddamn. I don't even know these niggas. I don't know none of these niggas. So
They trying to get flued out of here. They better hurry up.
Nobody ever want
is $90.
Fly me out.
Oh, they ain't flying you out?
They ain't flying me out.
Listen, you better tell them to pay you.
These are all older men. All men with kids too. Okay, so
Somebody was taught. I don't know if it was Pastor or somebody. I just seen somebody was live talking about like how they're like passport bros like leaving their children behind to fly to these other countries to get these quote unquote, traditional women and whatnot. And I'm like, I don't. There's parts of men that I just don't get. Like the whole, I don't think that there would ever be a time in my life as a woman that having access to a man's body would get me to fly to another country.
I see your point.
Like, like there's one thing going on vacation and you meet someone on vacation, but for me to intentionally fly out because I'm like sick of American men type shit, just to go have access to some other man's peen because he don't know no better because I'm from the States type thing. Like I ain't never been that pressed. I don't get that about men.
Well, you got to understand, and I'll tell you this one. So one of the things about it is, as you saw, there was a lot of generalization. But not that of when you hear, like, hey, so, well, who was running the community around this time, or that? Like when you start to tell people certain stuff, like if you can make a broad generalization about the women, then it's fair that then you have to keep it 50-50 for that of the men. And that's the thing about it. Like people don't want to actually deal with that. Like if I would say, well, the women ain't shit, well then what are the men? Then what are the men that deal with the women or the men that were produced from the women? You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Or the men that made these girls. And then when you ask the question, say, well, the women forced the men out of the home. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a lot of cat. I was infamous. I love me some goddamn Project Pussy.
Shut up. Why are you
I listen. I listen. Listen. If you're a girl, you have some slides on, a white beater, and
I
some
am
booty shorts on. I know you got slides. All women have slides. All women got slides and them goddamn house shoes and shit. Them ugly ass moccasin ass house shoes and shit. But regardless of all that stuff, that's what women. That's what women wear. So mind you, we know this because y'all go to Walmart and all them other damn places with all them goddamn shit on. And, we just have to put up with y'all. Now,
Mm.
now the thing about it is this. So with all that said or done, to be fair, you gotta own it. Now, again, when people start telling their stories, like I asked the question, so a nigga will say, I got a woman pregnant, but she took my kids. And then I'm gonna say, well, why didn't you ever marry that woman? And then they'll never tell you. But then it'll be the same dudes talking about that of I would want to say traditional women, but you didn't make a traditional woman. You understand what I'm saying? You didn't make a traditional woman. You made a single mother. Like you gotta own that shit. And that's being fair. Like it's people who done fucked up or made mistakes. And this is where me and MOT agree on so many times. Like, yo, you don't get to fuck up and then all of a sudden play, hey,
Victim.
right. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing about it. Like when I like my homie Khan, he ain't not one time played the victim. He said, yo, like my sister took advantage of my money, but that's still my sister. He ain't going on her. But the same thing going on with you got a lot of people like understand if my doggone mom or my dad had an issue, I would step up and take care of them. That's my parents.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna say like I'm not gonna say that, hey, well, fuck her. That's not my job. Take no.
Yeah, what's the face earlier? That was when I first heard that, that to me that sounded like it came from a very personal place, and he just didn't have any restraint. Like it wasn't even a thought to have restraint. And to me, people like that are problematic. Very problematic. Like to to diminish someone's value, like another person's value when, because again, in the lens of whatever the hell his name was, his lens of a mother is one thing, even though he's listening to a man describe his relationship with his mother, but his lens is so sour for whatever the reason is that he couldn't even demonstrate restraint by just saying, those people are abusing what you're offering them, you know? Like your family, it went to leeches and succubuses. And this is what he's calling another man's family. Like that shit blew me to fuck. I was like, yo, that was when I knew I needed to leave. I
Yeah.
knew I needed to leave because it's like you can't even show restraint. And then not even my brain as a woman thinking about a man that's nearly 50 with a woman that's not even 30. And I don't know how long they've been together and I don't know what that situation looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the shit sounds crazy to me, and I I left it. I ain't even say nothing. I said I'm going to respect B.M.T's chat because the last time I came over here, there was a conversation. Motherfuckers got upset when I was in the chat. I don't want to make
No.
no smoke.
Well, here's the thing about it. Uh, I always say this, and I tell this to a lot of people. I have the hard conversation that not a lot of people can stomach or have. Is that fair to say? Like,
I
if
agree. Yeah.
if like, don't get me wrong. Like, some conversations they're a lot for me,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But however, I keep that of the honesty and say that hey, that it did happen. You know what I'm saying? We can't say, well, the men want an honest woman, but then you have a woman talk about how she was beat and done all kind of shit to by men. And then after that, guess what did she end up becoming? Angelica? She ended up becoming a product of what forced her to become what she was.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Though it sounds fucked up that she became like that, but we gotta understand that if somebody mistreats you, abuse you, or some shit like that, you're gonna be that plight upon which you know what I'm saying, you don't fuck with. And that's just it is what it is. Like again, I I don't have no smoke for no damn woman. I don't. Even though I was done wrong, but every woman ain't the same. Same way as for
Yeah.
black men. I get it. I'm not gonna allow certain women, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I even get annoyed, I go over to shout out to my homegirl Red. She get on black men, why'd you do that? And I'm like, hey, first of all women ain't our women to protect. And if any of y'all ever been to a club or anything like that, y'all will know that some women don't give a fuck to be protected. But other women, hey, shit, fuck that. Just tell me what I
Yeah.
need to do.
Never going to turn down some protection. That's just me personally, and I get that. That's why I'm saying like people are complex. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody comes from somewhere. They have their own life experiences. They have their own ways of like family dynamics. So people are very nuanced, and to kind of like use these big brushstrokes to say, oh, well, this one methodology fits all people, to me is like ridiculous. It's like you're intentionally like doing like mental gymnastics just to fit people into your own narrative
Right.
instead of giving people the respect that they deserve and say, hey, like this was this one particular case here, but I understand that people aren't always this way. um but yeah, it's an interesting interesting thing, but I'll take protection. Short answer.
Right, but here's the
Good
thing
night,
about
though.
yeah. All right, and like I said, that's the thing about it. And shout out, what's going on, MOT? What's going on, bro?
How's it going?
Like,
Good evening or good morning.
How's it going?
like this, like I said, the thing about it is this: you have it where people are, um, um, like you know what I'm saying. Like I was talking, like the thing about it is, a lot of people are coming on with that of conversation. Like when I talk about, hey, the political or relationship, it starts going into that of, well, men don't have rights. And then when you ask them certain questions, you understand what I'm saying? Well, men don't have, their voices have been taken away. And you'll be like, well,
That's
how?
not true. That's not true.
You should have been here earlier. It was.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, you just
Mhm.
missed out, man, because
Mm.
yeah.
I mean, all of this stuff is pretty easy. If somebody's fighting a culture war with passport bros, fuck them. You'll never hear me endorse any of those individuals. It's a very easy thing. You know, it's no different than if you don't like the fries at Burger King, you eat the fries at McDonald's. But once you start to eat the fries at McDonald's, why would you go post about the Burger King fries that you're no longer eating anymore? It's This doesn't make any sense. I mean, like a lot of these people are real immature, and I don't give a fuck. And I just hope something bad happens to one specific person, so that way we can be able to move back to quiet people traveling and everybody else shutting the hell up and minding their own business. You know, it's not hard, but a lot of these people, because like a lot of people feel like trolling is like a legitimate form of communication
Mhm.
when it clearly is not a legitimate form of communication. They have these standoff conversations that's not meant to make any type of progress or understanding, and then no one ends up getting anything out of it. So the only thing they want to do is just draw a whole bunch of attention to themselves and like, look, ladies, I'm leaving. Look, ladies, I'm going. Look, ladies, I'm gone. Look, ladies, I'm happy over here. Look, ladies, I've been happy for 3 months, and it's like, the fuck, man, what's going on here? But a lot of people think that numbers are important. The only number that's important is your own number. You don't have to wait on these people to do anything. And there's nothing wrong with the movement itself. It's just that out of pocket people join movements and they fucking destroyed it. Like the Black Manosphere. Used to be a place where people learned about the environment. Now, now you got a whole bunch of child support niggas complaining about how they ain't got rights off the woman that they chose and shit. So I don't know, man. It's more of a responsibility thing at this point, a personal responsibility thing at this point. So I don't
No.
know how you help these dudes, and I don't think you can help these people. And I think a lot of people came here to broadcast their problems, not to fix shit, because there's no timeline, there's no action protocol, there's nothing. Like this relationship conversation is at least 50 years old at this point. BGS even played a video that showed 50 years ago we were still having the same argument and conversation about submission and women's role in the household. 50 years ago, the shit was made in like 74. So to be in 2023 talking about the relationship shit, it makes us look stupid as fuck.
Well, what do you want to say, Angelica? What do you want to say?
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with the brother. I think in a lot of ways we kind of share the same sentiments.
Right.
And it's interesting to always hear different perspectives. I don't, because I don't have a solution. You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody was to ask me, hey, Angelica, like, how would you fix the gender war debate problem? I have no solution for it other than people need to start looking at each other with value. That's the only thing that I see. It's a lot of conditional and transactional sort of, what can I get from you in exchange for what I can offer you? Or are you willing to be this for me so I can do that for you? And all of it is devoid of real fundamentals of relationships. Um, and I hate to kind of use my personal experience, but again, I will tell people it does not matter how much a man has. If he's not a decent person, the relationship will fail. It will fail.
Yeah, but you got too many. It's not dismissive to say it is a non-fulfillment issue with these people. It's a non-fulfillment issue. Like their
Mm,
non-fulfillment personally has to be everybody else's problem. That's what happened. People walked in and took over an actual movement that they did not want to add any benefit towards. That's what happened. And you have to be okay with the simple fact that this is what these people wanted to do. They wanted to talk about their own issues and get paid for it. That's what they wanted.
okay.
No,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean,
it was never about progress. It was about woe is me, I'm this person. So they simultaneously is a man for the shit that they put themselves to, and then they simultaneously somebody is not a man because of the shit that they haven't went through yet, even though those circumstances are not good for them. So it's like, so what are we arguing or complaining about here? I mean, you know what you chose. You are who you are because of what you've been through. You wear it
Mm,
on your sleeve, and then like now people can just skip the suicide mission and the redemption arc and get straight to the money, and they don't like that people can do that now. So
mm,
I don't know how you can help these people. The only thing you can do is just get younger people to the money immediately, fast, because you can through a lot of ways that we didn't have access to 20 and 30 years ago.
right. Yeah.
so why is it that that keeps being revisited? Because me and Angelica, we kept asking the question. Well, we're talking about the environment, like why aren't there any grants for men? What is it? Why aren't there any grants for men to be from the government? Why aren't there any grants specifically for men? But I'm like, but there are grants. Like people come by and use them all the time. Like, no, but
Yeah, but
just for men.
that's not what they mean. That's not what they mean. What they mean is they want this focal point centered altruism around men that they don't have to work for on either side, but they benefit from no matter what happens. So you're talking
Mm,
about disinterested people who don't want to build a coalition with anybody politically, but want to benefit off things politically without taking a side or working toward anything. And
Mm.
that's kind of where it's at. And the people who are actually involved in this process are not fucking stupid. They see what these people are on. And yeah, I'm giving a warning to not take these dudes seriously. Are they walking here with this child support bullshit, man? Get them out of there. You're talking to failed men, failed, non-self actualized men who want to make the fact that they ain't shit everybody else's fucking problem. That's a personal problem. It is.
so,
It all boomerangs back to non-fulfillment, non-self-actualized, and you're making it everybody else's problem.
mm.
That's all it
So,
is.
um, I'm sorry, because I wanted to elaborate on something. So you, I think I just lost my thought. So you were saying that BMT highlighted the moment when what's his face was asking about like federal grants specifically for men, and your response was, they want to reap the benefits, but also
Of
not pay into
yes,
the system.
correct.
Um,
They want to reap the benefits of society, but not pay into the pool of society. It's kind of like an
mhm.
insurance payout. You want the benefits of insurance, but you don't
Without,
want to pay the insurance
yeah.
payment on time. And it's like, all right, man.
Hmm.
But
I appreciate the way that you put that. I never looked at it in that lens.
yeah,
I appreciate that.
because it's all right. Thank you. But it's always I want to benefit without work. It's always some pimp hole relationship that they're trying to pull out of everything. I'm gonna
Yeah,
walk in, I'm gonna get
that's
all the
true.
benefits, and I'm not gonna invest shit. And if I don't get what I want, then I'm just gonna take my ball and go home. Okay, take your ball and go home. You already ain't got nothing. So what's going on? But that's where we're at, and it's like I've already purged these people from my life outside of YouTube. I don't know how these people just got back in here on YouTube, but it just shows you the level of stagnation amongst the whole group that people that this message still resonates because there's so many failed men in high ass numbers.
I
Now,
think they're trying to infiltrate younger men as well.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think I
yeah,
don't
they
know,
are.
BMT, if I was telling you that I had to have a discussion with my son, and he's 20, about Andrew Tate, because his friends that, he went to high school with were all sharing it in a group chat with each other and trying to explain why Andrew Tate is right. And so
They just
if
don't know what they're looking at. They don't understand the psychological game that's being played on them
right,
by an educate.
right. And it's like this in which you were talking about earlier, BMT, about like the social media and the influence. It plays a really dangerous game to me, especially as a parent, because it's like there's always going to be a certain element outside of myself that I can't control, that can infiltrate my kids' minds, or can be within their scope of viewership on a platform, no matter what I do, parental controls or not, you know?
but mhm. No,
Go ahead.
no, you have a point about that, and see, this is why I say I don't. Sometimes when I talk, I'm not sure if I'm speaking gibberish, Japanese or some shit. When I
Hmm.
start talking about participation, you heard me when I kept saying, "What type of men do you want to be allowed to have access to quality women?" Right? That's what you kept hearing me bring up.
Hmm.
I said, and what did the person say? David told me, "Why does it matter? Men are just men. They should just be allowed to have access to the women." And I'm like, no, no, that everybody doesn't should not be getting an award participation trophy just because you got a dick. I feel like listen, it's like when somebody starts talking about standards and accountability, then all of a sudden that's a damn problem. That's a problem. Versus somebody that says, "Yo, you're not going to get away with doing X, Y, and Z." Well, the courts just do this and that. No, it doesn't. If you know the actual laws, you'll be able to combat that of the infraction system. But people do not actually want to play the actual story out. They just only play out that of the narrative. So that's why I get frustrated when I hear women should be seen. But I'm like, well, I don't want the men that aren't participating to be heard at all. That's not fair.
Right. Yeah, that's why I had asked him who like uh if if he feels as though only men can vote, then is there any disqualifiers? Because for me, even if we were to entertain that conversation, there are certain men that should be disbarred from that. I mean, historically, voting initially was a right of the privileged and the well thought, well written
Right.
folks that understood um, where the nation was going and what needed to be done, and understood it in a very practical way, how it needed to be done. And if we're going to take the voting rights away from women, then the question then becomes, are these men, um, do they have the mental fortitude or just the capacity to understand what needs to, if they're going to vote? And when I asked him that, I thought his answer was pretty interesting, that, it's the difference between the haves and the have-nots. But then when you get into that, you have a lot of people that are self-motivated, or they're motivated by capitalism. And then once you throw that ball into the mix, then everything is going to go to shit, because if you're having people vote based on the fact that they own property, or they pay into society more as far as their tax dollars more than anybody else, a lot of those folks are driven by capitalism. And when it comes to that, for good or for worse, capitalism works against society at every turn, you know? So, I mean, at the end of it all, it was interesting.
All right, so let me help you interpret that statement.
Mhm.
They want to remove competition so that way they can walk through on the actual walk across the finish line before everyone else. There's literally nothing that you need to waste time on. People who speak like that, they're already obsolete.
Mm-hmm.
They're already too far behind, and they're not going to pick up the pace to move forward. So the only thing they want to do is stop the entire system so that way they can walk across the finish line. These are not people that you need to worry about.
Right.
The fact that they don't have access to whatever they think that they need access to is a win for everybody. The only thing is a pathetic cry for help that's not going to get answered by anybody. Nobody is trying to put these people on their team. Like
So do
you
you
can't
think?
go. Go ahead.
I don't mean to stop your thought, but do you think that these men are trying? Like, there are some respects that kind of make me feel like these guys are like creating their own like suffrage movement.
Well,
Like
No.
somehow that they're victims of something or
Yeah, but
several
there's no end
things.
goal. There is no end goal because if they were actually serious, they would be involved in the political process, but they can't be involved with the political process because that's participating in actually solving their own problem.
right.
The whole point is to have the
Okay.
inability to solve their own problems and complain about the same problem. They
Okay.
essentially want to go back to pre 1964 Voting Rights Act. They know something wrong with the system. They don't want to raise a hand to actually do anything about it, nor do they want the actual ability to do anything about it. They just want to sit and have these circular complaint sessions that never lead to any type of real tangible action.
You,
Gotcha.
you have a comment that came up. Shout out to the super chat. Thank you so much.
The
Uh,
love across borders. What's going on,
every
man?
um every every area of globalization due the advancement of the internet has been expected, except when it comes to dating globally. The reality is the passport bros and some sisters realize dating is now global. Both should be heard. Now, when it comes to that, when it comes to that, here's the thing about it, and I bring this up fairly, and thank you for the donation. It's not a new concept because it's already been documented in history that other groups or other people have done it. What the hell do you think people were doing like Pocahontas? What the hell you think John Smith just pulled? That's a whole goddamn motherfucker took a whole another girl and brought her back to his goddamn culture. If you're not participating in your own environment, how do you start saying, well, I'm going to go grab one resource? But a woman is a resource. Grabbing somebody from one culture, bringing them back to your culture. Now you have a substantial resource, but you have to be willing to actually start to produce. Listen, I like to go early in the morning and go get my grits, eggs, and corned beef hash and rice. Okay? There's an Asian bakery that makes dumplings. That man and that woman are in there studying English and Mandarin with their kids. I don't hear no shit where, well, I don't want her to be both as well as the son both work to register while the husband works in the back. Now, again, they one thing you wanna know what the son talked to me about that's so interesting, MOT? He
Yeah.
said, I can't wait till I'm 18 and I get to start voting in the American process.
Yeah.
This dude had a whole 2-day conversation with me about voting and everything.
What
Two
you're
days.
dealing with. I mean, you know we're dealing with the era of Negro obsolescence. That's the problem we have here. I mean, we have this overstock of obsolete as men who only just want to talk about women, and that type of shit don't bring no money in, man. I'm not worried about these dudes, and I want these women to play vaginal keep away forever. Please keep it away from them. They want to create more problems. That's what they want to do. They want to stagnate the entire culture and water it down so that way they could be the standard of masculinity. We've already tried that and it didn't work. And they
Mm.
want to do it again because they feel like it's their time. It's their time to shine. And I'm like, I'm not worried about these dudes. I'm not worried about them. I mean, at some point, you've got to be held responsible for your non-progression in life. That's why I'm not worried about it. Now, I will make millions of dollars on creating job programs and all this type of stuff for the government to do stuff that they should have did before for them, but actually actively going out there and doing it for the free, hell no. And I'm just going to offer it, and they're still not going to take it anyway. Young people are just going to take advantage of it. So,
Mm.
yeah, not worried about it.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. It's just it's always so interesting for me as a woman to listen to, because I try to stay away from it, but I have a lot of people around me trying to kind of look at this, look at that, this is what's going on. um and it's just so interesting to see, because I agree with you. I think that it's a form of escapism. It's like these are
It
the
is.
easy buttons. I don't have
Yes.
to really work too hard to get the results that I want. um and it's easier to find an escape opposed to doing the work, because
Mhm.
again, doesn't matter where you go on this planet, if you're not a solid human being, anything that you come across and you touch is going to go to ruin. And for these men, it's like they want to get women to adopt the notion that conditions and transactions are like the best way to form a relationship. It's a very
like
strange
like I said, the woman who would actually fall for this actual deal, there's not a lot of them. That's the problem. So as long as there are not people falling for this actual deal that these people are offering, I think the problem have already solved itself. To be quite honest with you, this stuff is obsolete. Like we're wasting time on on people that nobody wants. We're okay. We're
So do
okay.
you think, like, I'm sorry, I'm just like, you have me with like a bunch of questions. So do you think like the passport bro thing that's coming out now is that like the final death throes of this thing?
No, I'm a passport bro.
But see, here's
But
the
yeah,
thing. But here's the thing about it. That's why I was going to show the video to you, but I'm like,
no. I mean, listen.
go ahead,
If
explain.
people are out of pocket, I'm simply not going to support them.
All right.
I mean, like like the like the part of the passport bros that I support. I support military travelers, people who work for the State Department, people who work for the FBI, people who travel for sports. That's the part of the movement that I'm a part of. I'm not part of the movement that's trying to give obsolete men access to new sexual options. Fuck that. I'm not trying to move these maggots from one area to another and move, move these people over to another culture so that way they can start looking at me the same way they're looking at these people who's going to be newly going over there trying to disrupt and disturb everything. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to sabotage any type of movement that don't focus on them. They're trying to sabotage any movement that does not focus on them. That's the problem.
You remember how I asked the question, what type of men should have access to the woman? And you got to ask that question because
Uh,
I,
I mean,
I only believe that quality people should be reproducing or dealing with each other. And when you start talking about certain standard or process of procedures in policy and rearing and education, like that's why again, and that's why I challenge when people start talking, that conservative shit sometimes, and I'm like, well, you don't even live or believe in that doctrine. So you get what I'm saying? Like you made a baby or two with a woman, but you never married that woman. You understand what I'm saying, Angelica? Like why? Okay, how are you talking this political shit about women and men's places, but yet you don't believe and actually stand by it?
Yeah,
It- it-
it's the easy button. I think it's like man of tomorrow. They want to have all the privileges without participating in the functions that make it happen. So again, for me as a woman, I don't really feel the only thing that I'm concerned with is like the exploitation piece, you know? But outside of that, I feel like if people, I mean, hell, I have a passport, and if there was ever a situation where I flew and I met somebody, like, I mean, that's my shit. But at the same time,
Right.
I'm not blaming anyone. You know what I'm saying? I'm not using my prior experiences from another country to validate my reasoning either. You know what I'm saying? If it happens, it just happens. That's just my personal opinion. Um, but I it's so exhausting for me, you
No,
know?
no, 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 no. Listen, listen. All three of us on here have traveled abroad, right?
Mhm.
You don't hear any of us talking about no overseas booty calls. You don't hear us talk about any of that. Look how we talk about policy, politics, accountability, and that of listen, discipline. When you start hearing people talk like that, granted, we've done traveled abroad. You know you can't just run amok in certain societies. What are
No.
they gonna do when you start doing obscene shit? They're gonna get your ass right the fuck up out of there. You
Yeah.
can't do that in Japan. You can't do that in the Middle East. You damn sure it can't go around. Like other cultures are not going to be tolerating your nigga shit. They're not. They're going. Hey, you got to go, bro. You got to
I
go.
mean, but you have to realize that we're still talking about a minority of people who's already traveling. It's a majority of men who want to fight the gender war. Okay, they want to fight the gender war. Well, half of these dudes ain't going anywhere. Actually, 99% of these people are not going anywhere. They're supporting one out of pocket individual. One out of pocket individual. One, just one. It doesn't even count for everybody else who travels responsibly. That's why I'm like on some hashtag travel responsibly. Like
Mhm.
if you're not on this type of bullshit in the States, why the hell would you go overseas in another country where you have less rights to do the same thing? Like it's too easy for me to stay away from these people. It's too easy for me to actually say what group I'm a part of or not. But a lot of people are compromised by the fact that they want to grow a platform based off the discontent of these men within these environments and the discontent of women who find themselves in their circumstances because of their lack of responsibility of choice. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to stop fighting this gender war. And you're gonna have to get out there and start doing some real shit, man. And here's the thing: I don't have to fight the gender war. I'm married. I'm already off the market. I still have to work within this environment to make shit better. There ain't nothing wrong with Colorado. Nothing wrong at all. It doesn't matter if you have a felony or you fresh out of prison. If you want to get your ass to work, there's tons of resources to help you. But a lot of people are like, well, the Latinos are taking all our jobs. Good, good. Your ass should be even further behind. Especially if these people just got here and they're taking advantage of the things that you clearly don't want to take advantage of. Yeah,
Right.
what they want is no competition. That's what they want. They want to be at the bottom and they don't want anybody else proving that they can move beyond the bottom. I say let these obsolete people go. They're
Well,
not part of our group.
that's what they see, and that's the thing that came up where what was it? The women are taking all the men's jobs
He
when they
did
should.
say that. That was so strange to
No,
me.
no, 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 no. Leave them out there. Hey, leave them out there. I'm
That
not worried
yeah,
about nobody who's saying anything like that. Leave their ass out there.
like I have no I don't think I've ever heard a man in my real life
I know. A weak
ever
ass
say
dude
that.
would say that. A weak ass dude would say that. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
No,
Listen.
I'm not saying, but it's when you're having a conversation with somebody in real time and they're saying like the the things that they're saying it's like batshit at certain points, and it's like you know, and I'm thinking to myself like, how can a man say that women are taking men's jobs? Like
No, no, no,
they're
no, no, no. Like I said, it goes back. They
mm-hmm,
want a job without the perceptive competition associated with it. They think that y'all were just giving jobs. No, the women who was on welfare had to pass programs. They had to do through all types of other shit. They didn't just walk in and get the job. But to them, It is that way. So they have a misunderstanding of how the system works, and then they don't want to participate in the system that's already there. So again, they already don't have an understanding of how things work. I
Mm.
think that's just where you leave it. A man who would say the women are taking all of our jobs, that's almost like saying, okay, like immigrants are taking our job. Oh, okay. You want to work at Purdue Chicken or Tyson Foods for $5 an hour in the South? Are they taking those jobs away from you? So it
Yeah.
makes no sense. These actual arguments. These are obsolete nigga arguments. And I
Mm.
love the arguments because obsolete men make the obsolete men argument. And nobody is checking for these dudes. No one is checking for them. And the problem is they're trying to find ways to have legitimate complaints when they are not legitimate people who need to be complaining.
Well, I
It
think
does.
that's why they're running around YouTube in such a frenzy, the way that they are as of late. At least to me, visually, what I observe, it's like I was telling a few close friends of mine that I've been seeing like the passport bros, like this new version of it happening
Yes. Yes.
since last year, right? And it's
No,
probably
it,
been
it
long.
was eventually always going to happen. It's not an
Mm,
Austin Holloman thing. It's a bitch ass nigga thing.
right.
Yeah, because once bitch ass niggas get a hold of any movement, they go out there, twerk, shake their ass, and destroy everything. Happened to the black manosphere too. So it's not a surprise to me because
Right.
we knew we had a clientele problem before we even started moving towards solutions. We
Gotcha.
already knew that we had overstock, Negro, unproductive. We already knew that.
Mm.
And
So let
okay,
me ask you another question. I'm sorry, but what
all right.
makes you what do you think, in your honest opinion, like these guys that they want the access but they don't want to participate? What makes you think that they're inclined to even like move into like the manosphere passport bro space? Like, is it something about it that's alluring to them, or?
No, it's the newest uncorrupted place to fight the gender war. That's all it is.
Mm,
It's the
okay.
newest, best place to fight the gender war, and that's all it is. It's not really that hard to get. It's just that you're dealing with a bunch of out of pocket ass dudes. That's all. And
Mm,
once you realize that a lot of these dudes still don't have their shit together, and it's like traveling is an economic based thing. You got to have your economics together to be able to travel. But these
right.
people travel and go out there, go act a goddamn fool. And it's like, look, the people who you're seeing are not the people who had their mouth closed, their mouth shut, doing what the fuck they need to do over there, creating a connection so when they go back, they can have a better cultural experience. Like
Right.
me, like when I go back to Mexico in March, first
Hmm.
weekend of March. I mean, I have so many. Well, outside of my uncle, I have so many connections on the ground. I can stay with any number of people when I go back over there.
Hmm.
When I go over there, I work with them and everything. I don't need to work with them, but I work with them, show them that I'm one of them. I am interested in their culture. I am interested about how things work.
Yeah.
Yeah, not,
Yeah. That's how
not
it's
about to
supposed
buy
to.
into a shipping vessel so that way everybody there can make a whole bunch of money. I'm about to put like 25 people to work.
Right.
They
Yeah.
didn't know I had that kind of money, but they was like, I'm like, but no, I came here to see what was going on so that way we can all come up and we can all win.
Right.
You see,
Right.
I could do that with a bunch of strangers because they have a tight knit culture. And these
Hmm.
are Negro Latinos. They still black. But it's like you really can't do that type of shit over here in America because they're too messed up in the head. Like I'm interested in a cultured experience on what I grew up with.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm interested in. That's why
Mhm.
I'm traveling. Now, I'm not trying to hold people to why they are traveling, but at the end of the day, they need to stop calling themselves passport bros by doing so. Problem is, passport bros has now become like a way to shake your ass and like throw it in the women's face and shit. Like that's not what was happening 5 years ago when we was making this content. That wasn't
Mhm.
what was happening 5 years ago. You guys was nowhere near the passport bros movement. Why? It was not a way that you could clout chase and shake the shit in a woman's face. It wasn't even that big.
Right.
Brazil, yes, 5 years ago, I only had like 13 people in this chat. Me being
Right.
one of them.
Right.
And it's like like this is how come I don't join any or most of the actual, outside of Black Man Travels Facebook group. I don't join any others because I'm just not interested. Because as soon as you start multiplying the amount of black men that you be around, you start seeing the same problems all over again. The whole blind eye to bullshit and fuckery. The whole not being able to lay down minimum standards. The whole allowing people to just, saying Cindy Lauper, niggas just want to have fun shit. Like, I don't want to be around that. My whole
Mm,
life is set up to leave these people behind, not to bring them along, not to put them within my face, not to put them within my circle. And it's like, look, I can always leave.
right, right.
And this, y'all need to understand that the men who are out there doing this shit ain't dudes you want to be with anyway. They're not dudes that you want to be with anyway.
Yeah, no, I think women definitely get that part. It's just you know, I don't know. I come up here every once in a while with B.M.T to kind of, just talk and see what's happening. But in real time, like for me, my brain struggles with trying to relate myself to some of the talking points of some of these men, you know?
No, no, no.
Um,
Stop trying to relate. These people are not your brothers. They don't get. Listen, if they were your brothers, you would not need to try to understand them.
well, no, I mean, not in the sense of like I'm trying to akin myself to them, but just for the
Yeah.
sake of conversation, like
Trying to
have it.
understand their points. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like earlier, I was listening, and there was one brother that I could very clearly tell that he was coming from a place of hurt based on his personal experience, and he was using that to validate his reasoning for everything else. Um, and I thought that that was a little, I mean, I hate to say it, but weak, you know? Like where trauma affects you well into your adult years, and you use that to justify every experience or planned experience you have for yourself because
Hey, I mean, people do that shit all the time.
yeah
But at the end of the day, it's like
mhm.
how much of that shit that you want to ingest and actually be around.
Right, yeah, so it's again, every time I pop up over here, it's a new experience. And for me, I like BMT. I like his personality. I like that he's open to having these conversations in real time. This stuff it's foolish. It's so foolish. It just
Yeah.
it doesn't, again, some of the stuff I heard tonight, I've never heard an actual person in real life say any of these things. And it's like
I mean, and
it's so
the
strange.
thing is, you need spaces like this because on my channel, I would not tolerate this fucking talk at all. Period. I wouldn't tolerate
Mm,
the presence of those dudes at all. Period. Because I'm too much of an isolationist to,
okay.
to even invite these people along for for the tour of how well shit's going. No, you
Right,
don't get the
right.
tour either.
Yeah, I get you. I
I
get
mean,
you.
yeah, because like I'm not cut out for it. I can admit I'm not cut out for being around these type of people. I'm just not cut out for it. I don't want to be around these people who don't know how to do things. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be around these individuals. I don't. I mean, I think I've accomplished so much in life to where I could just opt out of the nigga experience.
I'm trying to
I,
get to that point. I've been working really hard. I completely understand everything you just said.
Yeah, it's just I mean Black History Month. This is where Black people overcame the odds and did shit. You got
Right.
niggas talking about shit in Black History Month. Like, nah, man. Like, you gotta wait till the summer to start talking about your Black History. Like, this is
Mm,
this is too cold for you to be talking about productive men and women and trying to like blackwash the shit into some other things. But
yeah, yeah.
we are where we are. We can separate now. King's vision
Mhm,
was you don't have to live amongst your colors. You got your character, you got your productivity, you can leave now. And don't
mhm.
feel bad about leaving. They don't feel bad about acting a fool or trying to speak for the entire group, and we shouldn't be feel bad about wanting to leave these people alone. Listen, whites did it a long time ago. They left those whites who didn't know how to act on that homestead act land in the middle of nowhere, and they went to the suburbs. You
That's a
don't see them
fact.
trying to
That's very
reconcile
true.
with them people out in the middle of nowhere. You don't see them doing that.
Yeah. I hear you. That's a good point.
Listen,
I
I
appreciate
don't
I
even.
appreciate it. I appreciate the perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even allow my wife to even try to start up a conversation about my family. I'm like, that shit has nothing to do with what the fuck we're doing. Your intellectual curiosity need to be on what we need to be doing, not what those people are doing. Fuck those people. I will brief you on what the fuck we about to walk into for these holidays, but outside of that, I don't want
So
to
I
talk about
will
these people.
brief you. I get it. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, nah, nah. And it's like,
Mm.
that's part of the protection piece too. It's
Uh-huh.
not putting her in a situation where she has to ask even more questions. Because I know
Mm.
how these people are, and she doesn't know how much danger she's in just being in a closed room with one of these stupid motherfuckers. Like it's like, yeah, they're trying to destroy something that you have,
Mm. I
and
get
it's
you.
like people don't want to be that hardcore because they're like, oh, we got to accept everybody. Like, no, you don't have to accept everybody. Like the whole accept everybody shit works. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. You're just enablers at this point. You're unable to set your foot down. You want this big happy family of people around. Like, no, I care about things working and functioning more than I
Hmm.
care about the overall well-being of everybody. It's time for people to starve. Y'all been starving us of an actual productive society for so long. Their actual non-productivity is normal now. It's time for us to starve them out. Yeah, it's
I
our
get it.
turn now.
Yeah, I get
Oh
it.
yeah.
I get it. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much for that perspective, man of tomorrow. You've left me with a few things to think about. I appreciate it.
Yeah, like yes, and most of these things that you're trying to understand, even if you did, you're not going to be a better person if you ever done it. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? I have just wasted a whole bunch of my time trying to understand people that I don't even want around me. Most of these people
That's the
who have
point. Yeah.
complaints about the passport bros, trust me, you don't want to date these people anyway. Let
Mm-hmm.
them go. Let them
Mm-hmm.
go. And guess what? Because I'm talking to a whole bunch of countries about tightening up the laws so when these people get out of line, they can get hemmed up and sent back to the States. So don't
Mm-hmm.
worry about them. Don't take care of them dudes too. Like they're not going to be over here acting no fool, messing up things for people who work for the State Department and military. People have already been briefed on how not to act.
Right,
These
right.
people just jump on the plane because they got like a passport and they don't know how to act. Listen, let these people be responsible for their own outcome.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do.
Yeah. You're right.
I just wish the women would just stop trying to respond to the women to the men that they don't want leaving. It's like it's a zero sum game for you. Like, why would you even be making a live stream about dudes that you don't want to fuck with? Like, these people are getting fulfilled by somebody else. That should be a win for somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I might ask that question around some of the spaces that I go to and see what they have to say about it. Because I know for some women it's there was for a good majority of the women the big thing was about what they saw, especially with the young boy in Brazil. It was
I don't
about
care about that guy, but I
right,
don't care
but
about that guy.
I'm just saying their takeaway and a lot of their alarm and reaction to it was because they felt like there was exploitation happening. That he was not respecting these countries' cultures, was
No, he
not
wasn't.
respect
He wasn't. He wasn't.
yeah. And
No, he wasn't.
so I think with that, it's become all eyes have kind of been drawn over to the passport bro space because women don't know if the majority of these men are that way or if this is just a small because again I don't think our eyes are everywhere because even though I was aware of it I don't pay it no damn mind because it don't affect me type of thing.
It, I mean, like the whole travel movement just didn't show up because of a 23-year-old. Like we're
Right,
actually
yeah,
disrespecting people from World War II, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, the Iraq
right,
War, to
right.
focus on one out-of-pocket 23-year-old. I think that's some hoe ass shit.
Well,
I think
no,
that
that's a
dude
good
should be
perspective to have. And
Yeah,
I think that that should be talked about, because I had said it earlier to the brother. I said, to me, because again, I come from a military family. I even have a sibling that's from Taiwan that I've only met once, but um, I was saying like this really started in the military,
yeah,
and to
again,
me, this is a bastardization of something that was like a natural process of these,
yes,
men and
it
women's
totally is. It
experience.
totally is.
Um,
Totally is.
so that's my particular sentiments about it, but again, there are so many like women are concerned about other women and how they're being treated because women one band one sound, and I completely get it. Um and then because they don't know enough about the space to really, so they're only looking at it from what's being presented. I think I don't know, I'm not sure, like it's a lot. My brain is my brain
Yeah,
is
yeah. So
tired,
what
so
they're looking at is the classic takeaway scheme and trolling of one guy versus an entire movement, and it's hard for
Right.
them to get to see that. But I guess I have to step up and going into these areas and going onto these shows and actually having to counter pushback. And I have like my own travel responsibly thing about
Mhm.
respecting boundaries and not trolling women and doing all these things that most of these people in this movement are actually doing. Most of these people are very quiet, very isolated, very introverted people. Like there's not a
Mhm.
whole bunch of extroverted people trying to jump up in everybody's face to actually tell women that they ain't shit. That's not
Right.
what
Yeah.
that's not what the majority of people are doing.
Yeah.
Like I've never brought my wife on camera. Why would I?
Mhm.
But people know that I'm here to try to get men right. So that
Mhm.
way, once you get your money, you can actually afford better places to stay, even in your own city. Like
Mhm.
like like most of this stuff, like you have to leave this stuff alone in your mind while you're here. You don't
Right.
just leave
Before
this
you go
stuff
somewhere
alone.
else. Yeah.
Yes, because if not, you're gonna take the same damn behaviors that you have here over to another place. You're gonna recreate the same thing that you have here. It's kind of
Yeah.
like people who move from one city to another, who think that just by moving to another city it's gonna solve all their issues. But when
Yeah.
they move
Yeah.
to another city, they bring in all this drama and bullshit along with them.
Mhm.
They slowly recreate the problems that they had in the previous place in the next place. And it's like, look, we gotta name names.
Right.
Everybody ain't out here on some bullshit. Like the people on TikTok, that's a whole platform that I am not gonna attempt to police. I seen what was going on with
Right.
the SBM shit over there, and I'm like, man, I'm not dealing with none of these out of pocket face on camera. I got credibility because I show my face doing stupid shit ass people. I don't want to be around those people. They
Right.
don't speak for me. They speak for themselves. They need to represent themselves. But it's
Mhm.
just like everywhere I go, I have a conversation. Huh? That makes a lot of sense. I agree with you. Why aren't you? Yeah, we have a clientele problem. Remember how we started? Clientele
Mhm.
problem. But
Mhm.
but see, people see the actual. Well, why don't you have a bigger voice? I'm like, the voice of reason is never ever that big.
That's a fact. I
What are we
agree.
doing here?
Yeah. I absolutely get it. I get it. Yeah. So yeah, it's I don't know.
Here's the thing: most people don't hate black women. That's part of the movement either. Very stupid. A lot of these people go to DR and all the Columbia and still have dark skinned, phenotypically black looking women still.
Mhm.
So that's not even a good reason. It's just that once we start sharpening up how to actually criticize the actual movement, because there's a way to criticize the actual manosphere, there's a way to criticize the actual passport bros, there's a
Mhm.
way to intelligently do it that I'm willing to give the blueprint to anybody so that way they can do. So that way you can go after the specific individuals in a very specific way
Mhm.
rather than trying to move this across the entire group of people and then you're going to start up another gender war that don't need to be.
Right. Okay.
Because all these men who actually are speaking for the actual movement, like I said, they only started this shit this summer. from actual July when this Austin got June July when this Austin got showed up.
Mm-hmm.
So now is when they started that. But 3 years ago, they were game dudes and calling everybody lame for traveling. Same
Yeah.
people. Same
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's this internet space is wild to me. It's super wild.
No,
It's definitely a monologue chamber. It's a space where people can just drone on and on and on about the things that they are going to do and how exactly they're going to do it, and so I don't know.
they got
I
access
can't.
to a
It's bigger than
voice.
me. It's
They got
bigger than me.
access to a voice
Hmm.
without the level of work put into building anything.
Right.
It's just like how they want everything else easy. They just want to be able to pick up a phone, hit one button, and they have a job. Hit one button, and they're a millionaire. Hit one button, and they have all this political history.
Hmm.
Doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
It work that way about complaining about stupid shit. But you have to realize a lot of these people are at the bottom. They are. And they want the woman first before they get the productivity piece right. Because that's
Hmm.
what they think this so-called mythical Pookie and Ray Ray have done.
You said mythical Pookie and Ray Ray.
Yeah, that's what it is. Mythical.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. Yeah, but I'm gonna drop down. Thank you so much, Man of Tomorrow. You
All
like I
right, no
said,
problem.
you've given me some stuff to think about. I might tap into your channel here sometime soon, okay?
You're gonna laugh in about 3 months once you just start really thinking about what I just said.
No,
You're gonna laugh
I
like a
there's a lot of what you said that I am tapped into. I think you're a lot more eloquent in the thought than I am, so I'm eager to listen and check it out.
all right, cool, man. All right, thank you
All
so
right.
much. My channel is rather harsh because I'm talking to people who need to be talked to in a very harsh format. I'm gonna warn
Okay.
you up
Well,
front.
I might be in the clouds for a little bit and then I might drop down with the eyeballs when I'm ready.
It's an excellent channel for your son, but you may hate me by the end of my life, sir.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. Well, I'll check it out and see. I'll see.
But
Look.
but I don't talk about women on my channel at all. Period.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. All right. Well,
All right,
hopefully I'll
cool.
see you soon. Peace.
All right, cool. All right, thanks. B.M.T, you still there, man? Yeah, well, I gotta get back to this road, man. I gotta get up out of here myself, man. So I see y'all later. Peace.